here. You don't win off this hill, but Yokota still need to send players through it.
You can't afford to go at this time, and also I don't even really know what the setup looks like for New. Even then, they weren't able to hold it the first time around. Invested the exact same thing. You could see it on the new map. Kills being made here for Kadena once again. Just a couple players still to contend with inside the new hard point. There goes Vax. Invest will even get there in time. Shot up from Grass, trying to desperately make his way over towards the hard point. 360 being made, but Chronix wins that gunfight out. The opening gunfight's looking pretty good. Jalier putting extra bullets into the body after a two-piece, but is it good enough here for the follow-up? Has he created a space for Yokota?
Vax is in. 7 seconds is all you need, Kadena. Grouping up for a hit here. Bang. Cruise missile. Everything going to be thrown out here. And that's it. 4 down. Spawning deep towards the lighthouse. They know it. They're not getting there in time. Player's going to slide back in towards that hill. And that's going to be all for the protocol hardpoint, Brody. Kadena showing up in a very dominant way, as we would have expected from this team. That is just outslaying everybody that they walk into.
Yeah, countless times in that game did Yokota have control of an early rotation, only for Kadena to come through and completely wipe them within the first 10 to 15 seconds. And there's only so many times that can happen before, well, I mean, you end up losing control of the map. And again, you know, we said it going into the game. Fundamentally, both of these teams are sound on hardpoint. Like, we've seen Yokota win enough hardpoints this tournament to suggest that they know what they're doing. I think it's just coming down to the minute actual interactions where Yokota are losing out right now. Kadena just fully in control time and time again. And again, we also say this pretty often, Seymour. Sometimes it just comes down to being a team being outslayed, and Kadena, frankly, just winning the vast majority of the gunfights in that game.
There were some moments that I'd see Fax or Jalier finding a couple of kills when it came down to breaking into those hard points. And then I'd like to look at their scoreline, and they're 9-17. And then it's just those moments aren't really translating into time, because you can obviously see that Kadena are quick off of respawns of their own just to get back into those engagements and strong arm them out of that hill. So Yokota, albeit, I mean, they are having moments where they do get those rotations and they do get into the hills, but once they get there, they have no control of the map, and they just allow their teammates or their opponents to get into a position where they're just in a powerful spot to overwhelm you to retake it. And I think going into another hard point, if this does go to a map 4, especially for something like Hacienda, is you need to see Yokota in moments like that where you get 4 down, is to then find those power positions that are going to at least give them a little bit of trouble on the side of Kadena to try to hit that retake.
I don't know, dude. There's only so much we can do in terms of breaking down that map number 1, mate, before talking about the fact that Kadena just absolutely whooped him. I mean, just it really is that simple. In slaying terms, in hardpoint control terms, Kadena just looked miles better there comparatively to Yokota. Best of 5 map set then, Protocol Hardpoint. That is a crazy stat line to kick off this best of 5. I was talking about Yokota kind of needing the hardpoint in this series to actually do anything, because I think things are only going to get more difficult now going into Protocol Search and Destroy. Unlike Anderson, who I think are like the team in this tournament, I would go ahead and say Anderson are pretty confidently the best Search and Destroy team playing in this tournament. Search and Destroy is not a specialty for Yokota, right? I think that's kind of been the case so far. They feel indecisive at times. It's something they definitely needed to work on coming into today. You compare that with Kadena, who looks so solid in Search and Destroy, have shown that prowess over and over again. It's hard to imagine a situation here where Kadena doesn't like Search and Destroy.
It's true, and it's a really hard reality to face, but they just look so good against teams like Hickam, teams like Misawa, and they do match up against them, that it's hard to imagine a world where this Kadena team doesn't find their way back through this lower bracket. And especially losing that early matchup in the winner's side of things, you're going to be upset. It was close, Brody, and it was definitely something that you could have won if you were Kadena. They played up against Hickam Air Force Base back in that winners round 2. They lose 3-1, so they lost those respawns, especially that map 1 and map 4. But now they go back in 250-80 on the Protocol hardpoints, and this is the team that you would have expected to show up today, and it's the team that we're getting. So going into the search and destroy, I mean, if you're Yokota, I think fortunately enough, a map like Protocol is something that we've seen played a lot from this team. And, you know, Enigma likes to talk about it, and rightfully so. These set nades are something that I need to look at from Yokota to stop Kadena from getting this early map presence. But it's going to be a hit down A right away. And Big Door has already been taken over.
Yeah, you can get there a lot faster if you're a coder on the offense. The fact that you don't has now led yourself into a situation where you're running right into the lull triggers of Kadena. Good trade coming out from Spread. DC on the hunt. Ephesians will close out that gunfight. And the situation for Yokota hasn't really changed here. They were boxed back in towards Zip, now backing up towards Grandma's. And Kadena are on the hunt for these kills. Ephesian has shut down J-Lit. That's bombed down. Now it's down to Invest for the 1v3.
Yeah, Invest here. A player that we saw oftentimes in the kill feedback and the hard points, but first and foremost, just look at where Ephesians is going to be sitting down low. He's in such a cheeky angle to catch any information if you're bottom Grandma's, and he knows the bomb is down, so there's no reason to move from this positioning. As soon as Invest is going to take that bomb, he's going to be spotted out. Not the shots you're looking for at all. And Kadena starting things off in the search and destroy with a strong round.
These are not the shots that you're looking for.
You would do that.
Hope the other day. It's a great movie.
It is a
really
good
great
movie.
If anyone thinks it's not a good movie, you guys don't have taste in movies. Anyway.
You say it's objectively a really good movie.
I would say it's objectively a great movie, mate. I mean, obviously, you know, we have our differences in movie taste, but objectively, I think that movie's great. Anyway,
a historic movie, one might say.
Yes, for sure. Ephesians 3-0 up at the start of this search and destroy. Phenomenal start to this game. Trophy systems going out early on. That's to stop those incoming utility. They don't get there first. TK from Invest doesn't know. Oh my goodness, Bree. Spread gets turned and burned on. Banked take out Jailer as well. This round has fallen apart at the seams for Yokota. Down to Fax for a 1v4 and not really in any position to do anything of note.
Fax is like, guys, where'd you go? Hello? Any teammates? Anybody out there to help me out here? He doesn't even know that Bang's sitting underneath the lip. And as soon as you drop through mid, Bang's going to have those free shots on you. So 2 quick rounds from Kadena. I want to know what happened to Invest in that round, because a self-nade... I mean, you're trying to probably throw it over the top triple house, like top armory. Maybe it banks off of the arches that's there, bounces right back into your face, and because you're not able to do like team damage early on, it kind of reflects back at you and kills you. I wish I had a replay on that one to see what happened.
Yeah, that's I wish we had like a team nade or a self nade counter in this game, because I feel like we would have seen like 5 or 6 of them by now.
That's toxic.
I don't know whether tally. Oh well, it happens from time to time, mate. Shut up, Miles. Anyway, Yokota drawing first blood in this round. Things going very well as Invest follows up with another one. Chronix with the trade out though. DC now on the hunt to make this a 2 versus 2, and will do exactly that. Really effective now. Now you've got Yokota checking every single corner here. Chronix? Did he go on single fire for a second there? I don't even know. He finds that fight though. Finds some shots in the spread. This should be a finish for DC, and it will be great team play for Kadena. I thought off the start there that round was Yokota's for sure, but they immediately flipped the situation back in their favor.
Yeah, I got no idea what was going on with Chronix there. He did like a quick little love tap, and then he's like, wait a second. That's not my teammate. I had to take a second look just to make sure, but both members just brushing shoulders. It's like when you find your, arch enemy in a crowd and you just turn, you're just like, wait a second. I don't like to see you here, but for that, I mean, Chronix and DC, do you see how fast they get into the opponent's side just off that break through middle map? No worry in the world. It's just the confidence is oozing from this Kadena roster, and a slow hit over towards A. Still, bomb hasn't dropped down the elevators. Lots of, I'd say, aggression in towards P2. Spread's gonna have his hands full through this one. Can he find a second one? Almost takes down Chronix. He lives with 9 HP, Brody. Fax now finds the trade. Still too many to deal with, and now it's all down to Invest. Pops into a corner. Might have some good timing off of it, but instead, Kadena, they're just gonna wrap away from this. This is a smart play.
And taking either of these players down would be valuable here for Invest. Both of them on streaks. So Invest has to get some good timing onto
he's
both.
left.
Unfortunately, gets some terrible timing. Leaves the site at the exact moment that Chronix and DC enter it.
Bomb's going to go down, and he's going to be furious.
Yep. He checks B. He already knows. Now he most certainly does. As you said, the bomb is now down. Invest now needs to make the wrap right around. Will immediately get spotted out here by Chronix as soon as the entry happens. Stun check, which I actually don't think was from Invest. I think that was like kind of a self-stun check, but Chronix has just seen him. Call should be made now. That Semtex will waste some more time on the board. Invest now backing away. Did actually get tagged up by that Semtex. The stun connects. The other shot's good, though. Actually good enough for the first kill. Surely not the snapper towards the second. No. Denied. Kadena play the numbers perfectly. Continues to be the case through this search and destroy.
Has a chance at that 1v1. Not a lot of health that you would have liked to. Took a lot more damage off that Semtex than you would have liked if you're Invest going back up that spiral. But it's a tough situation to just go through spiral into P4, especially with a crossfire in and walk away with a round. Not many people can get that done, and especially when you're eating shrapnel from a Semtex. So timing damns you there if you're Invest. You almost had the read sitting in the corner of Big Door, but you leave it and you give up that round 4 in a row for Kadena over towards A. Nobody is here for the bomb plant. It should go down right away.
Finally, some positivity for Yokota. Never mind, there's an RC car. Fax is not long for this well. Oh, he's trying to run away. He's trying to run away. Who is faster, an RCXD or Fax? The RC car actually slow enough here that Fax will be able to escape, but
Stop triple now.
Scares off that bomb part.
He's found Chronix. And bang goes down. You know a player is going to be on that RC car, so somebody has to be in the spawn. Fax, he's hunting for him, but it's DC hiding away. Now bomb is down. And Shoes on the other foot. Jailer goes down. 1 versus 2. Invest again against the odds.
Yeah, and the one positive here for investors, I don't necessarily think Kadena have any idea where he's going to be coming from. He's managed to split the map quite well. Ephesians now on the hunt, though, and I think there could be some bad timing here. But for Q, Jeff, it's gonna be Ephesians. Now the 1 versus 1. Position reveal. 20 seconds on the clock here.
He doesn't have to
for
move.
Invest to go big. And yeah, has to hit this bomb. DC checking in the corner. Shots are good, and as is the round. Kadena continued a flawless search and destroy.
5-0, and as soon as that bomb goes down, as soon as DC knows that the objective is just in his lap, basically, he did not move from that corner. I feel like he didn't even move from his base the entire round, because he started with the RCXD, and as soon as it's done, he's like, oh, hey, Fax. Yeah, I'll take that kill. And no matter what Invest does in these 1v2s, it is just so hard to get a read like that onto a player that is just posted up in the corner. But DC now on 2 in a row because of that. Down into A to see if he can get that flawless 6-0. Jay Lear finds that opening kill. Trade from his teammate there. DC a second one. The A site has fallen.
Now things even more. Faxmark just got some good timing, though. Yes, he does for the first. No immediate trade. Double Chow will get it done, though. Now Jailer has to do everything with impossible odds to try and keep the search and destroy hopes and dreams for Yokota alive. Has just spotted out DC on the cross, but at this point, yeah, it's so difficult. DC is throwing all kinds of shoulders. Jailer here has been found out and been put down as well. Kadena 6-0 in search and destroy. Was there ever any doubt?
I didn't think it was going to be that one-sided. 6-0 for Kadena is just a smoke show in a protocol search and destroy. A map where they definitely look good, comfortable in recognizing their win conditions. You look to all those 2v1 scenarios where you had no information on where the player of Yokota was, but you played together or you played to your strengths, which was that bomb down for DC in that corner. They just know exactly how to win these rounds, and they're not afraid to take risks when they know they have those advantages. Hey, nobody's top mid. Let's run through. Let's flip this map. You saw it happen oftentimes. Chronic and DC were in the base of Yokota, and that made it just so hard for Yokota to find any sort of control throughout this map.
Honestly, again, it feels like a total difference in the team play for Kadena, right? Where they are playing constantly as a roster. I think it was a 2 versus 4 early on in that search and destroy. I want to say like rounds number 3 and 4. For the first time, it felt like Yokota had some kind of advantage. And Kadena, what do? Like last couple of players just play together, constantly play trades. They do a really good job at isolating all 4 players on Yokota. There is just a total difference in the way these guys are playing as a team right now. Kadena a level above, and in both hardpoint and search and destroy, it's what's given them a massive advantage. They are now 2-0 up in this series, Seymour. Just 1 game away from making it all the way to that qualification matchup.
Yeah, they're looking good, Brody. And we still have more maps, though, for this Yokota roster. A chance for reverse sweeps. Going to have to start on the Hacienda control. We're going to head to a quick little break, get things ready for these players. We'll come back with more PACAF very soon.
This is Map Mystery. Our PACAF teams will put their Call of Duty knowledge to the test, identifying multiplayer maps as quickly as possible. Players will only have a limited time to name as many as they can.
Nuketown.
Oh.
That's Modern Warfare, right?
I think that's Afghan. No, it's not Afghan.
I don't
What's
know
the
that.
name of it, dog?
What's the name of it?
I used to skip it.
It's Modern Warfare. It's first Modern Warfare.
Oh, Turbine from Black Ops 7.
Nice.
Oh.
That's Black Ops.
Dust 2.
That's MW. Nah, that's MW3. That's 3.
I don't remember the name of it, but I played Infected on that map so many times. I don't even know.
This is World at War. Dang. I don't pass.
I know what the map looks like, but I couldn't tell you the name. Yeah, we're horrible.
That's a World at War map.
What? I know the games.
I
I've
know the
played the
map.
maps.
5 seconds to pass. I didn't even play the game.
Pass.
I played this the other day.
Bro, we play these damn maps so much. Boneyard.
Scrapyard.
Oh, Scrapyard. Ah. You're welcome. Assist. No idea.
No, throw it out there.
Kino der Toten.
It's Detroit Advanced Warfare.
AW.
Pass.
You're kind of our MVP here, dude.
This is from not Cold War. What is that?
Definitely Kino der Toten. Ain't this Advanced Warfare? When the tsunami comes?
Is that a Vanguard map? Oh, that's Vanguard. Dude, I have no idea.
Useless, dude.
It's like a barn. There's like a barn in the middle.
I stopped
stay within the
playing
name.
COD for like 5 years. Oh, he got excuses, bro.
Oh, Bokic. Yeah.
Okay.
What the heck is the name of that map?
Kino der Toten.
Yeah.
Wait, this is Modern Warfare 2.
Yeah.
Remastered.
Oh, man. This is embarrassing.
Embassy. No, not
No,
Embassy. That's
Invasion.
Yeah,
Invasion. MW2.
Gun up to my head, I couldn't tell you a single Black Ops 4 map.
Best guess, Kino der Toten.
I like that. That's a good guess.
Cooked. Couldn't remember nothing. Yeah, we must be dumb.
I'm out of here.
Oh,
man.
cooked. Kino.
That's an Infinite Warfare. I just don't remember what the heck the name is.
Skip. I got this game so I could get COD 4 remastered.
That's gotta be Ghost. Don't know the name.
I mean, a classic. That's
Kino.
no. What is it called? Estate. I knew it was like the name of like a building or something.
Oh, red card. Black Ops 8.
Banning that.
Raid.
I was chalked. I don't think I got a single one.
Underground? MW3?
Okay, nice.
Go pull.
Damn, that was embarrassing. Dude, I know all the games.
Hey, thanks, man.
Yeah, I got you. At least I can help y'all out. I know all the games. I just don't know any of the maps.
That was embarrassing.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
I am loving the content pieces going on here at PACAF and trying to guess those maps. Even sitting here in the caster booth, Brody and I were like, man, you know, I don't remember that map. I don't, you know, if I had that there, I wouldn't have been able to name that whatsoever. But I am ashamed that nobody knew what Detroit was. I'll be honest, Brody.
Yeah, I'm not. To be fair, what is that, like 10 years ago?
2014. 2014, 2015.
Okay, that's a long time ago. To be fair, I will say, I'll give a shout out to Skirk here because he was like, oh, iconic map, and then immediately couldn't recognize Estate, which was absolutely hilarious and had me falling. But you know what, to be fair, those guys, they had a good shot at it, and they recognized a lot of the most important maps, like all the good ones from the Black Ops game, which of course is where all maps come from. That being said, if someone was to tell me to identify Point de Hoc, I probably would not be able to do it.
I'd recognize the map and what it looks like, but you're trying to get the name Point to Hawk. I'm just like, what? No, it's like the dial-up noise in my brain trying to figure it out at the same time. It's fun, especially too when you see red card come up and they're like, yeah, banning that immediately. We know what that map is. We're not playing it. Not a lot of teams have been playing it. We were lucky to see it yesterday, but Brody, we got a couple more here in the series. At least we're going into Hacienda control now between Yokota Air Base and the side of Kadena, as it's been a very much one-sided show from Kadena, as you and I expected in the predictions. I didn't expect it was going to be this much of a blowout, though.
I kind of did. I'll be honest. Like, I was gassing up Yokota a little bit, right? I wanted to give them some love because they do deserve it. They have shown up at various points. And again, for the most part, that has been in hardpoint. But, it is just a very clear difference right now in the team play. Kadena are playing so much better as a roster, playing constantly, keeping an eye on each other's backs, constantly getting each other's trades. And it is that fundamental difference right now in the gameplay that is Kadena well ahead and has them just one map away from making it to the qualification matchup where they will either face Misawa or Osan. I certainly know which of those two rosters I would want to be facing in that situation, but of course they've got to get there first. They've got to get through the remainder of this series and stave off a potential reverse sweep. I kind of want to put it out there in the universe because it would be fun. I also, at the same time, biased caster and all, want us both to be correct so we can both be ahead of Enigma in the predictions.
That would be nice. I want it to be correct so I can stay ahead of you in the predictions right now. Either way, I'm winning, so I'm happy right now,
it's true,
Brody.
yeah.
But for Yokota, it is something that you just can't say the same for. As you can see, Hacienda loading in for this control, Brody. All weekend long, we've been talking about how important it is to be commanding the top side of this map, specifically inner halls. That new hall that has been kind of added towards the later end of BO4 and now inside of BO6 has been something that has created, especially in control, a lot of pressure on the attacking team to hop that zone. And we've seen a lot of sub players take advantage of it throughout this weekend. I imagine that's going to stay the same. And when you kind of reflect back to that hard point in map 1 and how good Kadena were at just staying in those power positions like top triple for P1, P3, and P2, you expect that Kadena are going to be looking at doing the exact same here.
Yeah, Kadena's map control has been exemplary for sure. I do expect them to keep control of the power positions on these maps throughout the entirety of this game. It's got to be something that Yokota keep in mind moving forward because, again, a reminder, folks, they lose this map and their tournament and, well, the entire thing lives are over. They will not be going to the World Championships. They don't get a look at that thing. So they got to win this map if they want to stay alive in the tournament. And as we start this, it is going to be Kadena kicking things off on the offense. Already here, getting aggressive. They are wasting no time, flying straight towards B, and you're already starting to see overextensions in the key power positions.
Yeah, they're into B. Spread's going to be shut down. Ephesians, a couple of extra shots as Fax has been all over the body shots today. Chronix now hops it, double stack on B. Bang's going to be waiting for a chance to just continue to put some pressure off of these respawning players, but B is going fast, and you need somebody to stop it. There it is. Couple kills there from Spread. He's going to stop that B progress, but now it's Bang who's just going to hop on and finish it off.
That's B gone. Immediately here, Kadena starting so strong. They are so decisive as a roster, and now starting to feel themselves again. You can see DC and Ephesians pushing up the map here, trying to create some space, and DC says, all right, not wasting any time here. I want this series done and dusted. I'm going to flick strike back on the point, but Invest will find one kill here. Spread is going to double up, and Yokota doing a pretty good job at the moment of clearing space through the middle of the map, but they've got to be careful about players getting in behind enemy lines. That seems to be the play call for Kadena.
It's been quiet for too long, and it seems like Jay Lear thinks somebody's behind. Rightfully so. You can see that Bang's looking to make a play in through office, and they're just not ready. Still, Jay Lear's going to win that fight, so backline is in control. Somehow, Jay Lear is still 1-1. 2 engagements throughout this round. But he is big chilling right now. That first progress hasn't been fully collected yet by Kadena. Yokota has at least done a good job at keeping this one competitive.
I think it's because Kadena haven't actually done much in the way of capturing A just yet, right? They've not really forced the issue. I think one player has jumped on it once. Now we're seeing that double stack starting to come through. Yokota looking to hit this from multiple different angles. Invest found out for the first. Fax unable to get past Chronix. Jaylit, the only one to find early value. Spread towards the point will actually remove Bang. So it's a good stop of the point. One tick through, though, for Kadena. And they will have to hit the reset. And Yokota, you can really see it in the minimap. They've really started to adapt to what's happening here. Yeah. I will say, this is really one-dimensional from Kadena. They just keep on hitting through Rockside.
And it's something that we've seen a lot from teams this weekend in control, is that efficiency of hopping into the objective hasn't really been a focus. And a lot of teams do tunnel in on trying to just get kills and strong-arming their way through these rounds for offense. And it's one thing that's definitely going to have to change for a team like Kadena. The deeper you go throughout this run in the bracket. But here we go, 29 seconds, a 1 life lead. They're going to hop that time. You get a tick on, and Bang's up top.
Bang trying to provide some coverage here. Stopping the clock, as you said. Bang going to get that first blood versus spread. Invest finding Valley, but forced to back away. Semtech preemptive from Infusions to keep him out of the play. Jaylir with a slide out doesn't work. Here comes the push from Invest, but going to get traded on out. 24 seconds now. 7 versus 5. Player still on the point. Push in from Fax. What can you get done? Spread will pick up DC. Now the time's starting to tick down once again.
Time is your biggest enemy right now. Kadena kills have taken away the lives of Yokota. Invest now behind. You would have needed that first kill. Bang's going to turn around. They're on the zone. They just capture it outright. They don't need to get the final kills. So Kadena taking that first offensive round, and they have 6 segments after it as well.
Just Kadena playing really damn well there. I will say, it was sloppier. That's probably the sloppiest we've seen Kadena play so far in this entire series. They were very one-dimensional on their hit towards rocks, and I'll give Yokota a shout-out because they had adapted to that. You could very clearly tell they were realizing, and they were trying to win the gunfights versus Kadena, but I think as soon as Kadena just became a little bit more focused on, all right, we kind of actually need to hop onto the point here for the objective to win out this round, things changed massively, and Kadena were able to get it done. Of course, that early B capture probably helped Kadena as well. So I want to see something just as focused, if not more so, from Yokota here as we get into this round. It does feel like, for the most part, this is going to be a B hit, but early power position control for DC, that's going to make things awkward. And DC immediately finding value. That's 2 players you really wanted on the board.
Invest, he's forward, but should be shot behind Ephesians. Make sure that you're not going to have pressure on the spawns just yet of your Yokota. Jaylir up top. Good win. That's slowly taking these players away from that A zone. Unfortunately, nobody on Yokota has actually touched the objective, so you're losing time on that clock. 50 seconds, Brody. You've made no moves on either side. Finally, you're going to hit B.
One player stopping the clock, stalling it at this point in time. Best forced to move out of that position, so the timer will resume. Now down to 40 seconds here in this round. Fax able to double up. Extra bullets in the body coming out from Fax. It's all the mind games at the moment from Yokota. Desperately trying to hang on in this game, but that's 3 kills across the board. Double. I think it's actually going to be a quad stack coming through. I love this play call from Yokota. Nobody from Kadena will be able to stop it. Fly down from DC, but it's a TK and doesn't matter in the end. The point is captured. The extra 60 seconds accrued, and already kills coming through off the back of it.
Bang in and down. Okay, so here we go for Yokota. Now starting to get some gas going throughout this series. Fax 4 in a row. He's going to be shut down back and forth, but it's 3 down for Kadena. That means that Yokota have a chance to go over towards A. Have to be worried about Ephesians, who is now trying to keep them out of that objective and buy some time for your teammates to get into a spot out of their spawns.
kills being made here from Kadena. Big gunfights. They seem to have reset themselves relatively well. I was a bit concerned off that B capture that Yokota were almost immediately going to be able to transition well over towards A, but Yokota now sent back towards the respawn screens here. Now having to hit the reset and trying to find a way back up towards the map. Gunfights now being won across it though. Ephesians get some unfortunate timing on the hunt for a spread. Big kills being made by Fax and Invest. Spread now also now finding some value here. Yokota now have players pushed forward. DC has to clear out office and then move up. Not quite expecting Spread to be able to splat, but Spread now going to have to move the way back. That's not the clean fight that he wanted.
No. This one's getting messy. And now you're thinking about the time if you're Yokota. You've given a chance for Kadena to still fight for this one, and you have to be careful of what move is made next. On the zone, clock stopped at 23 seconds. Chronix is going to take you right back out of it, so you have to put some focus on the zone. You need to, in fact, if you're Yokota, because kills are just not good enough. 7 lives is enough to stall this one out to the very end.
Yep. Just 10 seconds left. Stopping the clock will be Invest. About face down, 2 or 3 different players. Slides out the wrong time. Will get shut down. That second tick was not secured, by the way. Last-ditch effort here from Spread and Fax. You've lost Fax now, just down a Spread. Unable to do anything. Can J-Lear reach the point in time? He actually will with 2.2 seconds on the clock, but overwhelmed once again. It's super duper individual, and there's no real chance to do anything in that scenario. So Kadena definitely scrappy there towards the end, but they get it done. Now just 1 control round away.
And it's just way too scrappy at that point. At some point, you have to recognize where the issues are. And it's like, okay, we're contesting in the kills column, but why are we still losing this game? And it's because you're allowing players of Kadena to make those hero plays. Ephesians was doing it. Then you had DC doing it. Sometimes you just let that one player in behind. And eventually when the thought crosses your mind when... you're like, okay, we got to jump this objective. And then that player has a chance to make that hero play. And it was log enough that you were stalling out that clock if you're Kadena to a point where you win that. You kind of steal that one away.
All right, well, now we need to see the ultimate reverse sweep from Yokota in this game. Good news, I guess, for Yokota is they're not dealing with the same kind of unpatented aggression at the start of this round that they were dealing with previously. They've adapted to it. J-Lit opening things up with that first blood. Does make things awkward. Bang from up top, though. Trades things out. Trade right back from Invest now. So Yokota still holding on towards this point for a second. You've now just got to deal with Chronix. They're on the hunt to do so. Nice team shots. That is a solid bit of coordination off the rip from Yokota.
Kadena are in. Progress at A. All focus here. 3 members just sitting in and around the fountain. DC pushes forward. More kills to the tally. And a second segment should have been good. Fax is making a buzzer beater play to stop it. So now depleting A and pushing forward. Yokota have spread now 21 and 13. He's been very strong in slaying. And he's just draining those lives from Kadena.
Time really running out for Yokota to save their tournament lives. Trades not working out in your favor. Some love taps coming through towards the end of this round as well. Spread definitely trying to help out. Defense has been solid so far from Yokota. 25 seconds though. Time will be stopped as Chronic hits B. Is he going to check behind though? Invest might have a freebie here and should do. There we go. Trophy now down as well. Gunfights being won towards A. Kadena needs to get towards a point, and they do by way of DC.
Yeah, DC's here, but he is surrounded. No help. Yokota quickly going to collapse on that position. Spreads up top. Big win versus Chronix. Chance to get more. Slide chows into a second one, but it's Bang dropping into A. 7.7 around the back. Invest there with the aims. Good shots on both sides, but this one is not done yet. As you are grasping at straws if you're either end of the playing field. Ephesians down, DC as well. J-Lear last chance in. He stops it. No third segment at A. And we are not done on Hacienda yet, Brody.
Same kind of strategy, I think, really, for Kadena right on the offense. You can't just continue to hit that top side through rock, that route, and expect things to change. I've been praising Kadena all series long for their exemplary team play, the way they play as a roster, constantly trading out, constantly hitting things at the same time, but it has just not been there in this round of Control. Yokota taking advantage of that. They're starting to get wise to it. So step number 1 in a very long journey that would be the ultimate reverse sweep has been completed. Yokota take that round away. But now this is where things get difficult. Yokota have to win an offense. It has to be well put together. And for me, it has to be invest. Kicking this round off massively. You're on a 4 spree.
Yeah.
Come out strong in this round. Get the cruise missile and work from there.
Invest and spread. Both slaying out of their minds here. Turn these kills into objective, and that might be all you need. Unfortunately, Vest is going to lose that opening tool that you're looking for. Brody and Yokota have had the map a little bit flipped. They have no control towards top side of Hall, so Chronix is just able to pepper shots, feed the information over towards DC, and send the dogs on the hunt. 3 dead again. And it's at Vest now. He's got to make that big play to stay alive.
Best streak no longer in play, but certainly this would be a massive play, streak or no streak, to get it done, and DC is going to catch him off guard. Just too much to handle that if you're Invest. So Yokota now having to hit the reset once again. Trade from Bang is good. As is Ephesians coming through. Kadena are just winning all the fights here, and that's a big one to lose. If you're Fax, DC, yeah, fair play. Put extra bullets into the body there. That's a deserved one.
Yeah. Bang knows. And those mind games, it goes both ways. Double kill for Bang. He's on 4 in a row. Putting some pressure on the respawn. So spawn trap now for Yokota to have to worry about. Chronix, he is just posted up, laying down fences. And that is funneling the players of Yokota over through P4. Bang, he should know that. He is set up top and he is ready for these engagements. Ephesians down in Fireplace and Bang up top in Halls. 3 seconds. Time draining. Nobody here. Last chance for Fax, but as he dies, so do your chances at PACAF. Kadena with a 3-0 sweep. A little bit of a contest in the Hacienda control, but they get it done, and they move forward.
Shout out to Kadena. Just one more match after this, and they will qualify for the World Championships at Buckley. But they really had to fight for that in that final map, right? It's kind of a very big different circumstance comparatively to what we saw in the first couple of maps, where Kadena looked like they kind of steamrolled through Yokota. And don't get me wrong, it certainly was like that for the first couple of rounds, but Kadena at the very least did manage to take 1 control round away, suss them out just ever so slightly, but by the point that they had, I think it was just too little too late. The damage already done really from that round number 1 play in the closing moments, looking to get it done. Here's a look back at the series then to show you guys how everything went down. We started off on the protocol hardpoint. Kadena just totally ran away with it. So many hardpoints, so many hills where Yokota lost control within the first 10 to 15 seconds. And Kadena just looks so solid in hardpoint. We went to that search and destroy directly after it as well, and it doesn't get much cleaner than a clean 6-0 seam.
No, it doesn't get cleaner than that. 250 to 80, 6-0, 3-1. Something we're definitely going to be talking about a lot in terms of this Kadena team is going to be their Hacienda control. I think their control in general is a little bit too loose in terms of that objective play, but the slaying is good, and I don't think there's more that we could say this team in terms of, you know, praising them for the slaying than we have already done. But the objective definitely is going to need some work the further you go throughout this tournament, and especially when you're playing teams like Hickam or like Anderson, who are still waiting to see who is going to drop back down into the lower bracket and give these other teams a run for their money for that chance at the grand finals later on today. There are some improvements to be made. You know, it's not all flawless for the side of Kadena. You win today, and it's a 3-0 sweep. But it's still, you can look at this one and say, we can still be better as a team.
Yeah, I think the key thing for me is, and we'll talk about it here in just a second, but the key thing for me is that it's not perfect from Kadena, right? Ultimately, asking for perfect play is very rare from any teams, even at the highest level of Call of Duty, but there were exploitable kind of variations in the gameplay where I think, you know, going into the next matchup, the all-important one, the qualification matchup, that they definitely kind of need to tape up just a little bit. I think especially in that control, things just a little bit too dimensional for my tastes, right? You know, a little bit one-dimensional. You can't really just keep on hitting the same kind of route over and over again, expecting different results. That round number 1 was a phenomenal clutch up. Beyond that, the offense on Hacienda control, I think, left a little bit to be desired. from the Kadena roster. So certainly I think some improvements to be made, but on the whole here, Seymour, Kadena, they look good. They'll be feeling confident after that 3-0.
Well, definitely questions to be asked, and we got just the guy to ask these questions too. We got Ephesians in the interview booth. Congratulations on that win, my friend. A 3-0 sweep. You stay alive in PACAF. You get a chance to go further in your run to potentially make it to Worlds in June. Talk to me a little bit about, your improvements from day 1 all the way to day 3. Obviously, overnight as a team, you're going to be talking about things, trying to change things up. Was there anything in particular you're looking at from day 2 to day 3 to fix?
Yeah, day 2 was a little rough. Yokota, Hickham's a very good team. There were some technical issues, some bad plays, timing, spawns. But overall, I think we're one of the better teams here, and we're hoping to make a losers run.
For sure. I'm really glad you brought up the series versus Hickam, actually, particularly, right? Because those are the guys that you lost to in day 2. I want to go to your search and destroy gameplay, because you guys are phenomenal at search and destroy. Your team play is 100% one of the best that I've seen from any team here in this tournament. Of course, you guys took the search and destroy versus Hickam yesterday. Is that kind of something that you guys have talked about, like how to play search and destroy, having each other's backs constantly, making sure you guys are getting each other's trades?
Yeah, we came into this competition just trying to play together, get trades. I think we're one of the better S&D teams, so hopefully we can make a run.
Yeah, and for sure. And obviously, Seema's already asked about kind of improvements you guys are making from day 1 to day 3. I want to talk about kind of improvements looking for the next matchup. You guys will be feeling confident coming off that very clean 3-0. But for me, looking towards that control, not quite as clean as the hard point and the search and destroy maybe. Is that where you guys are looking forward to just maybe clean up a few kind of errors in the gameplay? Are you guys looking elsewhere? Because the opponents are going to get tougher from here on out.
Yeah, that's very true. We do have to fix some stuff on control. Osan and Masawa are very good teams, so we're going to go over the VOD right now and hopefully fix some stuff.
Like that VOD review. It's important for a team to get better. Now, talk to me a little bit about your experience here at PACAF as a team, and how it's been showing up, participating, being here. What are the vibes like for the team? How you feeling? And what's kind of your favorite part about being there?
This is a great opportunity. It's fun. We're having a lot of fun time. So, yeah, I love it.
A lot of people have been saying it's just a great time overall over at the PACAF side. Thank you, Ephesians, for jumping in for the interview. But before we let go, is there anybody watching this that you'd like to shout out?
Shout out people I work with, my shop. Shout out my family, my sisters, my mom, my brother, my friends watching back at home. Appreciate it. Oh, shout out my team too.
We love that. Love that. Gotta show some respect to the team for sure. Thanks for coming on, Ephesians. Congratulations. We look forward to seeing you later on today.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
A man of few words, but you don't want to get on the other side of that barrel, Brody. He is a dangerous player to play against, and silent, I'd say, but deadly. So anything there that you're kind of looking forward to from this squad going forward?
I kind of like the idea that they are going to take some time right between their last match and the next one to actually make some improvements. They're not resting on their laurels. They know that their next opponent, regardless of whether or not it's going to be Masawa or Osan, is going to be a difficult one to take down. So I think for sure, just making sure you fix up a few gaps in the gameplay going into the next series. I absolutely love that. These guys, they want to be the team that gets that third and final spot in the World Championships, and they're working for it.
Well, we still got more matches to go, and a big one to see who is going to play up against Kadena in that lower round 3 matchup. We're going to switch things up in the break, get some new teams up. After it, we got Misawa versus Osan here on stream. You're watching the PACAF Esports Championships. We'll be back with more Call of Duty soon.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back. Here. Oh,
okay. All right. Take it away, my friend. Take it away. Sorry, my bad.
Are you on chair one? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I took it away.
I mean, look, we're, math up here on the desk, more difficult than previously expected. Take it away, I guess.
Okay, I was on left. I was assuming I was talking here, buddy. Sorry, mate. We can just do it in unison if you want. We can kind of talk at the same time and hope for the best.
That would be wildly impressive if we pulled that off. I'm not gonna lie. That would be insane.
I think we could do it. Kind of, being the only British guys here, like it would make sense. We could do it off. Anyway, let's talk about the game. We talk about Call of Duty here. We got things to go on. Welcome back, everybody, to the PACAF Esports Championships. We got some games to talk about here. We are still in the lower bracket. We just saw 3-0 in our first game of the day. I don't know if we're going to be expecting anything different here in the second. Next up on the docket will be Misawa versus Osan. Before we talk about that matchup, then let's give you guys a quick hit of what the bracket currently looks like. Again, after day number 2 of action, Anderson and Hickam await the matchup in the upper bracket final. Both of those teams have already qualified for the World Championships.
They have indeed, and what we're looking at here in the lower bracket is who can punch themselves ever closer. Of course, Kadena have now put themselves into that losers semis, which is essentially what Misawa and Osan are going to be playing for, to go through and face Kadena. The team then, the matchup then, will decide who gets third seat at World Championships. For everyone else, it will be a little bit of a hurdle too far. I know for a fact I'm looking ahead of that Anderson Hickam game and thinking that looks like an absolute banger. I think you and me are gonna have one hell of a time. Oh no, wait, is it you and me casting over that one? Me, Seymour. I think it's me and Seymour casting over that one. Gonna be a hell of a time. But this one, Misawa, Osan, I worry a little bit about whether or not we're getting another 3-0, my friend, because I look at Osan, and they've had 2 decent results basically through the tournament. One of them against Ileson, one of them against J-Bear. Both of those teams finished bottom of their groups. And we look across at this Misawa team, they were top of theirs.
Yeah, it's a bit of a very different situation here, right? I think you and I are definitely going to be on the same page as far as how we expect this series to break down. Osan, I think, definitely underdogs in this series. I think just on the whole, Osan, every time they've come across a top team per se, they have definitely struggled to beat those. And I think you and I, again, are both on the same page here that Misawa are 110% categorized as a top team, given the fact that they topped their group that game 5 round victory versus Hickam. So Misawa are definitely a titan to take down here, but Osan, do not underestimate them. They can definitely come into this matchup, fix a couple of issues from day number 2 and be perfectly fine. But I'm looking towards that Misawa roster, mate. I mean, they just look absolutely insane. Just an incredible roster. They've shown out everybody has that pop-up potential that I'm always talking about. Who are you looking at for these rosters here, Enigma, then, to kind of show up and step up for the matches?
Well, I'm kind of flicking back through some of my notes here, and from Misawa in particular, you got a couple players where you just know that they're going to have themselves a series here running through lower bracket. I mean, Nase Michi, he's been a player who has shone when they've needed him to really step up. If you're thinking back to the earlier stages of the tournament, was really impressive. But Sweet is probably the player that a lot of people have called out, even when it comes down to player interviews with other teams. Sometimes we head into tournaments and people are like, I don't want to do an interview where I'm gassing up someone on the opposing team, but Sweet's name has appeared from a lot of other rosters, so that there then speaks of superstar potential. And well, if you're going to prove yourself to be exactly that player, then you got to punch your ticket ever closer to Worlds, get your team there. So I think that duo right there is who I've got my eye on.
Yeah, it's Sweet for me, for sure. Like, Sweet has popped off so many times in these last couple of days of action that it's difficult to imagine anybody else being the guy that we've got to look at for Misawa. But honestly, who knows? I'm really wanting to see Osan come out and surprise us here. Everybody stepping up to the palette. But let's see what our map set is going to look like for this best of 5. Varied as ever, mate. I don't think we're ever going to get a red card in the play. Skyline Hardpoint to pop this series off.
We did actually get 2 red cards to finish things off yesterday, funnily enough, in Seymour's game. But other than that, yeah, we're seeing very little of that map for, I guess, understandable reasons. I think that a lot of teams just aren't feeling that and haven't since it came in. Whereas Skyline, I feel like you take a lot of the guesswork out of this series if you're Masawa. I'm kind of surprised that Osan let this stay in. For me, Skyline is a map where your straightest shooters come out and fry. I think that's exactly how that looks. And for Osan, you're looking over at that team again. You're looking at Sweet, you're looking at Mitchie, even Goldfish and Knight, like, not to count them out of the conversation. I think you're looking at this player to player and thinking, would we have rather played around a fundamental map, or are we going to try and square up? If you're Osan, I mean, DJ's had his moments for sure where he's really stepped up to the plate, but it's after that, I'm just struggling to see where Skyline suits this team.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think the key thing for me is getting rid of Vault Hardpoint out of the rotation. We're not seeing it here. That was the map that Missile were able to steal away from Anderson off the reset. If you remember it yesterday, it was the only map they got in that best of 5. So for that to be the map, I think, that's been vetoed out of the series is a big win for Osan. They're not going to have to worry about playing it. Not that Skyline is going to be an easy experience for them by any stretch of the imagination. With that being said, let's take a look at our predictions for this series then. Right now, I believe we're kind of fighting to get our predictions in. There's only so many series left for one of us to become the champion of the predictions per se. I'm currently behind all of you guys. Not entirely sure how on earth that's happened. Regardless, Misawa 3-0, we're both on the same page here.
Yeah, just difficult to see a way in which you get this Osan roster into the lineup. Again, going back to the results that they've had so far, it has not been pretty in any of their matchups other than against J-Bear and against Ilson. Again, both of those teams. I mean, J-Bear, I'm not sure if they took a map through this whole tournament, and for Ilson, I think maybe you got 1. So it's, yeah, you're looking at that and thinking, well, if those are the 2 teams that you've beat, that doesn't tell us enough about the quality that you possess as a team to suggest that you're going to beat out Masawa, who topped their group, the group that we were calling the group of death, and are arguably the team that we're looking at to book that seed to champs. So it's a tough one. Don't get me wrong. I'd love to see us get a deeper series. You and me are both fans of Call of Duty, especially when it's really competitive. And so if Ulsan do come out, maybe you try and Neslo this situation. You try and take your S&Ds. You try and nick away one of the respawns. I'm again looking at players like DJ to really kind of make that happen. I just think that, again, looking at the veto and how we get to this point, the one thing you don't want to come out and have happen is you go into Skyline against Masawa and they fry you. That would immediately just cut short any sort of good vibe momentum you had building into the series.
Yeah, for me, it's going to be a question of who does come out hot in this first game, right? Because I think we've got 2 varying different expectations coming into this first hardpoint. If Osan can come out into this first map and take it away, just completely blow Masawa out of the water, I think expectations will completely change around this series, right? Osan will be thinking, hold on, we actually might be confident enough to get a win under our belt here, right? We've started off and we're taking down a mammoth team in Misawa. If Misawa win this one, I think the series might well just be a blowout. Like, straight off. If they come out here, win map number 1, Osan are going to be in trouble. I think this map number 1 is going to be everything for these guys. So, with that being said, currently waiting for the game to get underway. I believe we've got an interview before this game with Goldfish. Let's see what he's had to say.
We're back here in Yokota. I got Goldfish from Misawa. It was a huge competition on the main stage. A lot of things were going astray, some tech issues. What was going on out there? In map 1, it looked like we had some adversities.
Yeah. There was just some tech issues throughout. I don't like to make excuses, so we'll just pretend like that didn't happen. Anderson did a great job, made some great plays. I think they came to play a little bit more than we did today, but that's okay because we have another chance to make it to the finale. So.
Absolutely. I know you guys are going through some huge lag issues. Yeah. People were logging out. We're going into 3 and 4 different lobbies. Yeah. So good job on overcoming a lot of that stuff. It's really hard in this LAN environment to push through something like that. Looking forward into the rest of today, into our bracket, how are you guys going to be able to capitalize on this instance and get the W for your next round?
Well, hopefully there's no technical issues. If that's the case, there's nobody that we're going to play today that we haven't beat already. So that feels good to boost some confidence and have some ego going into the matches. So I'm really confident about making it to the end of this bracket that we're in now. But we'll stay locked in and try to learn from some of the mistakes that we made in our last match and carry that into the rest of this tournament.
Absolutely. Yeah. Is there any last parting words you want to say to the stream, to the fans out there that are supporting you while you're on this TDY?
Yeah, I'm just really grateful for everybody that's tuning into the stream. We're having a great time out here. It's a great event. Yeah, just thank you for tuning in. Appreciate it.
That's Misawa. They're doing great out here in Yokota. They're fighting for their chance to get the top 3. So stay tuned and see who in advance.
Love that interview with Goldfish. She's feeling the vibes right now. And again, you know, it's going back to the conversation I've had like multiple times with these players. Enigma, everyone seems to be constantly on a high, despite many of the issues that we've faced so far. These guys are constantly feeling good about these games. Everyone is super duper positive, and Goldfish not an exception to that.
Yeah, I mean, we had that series last night. I don't know if you probably went to bed early because, you know, you weren't on that final series. So if you should have watched it back, like Yokota and Ilson. Yokota, quite frankly, were smoking Ilson. Like, there's just no nice way of putting that. So what Ilson decided to do was call out across the stage, yo, S&D, we know you guys are beating us. Let's just get the knives out and see how this goes. And it's moments like that. Everyone's having a laugh. Everyone's then taking each other hostage. It was great fun. So, yes, there's some serious competitive business to settle for sure. And a lot of people are going to be bringing a lot of great vibes into today because it's been a fantastic event with so many people just rocking around, smiles on their faces. And, yeah, it's almost a shame that we're across the other side of the world and not in there with the gentleman at the base itself. What I will say as well, Goldfish coming into this, you're gonna need those good vibes. I feel like you've got this matchup now against Ulsan's kind of, in my opinion, warm up. I don't think this is going to be very competitive, but if you are going to get yourself to champs, you know that you've got Kadena waiting for you, and that matchup right there is going to be a lot of pressure. So good vibes, definitely going to be a big tool in your arsenal.
Yeah, that is what the just the full like first in each group matchup for qualification, if my memory serves me correctly. If that happens, if it happens, we're not too sure yet. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. Ulsan could still win this series. That being said, we looked over towards Goldfish interview. I've got something I want to settle right now. I want to update everybody at home, okay? Because I feel like there's been some slander said about me. There's been some incorrect information passed along on the broadcast. Yeah, and I want to make it very clear, okay? Now, somebody on the broadcast said that I was only 2 predictions correct, okay? That's not true. That was a lie. That was incorrect information. It was fake truths. It's actually 3. I've got 3 correct, as I expected, because I got the last one correct, okay? That means that we're tied here, mate, all right? So if we both get this correct, we'll all be tied going into the next matchup. And let's be honest, I mean, you and I, we know what we're talking about most of the time here. So we should be tied at the end of this matchup.
Yeah, well, I mean, the British, you know, are notably better at this than the Canadians. So it's, yeah, it's absolutely, you know, nailed on that we're all going to go into this tied up for each. I'm going to actually get to the team in the back to confirm that they also added on Seymour from the last series. Was Seymour also correct last series? I think he was.
Yeah, they did. They did.
Yeah, I can see that Tom in the back is offering you bonus points in compensation. No. No.
Take it, mate.
None of that. We will settle this out here on the desk, with predictions coming on through as and when, which you and me have both gone with this Misawa 3-0. So I tell you what, Seymour's probably sitting in the back like, yeah, Ulsan flags out, absolutely going nuts, like praying that he holds that slender advantage as we start to run out of games really to get back into the prediction fight.
Yeah, I feel like we're taking things a lot more seriously today. Like, over the last few days, we've kind of taken things a little bit more spicy, right? We're like, all right, cool. Or if one of us goes for a 3-0, the other one will go for a 3-1. Maybe we'll kind of go for separate teams just to add a little bit of flavor to it. But we mean business today, folks. There's not just competition in the passion pit over in Japan. There's competition here on the broadcast, okay? We all want to be correct with our predictions, and we'll be keeping an eye on them as we get the day. That being said, folks, just an update. We're currently waiting to get into this matchup. It's going to be an awesome one. So kind of just give you a reminder of where we're at right now in the overall tournament. This is the lower bracket. So for both of these 2 teams, it is do or die time. If you lose this matchup, there are no more second lives left. There's no 50-50s, no lifelines. You will be done if you lose this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you saw that in that last series, you know, Kadena beating out Yokota 3-0. I think you saw a little bit of a last gasp push from Yokota to try and make sure that they stayed in the tournament. Some teams sometimes I think come out to not lose. You can't afford this. You've got to come out to win. You've no opportunities following this. And you saw the look of some of the Yokota players being eliminated, the hometown team. I think it's difficult. You know, it was one of those rare moments where you didn't see beaming smiles. You saw that's unfortunately our tournament over with, and that's exactly what we're looking at here from Misawa and Ulsan. They've got to avoid falling at this very point in the tournament. So yeah, it's a lot of pressure on these players for sure. And you know, but again, pressure either breaks you or it molds diamonds. So do we see an upset potentially come through from Osan because some of those superstar slayers step on up? Or is this one of those moments where you just see that golfing quality from Misawa?
Sure. Well, we're currently waiting for the game to get underway. You guys are going to have to wait just a little bit longer. We're going to send it to a quick break while we get this game underway. Misawa versus Osan coming up right after this. Hey everybody, welcome back here to the PACAF Esports Championships 2025. We're about to get in our first map here between Masawa and Osan. We had to wait a little bit for it, but that's only raised the suspense for this series. We're going to be kicking off this series on a Skyline hardpoint, and again, we are setting our expectations for this series. This first map is super duper important, I think, for kind of showing what's up between these two teams.
No, I fully agree. This is an opportunity for Osan to really, show that they should be counted in this series. We've spoken so much about how Skyline is a map where your technical players, your straight shooters, like to step up and put everyone else in their place. And we think there's a lot of that kind of power and prowess over on Masawa. Not so much on Osan, but if you want to prove us wrong at any point and build your way into the series, then stealing away map 1 would be a wonderful way to do that. You're looking at these kind of teams to figure out, can you lock in a P2, P4 rotation? You may have both played a lot of Skyline. We know that the fundamentals don't necessarily exist here, but the best bits of them do exist around holding that bedside in particular. So can Osan work their way into that? That's the question nice and early.
Yeah, and I think, again, as we've got further and further throughout this tournament, we've been seeing a lot more of those fundamentals from these teams, that a lot of teams have recognized, okay, we know how important rotation towards P2 and holding said rotation is. We know how important making sure we have a player back umbrella for P4 is, for example. Getting players behind the bath inside the hill, because of course that's the best place to be. You can't exactly shoot through it. There's a lot of fundamentals I think teams have locked down. So for both of these two teams, we'll see how many of those come out to play here. I will say I'm expecting a lot more of it from Misawa. Their hardpoint play on the whole, though, Enigma, has kind of been geared towards Sick and Knight inside the hardpoint.
Has indeed, setting their superstars up for the slang. Well, Sweet there, unfortunately, traded on out. Mitchie will find 2 more. Mossy, DJ cleaned on up. A lot of P1 going the way of Masawa really early. And, well, 4 dead in the feed. This is not the start that we were looking for if we were hoping to see Osan maybe upset this series, maybe punch their ticket early into this fight. What I will say, you do have Carty. Great observing here as we get a look at him trying to get himself into P2.
Yep, doesn't hold his trigger low, unfortunately. Going to immediately take those shots, and that's going to surely be the thing that falls him. He's taken a lot of shots, and very few of them actually resulting in a gunfight. As Sweet gets the turn and burn, Kai down for the count, and now Masawa here, potential to transfer an already solid P1 into an immediate P2 hold, but Mossy and DJ looking to disrupt. A couple of tills potentially here on the flank, having to deal with Nase Michi already. Trade out, Knight finds value, but he is the only one. That is a crucial break for the Roto coming through from Osan.
It is. I think if you start to walk away from this hill down by 60, 70, yeah, we're already starting to draw the curtains on this one. But Knight will bully back in alongside Goldfish for 3. So Osan might have scraped away 13 points here, but it's going to be a little consolation. Again, you got to continue to contest this. The next hill goes to 3, goes to Kitchen. So it's a stone's throw away, really. You can continue to fight for this P2 until very late. But it's just not many of the kills going the way of the team in blue right now. Cardi will at least get 1 to open up Kitchen, and maybe this is where he starts to consider some sort of setup.
Scrap time looking pretty good here from Masawa. Big gunfight for Toss towards the end of that one. We'll get a Garner a few seconds, but for the third hardpoint consecutively, it will now be Masawa looking for first touch, and this is where I start to stress about what Osan's setup looks like. You've got to take these key AR players out of our position. That's a good start. Big player in Sweet taken out of the play. Now Osan looking to make their way across towards the backline here. DJ and Toss looking for the team shots, but towards the hardpoint. Goldfish and Sweet, they're holding on. Goldfish, now a lot to do. Wrap around. Goldfish gets recognized. Now just down to Toss, who will find a second kill on 5 in a row. Osan break through.
I mean, that looks a little bit more like it for the underdogs here, managing to control what is a very chaotic moment in a very difficult hill. But you are going to have to keep an eye on Knight, who's managed to play himself over bridge through Cobble. First shots were a little bit windy, but locks on enough to find Toss. Then shots in through the back, but Mossy's there to clean it up. And there will be a rotation in here for Osan. For that hill we've been speaking about so much before. It's going to be contested, though. You need to start to come out on top of these fights. Big moments. And, well, Masawa, they take the vast majority of it.
Osan.
Nice.
Big gunfights, nice too, from Mossy. Oh, well, I was calling Mossy there. Mossy for hill control. This is a big hard point. Mossy now 7 in a row, doing a really good job at keeping these guys away from the hill. Misawa, a little bit individual, kind of just running straight into the line of sight for Osan. So now here Misawa going to give this another hit. Players in all sorts of power positions. That's a good start on towards DJ, though. There goes Carty as well in the power position. There goes Umbrella towards the back. Slide out from Sweet for the second. Has to go to the pistol to get it done, but get it done he does. Misawa in towards the time now.
That's just that moment there where you see why Sweet is so well valued by so many players in this tournament, even on opposing teams. He's been spoken of so highly just because of moments like that where he can burst into life, really take control of situations and punches in through the front for a lot of time here on P4. It does, however, feel like Ulsan have kept themselves in the map, and well, that very slow start on P1, probably the only really egregious moment we can talk about so far from them. So, much better job. And that's what we wanted, but we start to look towards rotation 2. DJ's managed to get himself into the middle of the map, finds one, will be traded, but should have gleaned a lot of information for his teammates to act on. What? Did I just watch a Hellstorm hit that and not do it any damage? Anyway, we are going to have Ulsan down by 50 as we start to look towards the P2 rotation then. 20 seconds left on this P1 hill. And, well, Misawa, they don't know that DJ's actually managed to get in from behind. As DJ finds that kill, it's important for him to drop off here and secure that helipad side spawn. Mossy with a kill, Carty with another, an opportunity then to lock down a rotation.
I don't know what was going on with that Hellstorm missile. We'll go back to that in just a second here. But Misawa with basically a full lockdown of P1 once again. That's not a hill that you, generally speaking, see a lot of time going to any team on. So I think that really does go to show the state of the game right now from Misawa, that they are the ones getting a lot of time off it. 2 hills in a row. Not currently in control of P2. Goldfish afforded the route, though, in behind enemy lines. Will not be able to shut DJ down, but the trades from Sweet and Nase Michi are good. Nase able to turn. Correctly predicts where Mossy is coming from. Just one more player to deal with. It's Toss, who does actually manage to get away off the kill against Nase Michi. Misawa will need to take this player down, just trying to play his life and buy some time for his team. Does exactly that because now Carty and DJ are following up with more frags. Misawa still in, picking up time. DJ for 2 towards the kill, and that is a good play, all made from Toss, just buying time.
Yeah, I love that you call it out. That's exactly what that is. Toss's score is not going to look great on the board. It's one of those moments, the intangible moments, where you've just stayed alive long enough that Misawa could not get a solid defensive hold in place and allowed your teammates to arrive in time. I believe that we have ourselves a look at that Hellstorm, by the way, as we look towards P3. A replay that's going to tell us exactly why someone just did not die from a Hellstorm that basically landed on their dome. So, very much so looking forward to that once we get it all brought in. For P3 right now, Misawa holding that 50-point lead still.
All right, we'll get that replay for you guys. Here we go. Let's have a look back at it while we're just waiting for the hill to pop here. I have no idea how that's not connected. Maybe like hit the cone or something? I really don't know. To be fair, he does find 2 kills. I genuinely think it's because the Hellstorm hit the top of bedroom, and that is not enough of a blast radius to actually catch the last player towards the back of Jacuzzi.
Or maybe it lands Sensor Jacuzzi and that thing is solid. That thing like just absorbs the entire missile. Either way, impressive work there. Impressive structural integrity to this whole place. Looking for this P4 control then. We've spoken about how this hill is the most important one. If you want to start to claw your way back into this game. So Ulsan really need this. They're going to square off in the back. Goldfish will be found by DJ. Couple of kills coming on through for the team in blue. Ulsan, can you hold this? Can you drag yourself back into this before we hit rotation 3?
Kills for the most part are going Misawa's favor. That's a full wipe coming through at possibly the worst time in this game. Ulsan will spawn out in Narnia. Now going to go across the map here. Has to be a perfect hit coming through from Ulsan. Knight sitting in the corner, ready for the first. Trades out his teammate, stunned up and tagged up here though as Moss and Tossi go through for the kill. Mossy, excuse me, go through for the kills. Misawa still those back spawns though. A chance to return for the kill. Sweet will be all isolated towards the time and will get shut down by Carty. So that's a break for Ulsan.
They just feel a lot more, I mean, extra bullets, sure. You're still in map 1. Let's get you there first as Goldfish slides in for 2. Great work with the Jackal. Will be traded, though. And Mossy puts in more great work. Feel like we've seen him light up for multi-kills several times through this map. And Ulsan just doing a better job of keeping it contested than I initially thought we were going to see coming into the map. Also after P1. But it just feels like every time they get a little bit of momentum swinging their way and they close that gap to that same 50 from before, Misawa find themselves a run of kills.
Osan looking for a way back into this game. Sweep with that double. Good opportunity now to try and close out things here on P1. Mossy looking to contest. Hits for the second kill, but you've still not done just yet. Players up top to contest with. You've got help from DJ. So for the fight for P1, Osan managed to get it done, but Misawa now starting to think ahead of the plan towards P2. Wrap from Knight is good to take DJ out, and if you can get some time here on P1 as well, all the better for it.
Will be contested over it all, and then, well, all the kills over by P2 go the way of Misawa. So Mossy spoke about how he's popped off with multi-kills before. Need to see if that can happen here. Gets in through the back, but doesn't find a thing. Drops. He will be eliminated. 220-ish to 180 will be the score. So Misawa can win it here. Osan must send everything at this to send us on to a kitchen hill. And tossed and Marty being Carty and Mossy, who managed to combine for a couple of kills.
Yeah, just shipping them, mate. It's all right. It's fine. 2014 tumbler coming out of you there, mate. Misawa looking for the last 29 seconds inside this hard point. Not going to get it, though, as Toss and Mossy are currently in control. Individual hits coming out from Misawa now. Sweet will be punished for his insolence. Now we'll have to hit the reset. Knight through the front of the hard points. Take Carty down. Goldfish finding value by Piano as well. Now up the zip for the third and final kill. Toss survives, but will not survive the trade. Great from Nasi Michi. Trades are good from Misawa. They can't finish things here, though. Osan doing enough right now to contest well against Misawa.
Toss's kill there actually could be huge, because what you then have is the cross from Jacuzzi in towards the bar area, and that's going to back Goldfish down. That allows your teammates to trade out. But Jace, Sweet, pops off. Carty will trade it, but only has a sliver of health behind the tables. He falls. Just 10 seconds needed for Misawa.
Yep, here we go. Slow from DJ to try and keep the game alive. Not able to do it. Does it waste enough time for potentially Mossy to break through? No, it doesn't. Carty can't do anything either. And that's going to be all she wrote for this game, shy of some kind of crazy contest from players from Osan. It's not to be. A formidable start to that hard point from Misawa locks it down.
Yeah, I think you've absolutely nailed it on the head there. I think that is the moment, because Osan did keep it relatively contested from like the middle of the first P2 onwards. Felt like they went on enough sprees to keep themselves in the fight, but that early misstep that just meant Misawa gathered themselves a solid lead was something they never really relinquished. I think this is much better than I was expecting out of Osan. I'm going to be straight with you. I think that Misawa, they came into this bracket as #1 seed. They were top in their group, which we believe was the group of death. They are a really strong team. And we spoke about a lot of the superstars that they have here. For Osan, it was, can your boy step up? I gotta look on over and say that I feel like one player, I don't know how his scoreboard's gonna look. I don't think it's gonna be very pretty, actually. It felt like Mossy, very impactful around the map. A lot of 2 pieces, 3 pieces in moments where his team really needed him to have it.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. It's so weird, because I will say, like, just on the whole, and again, I know I don't want to get getting ahead of ourselves here. We've still got a lot of series, a lot of Call of Duty to go here before Osan are necessarily eliminated. But this is 110% the best that Osan have looked the entirety of this tournament so far. When we've seen them go up against the big 4, as it were, I'm kind of bringing some out of it by saying I think that there are 4 teams that are kind of ahead of everyone else, and Misawa definitely part of that categorization. They have been completely uncompetitive. Like, they haven't looked good whatsoever. In this hardpoint, like, they were there pretty consistently, playing so damn well. Everybody had their moments in that game where they stepped up to the plate, but it was just too much to bear. In the final moments, Misawa with a clutch rotation from P2 to P3 solidified the victory there in map #1 of this best of 5. So now 1-0 up. I talked about it being kind of a key start to this series for both of these teams. That's a great start from Misawa.
Yeah, it is. It's exactly what you wanted. You step out on LAN on Championship Saturday. There's going to be a little bit of nerve. There's going to be a little bit of uncertainty. An opportunity to warm yourself into the series. And not only that, you then take the map as well. 250 to 198 in the end. It would probably be closer than you would have liked if you're Misawa. But again, you've ticked the box. The first map is in. And now you're looking ahead to this Vault S&D. And, well, you and me both know, my friend, that we're probably going to see a lot of the same bomb site. But very early, what I'm probably looking for either Osan or Misawa to drop in is going to be that play for the outside site. We don't get it too often. But when you do throw it in, I think it does a great job of just destabilizing the defensive efforts of the other team just for a couple of rounds because they're unsure about whether you're going to pop that in again. So a nice early kind of different play might be the kind of thing that helps dictate a couple of the rounds here.
Yeah, you know, it's an interesting point, right? That kind of B hit, because Volt, I think, early on in this game has been super one-dimensional in terms of, you know, that on an offensive side, getting an A hit down at the start of this game was pretty much a guaranteed dub because teams hadn't figured out how to retake the site. I think teams have gotten a lot better at it over time, especially with set nades over the top, right? Actually just straight up stopping teams from getting to the site before they even get a chance to get that bomb down. But I will say this is something that we see quite often with Call of Duty games. There's been a lot of maps in this game, in games over the years where only one site seems viable at first, and then over the course of time we see kind of that other site used more and more. And I think we're even now in the mid game starting to get to the point where B site is getting a lot more love on Volt Search and Destroy. So certainly as we get towards the end of this game's life cycle, I think there's going to be a lot more B site pushes than we have in its current state. But it is a really good way to kind of throw things off. If you're on the defense, you're always expecting that bomb to be rushing straight towards A. I'll be honest, I'm not necessarily expecting anything particularly spicy here. I think these guys will stick to the fundamentals of how Volt Search and Destroy works at a base level. But if they do want to throw that curveball in, if they do want to hit a B push, at least early on in this Search and Destroy, I do think it's going to maybe play some mind games, right, between the rosters. It's going to be like, all right, cool. If you're on the defense, like, okay, B is actually a threat now. We kind of need to not send players towards A.
Yeah, that's exactly what I want to see. I want to see that just a plan B come on through, especially if a team starts off slowly. Let's say Masawa come out here and take like 2 rounds off the bounce. I want to see Osan throw something different in there that then kind of just upsets Masawa a little bit, rocks that mental. Maybe you send one less player over towards that A site, and that then gives you the numbers advantage going forward if you're Osan. There's plenty of opportunity for something like that to happen. I think obviously when we talk about S&D and we talk about fundamentals, we're looking for the first blood situation. I will say that Vault, typically the less first blood, the least first blood heavy map when it comes to like seeing that out as a win, but it's always going to give you a nice advantage. And for that, I think I'm looking for like preset nades. You and me have tried to sprint multiple times through pool and been caught by 1 or 2 absolute belters that then can catch 1, 2 and rock the whole team in great landing spots for those nades. So I'm looking, you know, is there any players that we kind of assess here as we go on through and think your S&D is really, really strong. You know your set nades. I actually think there is one player that I've seen step up with some really great stuff in searches through this tournament, and that's actually going to be on Osan. That's going to be DJ. I think I've seen him pop off quite a few times in search, so Osan are going to pull themselves back into this series. They've got a player right there that can help them do it.
Yeah, I will say I think at this point in the competition, we're starting to get to the point now where it's just like you're looking at individual players to step up to the plate and really kind of drag a team through the tournament, especially if they are kind of specializing in a particular game mode. DJ might well have that in Search and Destroy, so we'll see whether that's the case here as we get into said Search and Destroy. Again, I think we've been surprised by what Osan brought to the table in map number 1, so they could well be just as competitive, if not more so, in Search and Destroy. But right off the rip, it's a complete 4 versus 4 battle through the middle of the map. Misawa look like they might be getting the better of Osan, though. Sweep with that first blood here. Osan split, and Goldfish follows up with another one. And already here, we're seeing that B hit. The last player that could have done anything about it gets shut down. And now we need to see something spectacular for a 1v4.
It's just the worst case scenario. If you are Osan, we did a lot of effort to try and talk them into this series. Well, Goldfish will get a free kill as well to round things out, and that's exactly what that will do, because now Masawa, they've played that offense, which as well, dropping it in early is always a good thing because you don't have trophies to stop those preset nades if those do come out from a team. So a great play out of Masawa, handing all the flowers over to them for sure. But for Osan, this now becomes a problem because you know that they can play out B, so you've got to send that extra body over towards B, and it's just a really difficult. Search and Destroy already starting to set up here. We are, of course, only 1 round in. Osan have an opportunity to answer here, and I would love to see them throw in something special, something different, not just run straight for A.
I don't think we're going to get it. Osan straight in towards A they go. Now, they will get the bomb down, but they should do at least, as long as the coverage is good from DJ. Reaction from Asawa is what's going to be most interesting, and Kati has to get some good timing here. He's not going to. Shot in the back by Goldfish. The House of Cards is about to come crashing down on the defense here, from the offense, excuse me, from Osan. Players now being outnumbered towards the side. Potential late hit from Toss. Might well blow this wide open, though, if Misawa take too much time to get it done, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Toss finds one towards the site. Mossy and DJ also putting some team shots through. Toss has just saved the day. Will not find the kill, but with 15 seconds left here, this is looking entirely difficult for Sweet.
Sweet, honestly, on a 3 spree, I think you try and just bait out a kill or two. Increase that streak. You're so close to your RCXD. I think this is the right play. You got to be careful, by the way. DJ is actually re-wrapping this. Ooh. Well, you've just given a freebie away to Sweet, but that might be the RCXD right there. But I will say Toss makes up for his earlier error. I feel like he plays top trophy. He's keeping an eye on if there's a big flank coming through. But I think he's slow to react to the lack of information. Sometimes the lack of information is as good as information. So there's nothing happening his side. He should then be aware that players are probably wrapping through mid. Leaves his teammate a little bit isolated over by P2. But his then pinch to come in and save the day means that Osan drag 1 back onto the board.
Now, Sweet did get that RCXD off the freebie given at the end of the round. Now he can play aggressive here, not necessarily expecting a cruise missile. Immediately transfers for the first kill. Comms that there's a second right around the corner, and Goldfish will pick that frag up. Osan now left in a 2 versus 4. Completely flailing at the start of this round. Player down low and Volt will not be able to stop this bomb plant.
Might get a freebie, and, well, Mossy does the right thing. Tucks himself off into a corner, tries to level the playing field up just a little bit. Throws a shoulder, decides to back off, and wisely so. Problem is, how do you retake this? Really, you want like a free kill? The only player that stepped out of the site is going to be Sweet. He's playing Palms. So if Carty running that AR, that's the fight you wanted to probably take initially before then collapsing on this bomb.
Big fights for Sweet if he can take him. Fortunately, not able to finish either of those fights off, and I don't think he's recognized the push coming through from Mossy, or has he? Mossy should be dead to rights here. No, Carty comes through and saves. Mossy will be able to pick up that gunfight. So now 2 versus 2 we go, but 10 seconds left. This is difficult. There's no longer time for the defuse. Goldfish gets the trade that will nail this round down. Does not matter that Mossy walks away with a kill. It's going to be a round here for Misawa. Mossy finishes that round, though, on 4 in a row. Now we have an RC XD car on both sides of the board.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of good for both teams there. I'll be completely honest with you. I think that Ulsan do a great job of managing to get themselves not only the RCXD, but I mean, it's essentially a 4v2 retake, just without the time for the bomb. So they do a great job. I think that isolating that fight as well onto Sweet they do it in a really good way, but also handing flowers over to Sweet. He stays alive for long enough that it turns into that timer situation where Ulsan can't defuse. So a lot of good coming out of that round from both teams. What I will say, you're right. We do have 2 RCXDs in the fight. I wonder how long it is until we see the first one brought in.
Well, it is generally speaking used on this map for stopping the bomb from going down on defense. Carty getting aggressive off the start of the round takes Nasei Michi down, and that's going to slow things up for Osan quite significantly here. Immediate follow-ups from Misawa. DJ on the hunt for something here. Not going to find anything. At the very least, is going to get that bomb down. But again, things slowing down to a snail's pace. Trying to bait Misawa out. Sweet, does he get away here? Yes, he does. Warning shot to good. Get away from the bomb site, my friend.
Ulsan will give themselves numbers advantage, and then Carty turns it into a 2v1. The problem is that one is Sweet, and we already have seen moments of how good he can be. So for me, Toss, Carty here, you want to get together. You want to find a way of moving this bomb around. I'm a little bit worried about how still Toss is standing, considering that the timer is on. You know, Toss is here. He is fighting with us. And Sweet here, going to keep an eye on B. Recognizes there's nothing. Got that quick route back towards A, and our players are going to be dropping in behind him.
Oh! No way. Toss has just had his soul ripped out from his body. 5 seconds left in the round. Carty, no choice but to plant the bomb. Sweet just needs to hit the reach out. He's not going to. I think Carty hit the reset on the bomb plant. Does he have time to get it down? Yes, he does. Sweet spot him out, though. 1 versus 1 extended. As Carty looks to fly away. Stun check from Sweet will not connect. That's information. You know that player is no longer sat in the corner. Sweet now just has to wait for the chow from Carty. Does so perfectly. Patience is rewarded for Sweet, who continues to have a phenomenal search and destroy.
And you see the reaction in the player cams. It felt like a moment where Ulsan were potentially tying this up. And I think this series is a lot closer than Masol were expecting it to be. So moments like that, clutching up as Sweet does in the 1v2, just means a hell of a lot in order to continue to punch your way through. I was a little bit worried, actually, that Sweet hadn't used the frag grenade in his pocket, but he trusts the ability of himself with that Jackal. You can see why. On to 7-1. Masawa then taking that lead to 2 rounds. The first little gap that we've seen here.
Masawa now starting to break serve in this search and destroy. 3-1 right now. Aggression through the middle of the map. Kati opens things up with first blood. Masawa determined to trade. It's Sweet looking to get it done. Oh, that TK is so unfortunate. Bit of a miscommunication there. Sweet runs headfirst into a predetermined Semtex from Goldfish. Now not the numbers here from Masawa, but once again, they have a lot of map control here. Asan giving away way too much.
I agree. They've backed all the way off towards B. You should start to see an instant response off of that plan. It takes a second to come through, but moment now where you start to get this numbers advantage in action. Can you hit the different points? Well, Mossy's going to give a 1v1 fight. So Nase Mitsu will clean that up. And now, do you have any sort of information or understanding of where this hit's coming from?
Breaker system's going to prevent that stun from going through. Shots initially looking pretty good here, but again, this is pretty one-dimensional. 15 seconds on the board here for Masawa to defend this site. In goes Toss. Shots great, but not great enough. Absolutely beamed. You lose your teammate, and Masawa holds strong. That's not a round that Masawa should win.
It isn't, and I got to go back to the fight before that final hit. You've got to be making sure that if you've got that numbers advantage in particular, I mean, anytime you're trying to retake Vault, you want to be hitting your different entryways at the same time. Giving a free 1v1 fight away at the start of that sequence, just setting yourself up for failure. Unfortunately for Osan, that will be how that plays out. Masawa will go up 4-1. And we're seeing in those moments where the extra bit of quality comes in. All of these rounds have been relatively close, but Masawa just making sure they snatch them away.
Well, alright, Masawa. Look like they've got the clutch factor right now. Oh, wow. Aggression on the defense here in towards the side trade. Looking pretty good. Nase Miche needs a big gunfight. Knight will find it. Now you need to get back into the site if you're Osan because the bomb's shut down there. Good trade from Goldfish. And all of that will lead to a 1 versus 1.
And Carty gets very itchy on the trigger finger, so that's going to give his position up. He's going to try and plant this. He's going to get shot in the back. Oh, stays alive momentarily. Surely not. Surely not. Oh my god. Okay then. Carty absolutely tucks Goldfish into bed. In water, but looked like he was absolutely out of his natural habitat for a moment. Goldfish, I mean, you're head in hands and you absolutely should be. You just got absolutely dumped on.
Let's see a replay of that. How on earth he gets away. The first few shots, not good whatsoever. Yeah, shaking your head after that, I would be as well. That's possibly the first time we've seen Osan rip Masawa a new one. It's a big round as well for the mental game, considering what happened in the round prior to that. Losing a 3 versus 2. You needed that. So now Osan potentially back into the game here. Masawa taking bomb towards B, showing something a little bit different Osan's way. The reaction for Osan here is a lot of pressure within the map. Look at number 3 on the mini-map, though. Knight is about to give them the nastiest surprise in the world, but instead, he is the one who's surprised.
And then Goldfish spends way too long trying to get the bomb down. So get cleaned up by Toss before he can even plant that. You should now be aware of where that bomb is and position yourself around it. Sweet will put damage into Toss, but Toss has found himself a different route around Trophy. Just trying to stay alive. And look at the red arrow swarm.
Players down. Osan get it done. And that's a complete flip of the script. If there's any value found whatsoever from that immediate flank from Masawa, this round looks totally different. But as you said, you rightly pointed out that I think Masawa, despite the fact that they come out with a pretty interesting play off the start to rush B, they took just a little bit too long to execute, excuse me. From there on out, the round falls apart. So Osan starting to get back into this game now. That's 2 rounds on the bounce. They look competitive.
It's one of those moments where do we suddenly see Masawa's star players burst into life? You saw how desperate Osan were there to clear Sweet out of Trophy once they recognized his location. For Osan, it's aggressive, it's confident, it's straight into A. The problem is your supporting players looking the complete wrong way, and somehow Carty has missed everything unfolding in front of him. That'll allow Sweet in. The Toss has got an armada to challenge in front of him, and it stays alive for far longer than he should have.
Yep, and now you've got yourself in a situation here where you're looking down 4 players that playing barrel of monkeys. Carty might be able to line them up, though. Good for the first. Shots into the second, good, but not good enough. Misawa just playing so well as a team. They were stuck together with super glue.
I absolutely hate to point out individual errors. Obviously, this is a tournament where I'd much rather be talking about the great things that happen, but Carty there, if you're playing back palms, you cannot let that happen. Maybe you're worried about getting hit through mid because that's what Misawa did before, right? They played straight through mid, then wrapped around the back of you and killed you at P2. So potentially that's something in your mind. But I think what you do is you ask Toss or whoever's playing Trophy to kind of watch over that bit for you. You don't miss players dropping off balcony and slaughtering your teammates on the bomb site.
Misawa now just one search and destroy round away. It's going to be bomb plant down. Nobody from Osan stopping it. DJ gets some information. The call will be made now to Mossy that they need to go grab that kill towards the back, but they end up losing the fight. Now just down to the 2 versus 3 on the retake.
Sweet has re-wrapped this, so Toss will find Knight, but you've got a player collapsing in from palms, and you will have a player collapsing in through the middle of the map. You are diffusing, but it's got to be quick. Sweet will get the kill. Sweet for all and everything. Takes the heads of the Osan players as they threatened a defusal there. I think he's going to finish like 13-3. You can understand why so many people have been talking about Sweet as that player, as the one to watch through this tournament. His decision to re-wrap the bomb site there just meant that the pinch that was trying to come in from Osan, the collapse that was coming in from Osan, he could then set up a separate pinch off the back of that and essentially counter that whole retake strategy. Very heads-up play. Beautiful stuff and duly rewarded.
Phenomenal from Misawa. Again, the narrative through this series so far continues to be that Osan have been more competitive than they have ever been throughout this tournament thus far. But against Misawa, just too much to ask time and time again. The smallest of differences throughout this search and destroy could have changed absolutely everything. We saw kind of a late resurgence, I want to say, from Osan, where we saw 2 rounds strung together back to back, but outside of that, Misawa just kept on winning situation after situation where, and arguably they shouldn't have done. We saw errors. I think it was a 2 versus 3 at one point that Misawa were able to pull off where they probably shouldn't have done. You were talking about individual errors from Osan in the late rounds that kind of gave a lot away to Misawa. Just phenomenal play from Misawa. Good for Osan, but not good enough.
I mean, you've summed up a lot of it there very correctly, and it's tough because Osan were building their way back into this game. I was starting to feel really good about their chances in the S&D, and then it's just 1 or 2 moments where it's like, okay, well, those could easily have flipped. You get that moment where Carty's over by P2, just not watching what he should be watching, and that then gives Misawa the opportunity to get themselves that 2-round lead back, and suddenly it feels comfortable again instead of being under threat. So again, another kind of like map 1 was, you were there, you were contesting, you were right in the fight, but just not enough to ever make Misawa be under any pressure, have to question their decision making. Well, Sweet in particular, he's the kind of player who, when he's feeling comfortable, he's just going to have a hell of a time against you.
Sweet is 110% my MVP right now for this roster. If they manage to qualify, Misawa will be thanking their lucky stars that Sweet is on that roster, because he has been phenomenal all the way throughout, consistently putting up numbers in respawn and making plays in search and destroy as well. And for that reason, these guys are currently 2-0 up in this best of 5. They are just 1 map away from guaranteeing a spot in the next matchup, the next round of play, all-important qualification matchup as well versus Kadena. That would be a huge one to look forward to. With that said, though, guys, we're going to take a quick break. Before we get there, though, quick shout out to the next bit of footage you guys are going to get to see. We wanted to see what these guys had to say about a little tier list in terms of maps. Actually, a conversation you and I were having, Enigma. Yeah. If you guys want to catch the full footage, you can do so over on all the social channels for Air Force Gaming. But here's a little teaser about what everybody had to say regarding their favorite maps in Call of Duty.
In this video, we split the 2025 PACAF teams to decide the best and worst Call of Duty titles of all time. Afterwards, we'll peer review the results with the AFG community and find out who knows best.
Is that like the original Call of Duty 1?
Never played. COD 4. Greatest of all time.
What? You can't put it in the GOAT spot already, dude. There's so many games, dude. That's fantastic.
It's one of the best.
It's
got to be one of the top great.
Black Ops 2? that's one of the top. That's got to be. Is there a goated category?
Yeah, that's my GOAT, dude.
Greatest
of
all time. That was the greatest COD.
Advanced Warfare slept on.
I think it was great.
Slept on. I think I'd say guilty pleasure.
Me personally, I put AW in GOAT.
What?
I love that game. Nah, that game had.
I'm not kidding. I don't think we can give it to you.
Black Ops 3. I can't be the one to think it. One of the GOATs.
Yeah, I think it's greatest.
COD 4 remastered.
It's just as bad as the original one.
Same tier.
Same tier,
yeah.
World War II is buns. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie.
2019.
Fantastic.
Fantastic.
I think Cold War is good or great to me. It's a slept on COD.
I would agree with that, actually.
I think
would
it's
agree with
slept
that.
on.
I don't remember Cold War.
I haven't played any of these games.
Bro, Vanguard? Nah, bro. Is that Vanguard?
Vanguard.
Didn't play it.
Oh, put that in the trash can. Put that in the trash can.
Worst one of all time.
That's a relatively recent COD.
I thought it was good.
I think it was a good
I
COD.
think it was good.
It's the DLC.
OG
MW2.
MW3 or no? It's not OG. That's the newest one. Oh no, Masuda. Put that in the trash.
That's goated. Really? It wasn't. I'm not gonna say goated, but it's up there for me.
It was fun.
Black Ops 6.
Put it as trash.
I think trash. I think it's fantastic. It brought back that nostalgic feel. I love Black Ops 6. Y'all are tripping.
Warzone itself,
Warzone.
if we're talking about Verdansk, I'll put that as fantastic.
2.0 dogware. That's trash.
2.0?
Trash can, bro.
I think
never
Blackout
played.
Blackout was
lit.
Blackout
Really? I think it's like a guilty pleasure. Because it's like a lot of people hate it, but
I'm down for that. I'm down for
I
that.
mess with
But
that.
World at War Zombies.
Goated.
I mean, that's
Goated.
yeah.
Goated, man. That was.
It's a classic.
Black Ops 1 Zombies? That's one of the GOATs. Keynote, you can spend hours with your boys on there. Hey, I gotta go eat. Cover me. Keep a crawler alive.
Black Ops Zombies.
That would be my GOAT for zombies.
I don't know about putting a GOAT.
No?
I would say
for
BO3 is GOAT for zombies.
No. What?
That has all. Doesn't that have all the DLCs?
polar opposite of us. Black Ops 3?
Finest Hour and Big Red 1 are definitely up there.
They're pretty.
Can we have 2 GOATs? Yeah. No, that defeats the purpose of the tier, man.
What you guys think?
Nah, I like the list.
Yeah, I like the
think
list.
that's a solid list.
Yeah, I think the list is good.
I'm cool with that.
I'm good with the list.
I'm good
actually.
I feel like that's a pretty solid
I think
list.
that's a decent list.
Actually, I don't know. I kind of want to move World War II to trash.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Yeah, I don't know, mate. Some wild choices there on the tier list. We're really calling out Black Ops Zombies as like the best zombies Max Bearden, mate. Let me talk to you about Black Ops 2. Not just one of the best Call of Duty games, if not the best Call of Duty game ever for multiplayer maps, but come on, man. Transit, Die Rise, come on. They had the best zombies maps without a shadow of a doubt.
Oh, Die Rise, man, what a time that was. But I mean, it's quite simple, really. BO2, greatest game. And then from there on down, we can start to deliberate a bit back and forth. Here in AW at the top, it's a good game.
Okay.
The top though, like, I don't know, man.
I'm going to negatively shout out Seymour here. This guy is convinced that AW is the best Call of Duty game of all time, and I want the entire community to rip him a new one because he has never been so wrong, and he's been wrong a lot. That's like one of his worst
movement because
opinions.
his shot is just like, it's a bit hit and miss, more miss than hit. So he needs that movement to kind of get away with that. So, I can kind of back you a little bit on the BO3 call. It's a great game, but yeah, anyone who isn't putting BO2 right up there, I don't know what game you were playing.
By far and away, best Call of Duty game of all time, and anyone with any other opinion, I'm sorry, you're wrong. But it's alright, sometimes we're wrong about things. I'm wrong about some things. I didn't like peppers until I was 18 years old, so just like never had them in food. I didn't like mushrooms either. And I realized afterwards that I was wrong and I enriched my experience. With that being said, enough talk about us just food and Call of Duty maps. We know our opinions are valid. With that said, then let's remind you guys what's going on with this series currently. Masawa are just one map away from making their move forward in this lower bracket and surviving. They would have to face Kadena for a spot in the World Championships. That is not a nice ask. But before we get to that point, Enigma, we got to get through a protocol control.
We do indeed, and yeah, I mean, I am looking ahead. Obviously, we've got the winners' final still to set up between Anderson and Hickam. But yeah, if we do get a Masawa-Kadena matchup, which is looking very likely right now, then I think we end up in a situation where we have got two fantastic games to set us up for the deeper stages of the tournament. And the fact that the one that could be Kadena Masawa is for the World Championship spot is absolutely phenomenal stuff. We've got ourselves some entertainment coming this evening, but right now, it is all about whether or not Osana can just fix up small things. I feel like that they're keeping it contested. I wouldn't be surprised if we get, like, you know, this control goes to like a round 4, round 5, but we still see a 3-0 victory in favor of Masawa, because it feels like Osan do a lot of good things. They've got great, you know, players in there individually, and a couple of moments where you see them string that together, but then they also have a gap in their play that Masawa, and especially Sweet on that roster, is more than happy to exploit.
Yeah, I don't know. The thing is, right, on the whole, I think you're right to call out that I don't think this is going to be a 3-0 control, is that Osan have been competitive in this series so far, right? On the whole, Osan have been firing back at Masawa. They managed to take 3 search and destroy rounds away. They pushed them to an almost 50-point game in hardpoint. Like, Osan have never been more competitive in this tournament thus far, so I can at least see them taking one control round here, but it's always worth saying, especially in this setting, I feel like winning an offense really does feel like game over at some point. So if a team could do that off the start, it would be everything, but off the start of this control, Masawa win the first wave of gunfights and already now starting to put together that spawn trap for the defense.
Well, if you're going to do that, then you need to catch Toss, who, well, he's going to slip on through. You find a couple of kills. DJ's doing his best to just punch a hole in this Masawa lineup. Nase Michi actually could well be overwhelmed. You do find some beautiful shots onto Carty. DJ will then trade that on out. An important fight, though, for top trips that goes the way of Sweet. DJ cleaned on up, and again, just trying to reestablish that line where you just trap the opposing team in. I like what Mossy does to get off the point. That, though, was a big kill to win by Michi.
Yep. Masawa dealing with all the threats from Osan here off the start of this round. They've got one tick on towards A. That's really about it thus far. And then now only down to 40 seconds in this round. They're still having to clear out players from behind enemy lines. Just such a nuisance. And Masawa in their current play. Goldfish on the hunt for some players. Freebie up top to take down, and you will get it. So Sweet taking Kati out of the plate. And now for Osan here, you're looking for some kind of individual play. Perhaps Mossy can bring it. No, cannot. Slide challenge against Nase Michi doesn't work out. And Masawa here looking pretty good on the defense.
Yeah, it's tough because it felt like one of those moments where I liked what Corey was trying to do, where you just kind of flip the situation where I've got top trips, you've got top dubs, and he just kind of takes a hold of like countering the Masawa strategy, but then to slide out and just get absolutely beamed like that, it's just not ideal. But 2 kills go the way of Osan at it, what could be an opportune moment. The problem is you're way down in lives, but you will get a second tick come on through, and of course ticks all important when we start talking about these modes, about whether or not you get that round 5 defense. So 2 on the board, I mean, that's damage limitation at its finest, because largely for that round, you were barely getting out of your own spawn.
Yeah, it's worth saying, I think, that this is not the end of the world. Like, it's a nice trendsetter, I think, for this control so far from Masawa. That's what we expect, though. Control, generally speaking, is defensively sided, and, well, I think that's especially true for protocol control. It's very easy to get stuck in a spawn trap, and I think Osan should be happy that they managed to take 2 ticks of progression away, right? They didn't get totally bullied out in that round. Query for me becomes, are Osan able to pull off the same defensive spawn trap here on their round number 2 defense? We'll have to see what the break-off looks like from them. Has to be spectacular. Masawa already starting to get control of those power positions. Toss taking some shots early on. Will actually end up surviving that engagement. Carty down low to shut Knight out, but for the most part, this is actually Masawa winning those opening engagements.
It is, and it's going to let them push out further than Osan managed through much of the opening of their offensive round. Knight's looking to seal up this first segment. Toss will try and contest this barrel side. He's going to have two different players to look out for him. Actually gets all the timing in the world as both players look away from him just as Toss rounds the corner. So he finds the double. 4 kills in the feed for Osan. An opportunity to try and set up the spawn trap then. Masawa trying to punch both sides, but DJ might get all the intel, but doesn't win the gunfight.
50 seconds on the clock here. Misawa have had looks, but nothing solid just yet. They're trying to get players in all the right positions here. They're not too fast about Osan having players pushed up towards their spawn. You can see 2 players now making their way towards Grandma's. Sweet and Goldfish, a lot to do. Mossy has just spotted out one of those 2 players. Made noise with the zip, though it doesn't matter. Mossy wins the fight. Goldfish will trade things out, and Goldfish is actually going to find more value, but you can't just get kills. You actually need to do something with them, and unfortunately, we're going to see hosting end the game, I assume because a player dropped out. I'll be honest, I was so laser focused on the gameplay, I didn't realize if that was the case. That probably is why Masawa weren't jumping.
Yeah, I mean, I am curious about at what point that happened, but I mean, a lot of good things do happen for Osan there, though. You get a moment where you get 4 dead. That might have been it, actually, because it seemed like 2 players were looking the exact same way as each other, so maybe that was the moment where someone dropped out as Toss rounded the corner. But there was a moment there for Osan where 4 died. You bullied your opposing team back towards the spawn, and if you pick up a couple of kills in that moment, I mean, you and me have seen it multiple times where you can just start to farm that opposing team. You get your SMGs in and around those arches. They can be so hard to track down. Your ARs hold bolt lane. They hold your heli lane. And that, I mean, punching out of that can be an absolute nightmare. So, also I'm doing a lot of the things that we wanted to see in order to keep it competitive. But obviously, from Asawa, it might be a case of this is a different story once you start to, you know, get an opportunity to play as a full 4.
Yeah, again, I'm not going to take too much away from that round number 2 because I don't know at what point Misawa lost their 4th. So again, like, they could have been playing with one hand tied behind their back the entire round, and so you can't really talk anything too much about that round. With that said, though, you know, going back to that round number 1, I will say for the defense from Misawa, things were not as clear-cut as you would like, right? I think it is very easy to get that spawn trap going and be a constant nuisance with roaming SMGs. Misawa were not doing that. Like, they did not have things locked down. They were kind of just making sure that players didn't get past the 50-yard line, didn't get on towards the point for a congestion, and making sure that cap didn't come through. That could have been a cleaner defense for Misawa. So that, again, is a positive for Osan, I think, moving forward into this game, into this series. They still are able to exploit the not quite perfect gameplay from Misawa, and that's what I want to see for Osan moving forward in towards this defense. I want to see them have the perfect defense in this round number 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I would love to see them come out and make it happen. I mean, another positive thing to talk about when it comes to Osan was Masawa did put them in that spawn trap, in that blender very early on in the round. And Osan did find a way out to salvage 2 ticks. So they certainly have that resilience about them. It just feels like the Osan are just very fits and starts. They're very hot and cold within the same kind of passages of play. When they're hot, they can contest well and truly. It's just about finding that consistently. From Masawa, very happy to keep up that pressure and pace at all times, largely behind some of their superstars. But right now, obviously, just resetting things. It's currently 2-0 in the series to Masawa, 250 to 198 on the hard point, a 6-3 in the Vault S&D. But what I will say is those scorelines don't really sum up how close the maps actually felt in real time.
Yeah, there's been a lot of maps like that throughout today, right? Where it's just like some of them have been crazy, like looking at the scoreline, but then actually like a lot of it comes down to just like the most minute decisions. I think in Hardpoint particularly, that's never been more true, where it's just like very often you can have like blowout games of Hardpoint where a team doesn't get more than 100 points. And so often it does just come down to the smallest of differences, hills where you lose control of a rotation where you probably shouldn't be, and then you lose a full 60 on the Hardpoint. You know, just certain smallest things can make a difference. And, you know, that goes for all game modes across the board. So just waiting, folks, to get back into game number 3 here. A reminder of where we're at currently in this series. Misawa are 2-0 up as it currently stands. They are just 1 map away from making it to the next round of play, and that will be the all-important qualification match. I'm going to get ahead of myself here a little bit because I'm not going to get a chance to talk about a potential prediction. Obviously, you and Seymour will be on that match, Enigma.
Yes.
What are we thinking? If Misawa get through, they have to face Kadena for qualification. What side of the fence are you currently sitting?
That is a good question, because that's a very tough series to predict. And I'd also throw it a little bit over towards chat and see what they think there. Seymour's in the back, surely trying to scrabble together some sort of prediction for that one as well, because it's currently looking like we're all going to go into that one tied up on 4 apiece for the predictions. I think I'm leaning the way of Kadena. I think that Kadena, you know, they were top of their group, 9-0 in terms of maps, looked real good out there. They then, yes, Kadena do slip up in winners against Hickam, but for me, I mean, Masawa dropping to Anderson as well. There's just something about Kadena's run as well through the lower portion that's looked really, really strong. So I'd say Kadena, but I'd probably predict 3-2. I think it's going to be a hell of a series.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Kadena 3-1. Not that it doesn't matter. If I'm right, it doesn't really make a difference. It won't count to my total tally, even though it totally should. But still, that's where I'm going to go. We'll see if that series, it does come to pass, though. Of course, again, Masawa technically have to get through. So we go back into this right now. I believe Masawa will currently be 1-0 up. They now are on the... Oh, no. Are we hitting the full reset here? Masawa on the defense. Yeah, I think we're here full reset.
Looks like it. So I had 2 ticks noted down for Osan, but obviously I will scratch those out because it looks like we are indeed doing that full reset. So, well, if we are, Nase Michi is going to be very happy about that because he started on a 4 spree. And, well, right now, this starts to become a problem again for Osan. You're taking a lot of these fights individually as well. The fact you get on A just tells Michi to turn and look at him and then gets the kill as well. And this is the problem I feel for Osan. We want to build them into this series very much so. But it feels like every time we've seen them on the offense so far, they've really struggled to punch their route out of their spawn. And we've not seen any more evidence here that they're doing that. And Goldfish finds 2, and that... Oh my lord, this is a blender.
Yeah, this is decisively more dominant from Masawa. The only player they've even let through past that spawn trap will be DJ. You can see him maneuvering on the minimap to try and put a stop to the clock. We'll have to fly on towards the A point. You've got to touch. You can't just sit there pre-aiming, and there is that touch. 1.2 seconds on the clock here. Double comes through from Sweet. It is going to be a double stack on towards A. Try and get as much as you possibly can. First tick potentially through. Nase finds Toss. So all down to DJ now to try and provide some kind of help. You're going to get it from Kati. 3 stack now on the point here with 1.2 seconds. Osan might have pulled this out of the hat. I think they've just got the capture.
How on earth you've secured that is beyond me. Incredible stuff. DJ goes huge in a gunfight against Nase Michi to get his team over to that A site. And this is actually somehow a better offensive round than last time, despite the fact that Osan just spent their entire time getting absolutely belt-whipped in their spawn. And Mossy will find a kill that's going to allow him to punch through as well, so an opportunity to encircle this B point.
Kill starting to come through. Extra bullets in the body here for Osan. And now the clock stopped once again. 7 versus 14 on the whole. Osan do not have a lot of lives and a lot of chances to make this happen. Shots out for DJ, not that great. Big kill for Sweet, recognizes the number 1 towards the backline to take out. Big play for Mossy if he can get it done. Not too sure who's going to win this fight. It is Mossy, but the trade is good from Goldfish. Nobody close right now. Kati potential on the defense will keep this play alive. 20 seconds on the clock though. Kati really has to go huge.
There's a little bit of a calm before the storm, but that storm has to come because you only have 10 seconds. And as Knight continues to bully your teammates back, you're going to be left in a 3. No respawns remaining. Cardi is found. DJ's cleaned up. Mossy will also fall. And Masawa, they let a point go eventually there. They did lose that full capture over by A, but otherwise felt clinical. Felt like the Masawa we've seen so much of through this series.
Yeah, and actually, big update for you folks at home. We kind of assumed with Masawa starting off on defense that this series score, or this game score going into the reset, is 0-0. Actually, it's currently 1-1, so Osan will take that second round. So the current score overall here is 2-1 to Masawa. So now they literally just need one more round, but those ticks for Osan here on the offense will be huge, potentially. If they can win this round out, they surely will basically have just guaranteed a round 5 offense or defense.
Well, I've made a note here that basically where we were at before was 2-2, and then Osan just found 3. So I've kind of like got 2 different scores going on, depending on which one will kind of decide the defensive or offensive round 5 with. So currently, it's potentially that Osan are 3-0 up or 5-2 up. Either way, Masawa are going to want to settle this on their own terms and win this offensive round for sure. And well, oh my lord, DJ wins a gunfight. I was about to say Goldfish is going to get a huge kill in Grandma's that's going to bully them back. You know what? I've been critical of some of the body shooting, but you absolutely deserve that one.
Yeah, I really do think right now Osan are trying to get in the heads of Misawa here. For good reason. They are winning the vast majority of the gunfights. Misawa not even getting a look right now at anything past their spawn building. Toss now on 4 in a row. You have to take the player out of the play as well. You go for the middle of the map without taking the player out of top trips, and you have no map control whatsoever. And Nase, at the very least, is now starting to pick up some kills off the spawn. Body shots from Nase Michi. Now the knife from Toss. That is disgusting. Now looking for player number 3. This would be a full wipe. And it doesn't really matter too much if Toss finds that gunfight. Somebody from Osan will. DJ threatened now through Banana hit. One last-ditch effort from Misawa. 7.7 seconds on the clock. They're now on the point.
And Toss needed to go big in that moment. Felt like he had the opportunity there to cut you down. And the thing, well, Mossy is going to be a threat, though. Top trips, because you aren't going to be protected that side. So you got to keep your eye on both sets of windows. And Mossy activates for the 2. Great play from him. And just the 1 tick from Masawa. But actually, you're going to have company here. Toss slides out. Goldfish finds 1. If you find both, that would have been huge. But no, just the 1 tick from Masawa. Osan with an impressive defense there. And I got to go back to something that we saw there at the end. It was Osan's ability to continually get a hold of trips. That then just left Masawa with no real opportunity to get onto that zone uncontested.
Man, Masawa is struggling right now. It really does feel like for the first time in this series, Osan are ahead. And I believe that Osan should, technically speaking, because this is round 5, get a defense. But I don't necessarily know if we're going to see a reset here off this. And that would be kind of unfortunate, because Misawa now have defense. It might, well, get them the dub. Osan will now have to work even harder.
Osan did not initially come out of spawn, so I think they're checking
they're
this.
waiting for a reset.
Yeah, they want to find out. And understandably so, as well. Osan's defense looked great there, so they want to lock in that round 5 defense. And also, quite frankly, it is just easier to defend on control than it is to attack. That is kind of how this whole thing works. Those are some gorgeous shots from Carty, by the way. But yeah, we will get that reset coming through then. In what has been one of the maddest controls I think I've seen in a hot minute. We had, obviously, the resets coming on through. And then a situation for Osan where you look like you've just suddenly turned on your A game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, we were wondering, right? I mean, how the defense is going to be looking for both of the teams. Misawa's defense is just not that solid. They are going to regret, I think, letting players out. What was it, 1.2 seconds on the clock or something ridiculous like that for Osan to pull something out of their butts at the end of that round. Just flip the script, because then they went on to not just capture the A zone, but also capture, I think it was 1 or 2 ticks over by B. I think it might have been 2, right? Because they finished that round with 5 ticks in total. Misawa were lucky to even be looking at around 5 in their current state. They are not going to get a chance of defense here. We are going to be seeing them swap sides for the round number 5. So what do Misawa need to do here off the rip? Cannot get spawn trapped here.
No, you can't. It's got to be one of those break-offs at the very start where you are all on the same wavelength. Must control top trips. I'm probably looking for someone as well to send it down both sides. So often we see, like, someone will go trips and then you'll get a couple of players push heli side. That is kind of traditional, but I think that the way that you're seeing Osan get into trips very easily is that route through Grandma's, under the map, push out through boat, and then up that zip side. So that is what was causing so much trouble for Masawa there on the offense, because once you lose trips, even if you do manage to get out of your spawn, you're just so exposed, you're so vulnerable on the point. So for me, I think that Masawa got to recognize exactly how Osan defended there and then play essentially a counter situation to all of that, because we know the quality that Masawa possess. We also know that Osan here, this is their tournament life on the line. They lose this round, that is the last we will see of them. So no doubt, you get off to a great break off here if you're Masawa. You counter what Osan just did so well. Osan are going to be feeling that pressure, and it could well spiral from there.
Yeah, so I'm actually going to circle back to what happened in round number 2, give you us a little bit more an in-depth update on why we actually reset. So we were actually assuming, because I was actually confused because I swore that players were moving around. I was confused as to why we saw Masawa, excuse me, not really doing anything of note in that round. I think they were expecting a reset. So the issue was that there was a class selection problem. So unfortunately, the players, when they were loading in, were being forced to use an M4. Now, I'll be honest, M4 was pretty tasty. Like, I probably would have gone with the M4, right? But regardless, unfortunately, that was a problem. So we hit the reset and we went into next round 1-1. So Masawa here, as we said, going into the round number 5, folks, they are going to be on the offense. And for me, it has to be a solid start. You have to win these first wave of gunfights. If you do, you'll be in for a solid chance of hitting one of these 2 points and getting some map control. So let's see. What are these first wave of gunfights like? Straight across the middle of the map here. Mossy ready for some action from the point. Also got DJ keeping an eye on those stairs. Pre-nade does not connect. Knight now over the top. Sweet going to follow up with the first blood here. And already we're seeing players starting to approach the A zone.
Yeah, and that felt like a very executable strategy there. Sweet getting DJ off the point with a nade. Wow. But Mossy will answer with 2. And great shots with the Jackal to kind of take control again off top mid. Make it 3. Well, Mossy's decided he doesn't want his tournament to end here, but Sweet will find DJ. Mitchie onto Mossy. And that will now give you presence back. The A stack is in. The nades are going to have to be good. That looked pretty well timed. Unfortunately, I think it actually just bounces on and up over the lip. So no damage given. First ticks in, second on its way.
Yeah, wrap from DJ though. Keep an eye on him. DJ could be the playmaker here in the situation. Finds one around the flank. Surely now looking for more value. No, that's a big double from Sweet to stop him. And now that is a gone. Extra 60 seconds on the board. I said I needed to see something from Osan here on the defense. Win that first wave of gunfights. They didn't do it.
Felt like a lot of the right ideas, but wow, Sweet has a pop-off moment there. Interesting that Nase and Mitchie has slipped through. I don't think Osan have done their counting, their checking, and I don't think they realize that a player is going to be in their spawn. Could cause absolute havoc to your defensive line. Meanwhile, it's an attempt to set up a hit here from down low by Masawa, and they find 3 kills. Mossy will get to punch on through and play the spiral side, so he's looking to re-wrap this and potentially set something up, but needs to time it with his teammates who will be coming back off spawn.
Masawa still need to work for this. Goldfish trying to play his life all the way down to 22 HP. This is going to be difficult to ask, and somehow wins the gunfight against Kati regardless. So really keeping the play alive here from Asawa towards B. Needs to actually have some help, have some kills won from Asawa towards the spawn. Goldfish continues to win battles by B, while the rest of the team are being slaughtered off the respawn. Finally, Goldfish going to get taken down, and now this becomes a huge problem for Masawa. You're coming off the spawn, you're facing players from Osan almost immediately. You just have to try and fly past. We need to see some individual heroics, and while it is happening, no more than one player is actually breaking out of the spawn at any given moment.
Yeah, it does feel individualistic. It doesn't feel like you've got a team on a wavelength right now, and as such, Osan are enjoying being set up with these ARs. DJ has had like the wildest timing ever there. Manages to slide beyond 3 blue players, and will now wrap back through sidewalk, find one, puts bullets into Sweet as well, who stays alive for just a moment, but DJ has popped off onto a 7 spree here to really give his teammate a great foundation to win this map from. Goldfish again with the wildest timing. 10-7, 10 seconds left.
10 seconds for something. Couple of kills from Sweet and Knight. Mossy also tagged up here. Knight will get traded out now, but that should be the follow-up from Sweet. So 4.2 seconds on the clock here. 6 versus 7. Misawa have to play perfect. Shots from the middle of the map. Good for a toss. Goldfish stunned up here. Not ready for it. Kati will get the TK through. That's going to allow Knight towards the point. The shot's not great, though. And that's going to be it. Osan's defense holds strong. They lose A, but they do not lose B. And they do not lose the series either. They're not done yet.
Well, no one will be celebrating that victory louder than Seymour in the back, because that means he will definitely maintain his prediction lead going into the deeper stages of the tournament. I gotta say, there was a couple of moments there where, I mean, it's just the maddest control I think I've ever cast over, for starters, but we got to see exactly what Osan are made of as they fight for their tournament lives here. DJ in particular with a 7 spree through the opening stages of that round just gave Osan all the opportunity they needed to see it on out. I think Masawa did a lot of the right things, but at the end there, you know, I was looking for someone to take control of certain POIs on the map. I'm looking for someone, you know, you get players onto that B zone. I'm looking for someone to set themselves up and control top mid, because you don't do that, Osan then have the opportunity to hit you from so many different angles that it's just not going to be a defensible B. And I don't know, like for the first time through this tournament, I looked at Masawa and felt like that they just weren't playing off the same hymn sheet. And that puts, I mean, if we do get Masawa through this next stage of the bracket, that gives me even more faith in Kadena.
Yeah, I will say, I think on the whole, this is a really good example of what happens when a team that has played so hot off just these hype moments, right? These individual plays has to actually play as a team. You have to have those individual players play a little bit more selflessly. And that final round, to break it down a little bit, right? We saw multiple occasions, I think for Goldfish and Knight particularly, where they would get out of spawn. They would be the only player to do so. And instead of going back to try and remove some of the pressure for the players that were basically spawn trapping, you know, players up top zit, players in towards that spawn building. Instead of taking those players out, they just ran straight towards the point and tried to make some kind of heroic play. And you might get a kill or two that way, but you're not going to get any realistic map pressure. And I think Osan were just totally unfazed by that. They were not bothered. They maintained their position. They maintained that spawn trap. And I think, again, Misawa will go back, they'll watch that VOD, and they will realize that was where they went wrong. So Misawa not going to get the 3-0. Osan will survive here with a 3-2 control victory. Next up, we go back to Protocol for the hard point. And if map number 1 was anything to go by, to be fair, I'm still not counting Osan out of this series.
No, 100% not. They kept it very contested. I was a little bit worried that they would be overrun by superstar power, and they were right in there. It was one of those moments where I think it's just the first sequence of hills, that like 1 to 2 off the opening rip, where Masawa gained a lead that they never relinquished. But going into 4, you know, we know how hardpoint works here on Protocol. You do a good job of getting yourself in for that 3-4 chain that seems to be really popular at the minute. You can flip the script. So if Osan do get off to a slower start here like they did on Skyline, there's very much the opportunity to build yourself back into the game if you go on a hot streak. Something that we know Osan are very good at and have been a very hot and cold team, not just through this series, but through the tournament.
Yeah, man, I still have a feeling that Osan could come back into this series. You know, we go back to that map number 1, and it was just a phenomenal start from Misawa that really afforded them the win in the end. Past the first 2 hard points, I want to say, where it was like a 90-20 advantage in Misawa's favor. It was pretty much 50-50 from there on out. So I don't know, dude. It does just feel like there is a way back into the series for Osan yet, and I think they know it as well. They will have a massive boost of energy coming off that control victory. They'll be feeling pretty confident now. And from Misawa, is there slight doubt setting in, perhaps? I know that if anybody is going to have confidence, regardless of the situation they're in, it's probably going to be military guys. But even in this setting in Call of Duty, that doubt can definitely creep in.
No, 100%. Like, you are up on main stage as well. This is LAN. This is why so many people put so much more stock into your LAN performance than online performance, because you have all these extra factors that start to come into things. And right now, if you're Masawa, you're sitting in your seat thinking, well, we thought we were going to be punching straight through to Kadena. They're already maybe thinking ahead to that series. And you get yourself in a situation where, all right, it starts to get a little bit shaky. Like, you're right. Like, you know, even when we cast on LAN, there's always a couple of extra factors that play into things that just rock you a little bit. And you notice it. It's definitely a lot more pressure. So Masawa, the eyes are on you as favorites to make sure you don't throw away this series. For Osan, they have nothing to lose. They have every right to be feeling confident as well off the back of that control. And Masawa are gonna know this Osan team are willing to try and grab the map by the scruff of the neck and really fight you for it. So I think the important thing for Masawa, if you are a fan of that team over there in the chat, you're looking for them to get your superstar players in early, get a real nice lead together like you did in the Skyline, and just play it out from there.
All right, well, hard point we go, folks. Osan, there is still life in them yet. Misawa looking to still close things out, and they could well do it here. We've got to see what the breakoff looks like for Osan, though. Sweet, opens things up with a first blood. Power position still vied for by both of these teams. Toss will get tagged up. Will now need to play their life. Down all the way to 2 HP. Decidedly looking to just play his life. Mossy through the middle of the map. The contest will only find one. Trades looking great for Misawa at the start of this game.
Yeah, well, DJ, though, gets himself a couple of important kills at trips, but is eventually cleaned on out. An important kill comes on through. They should let Misawa apply more pressure for P1. Talking a lot, though, about that P2 rotation. This is 15 seconds in. Different teams have different ways of playing this out these days. And it's not necessarily about just getting in through the back and playing for it traditionally. And DJ, well, he's aware of that, actually. As no one has made a rotation for 2. I think both teams want to play this from P3 side. And DJ getting into top trips. As soon as he realizes he's here for free, he can shoot everybody in the back.
DJ, a lot to do, but you've lost your life now. Everybody wiped for Osan. And I'm getting a little bit of deja vu here and there because we're in the exact same spot again where Misawa seems to be taking early command of this game. Osan have to stop this right here, right now. 40 seconds on the board. Still a wealth of time for Misawa to grab, and Kati gets faced down by 2 different players from Misawa. Now going to have to back away. DJ at the very least. Oh my goodness me, gets absolutely beamed by Nase Michi. You can't afford to lose that fight. Trades down towards the point. Osan now looking to try and get something done, but they are losing these trades time and time again. Misawa are playing so well as a team right now.
That's certainly not going to be one you want to watch back later on. Holy. I like the rotation idea, though, coming in from DJ, who's trying to quickly make amends, and he is found by night, though, so P3 going to be in the hands of Misawa, and this is where it could start to get ugly if you are Osan. You got to fight in for 3. You don't want to then also give up that chain for 4, so if you're not getting in for 3, you got to just give up the early... You got to give up so much scrap time and hit the early rotation. But 2 kills will get you in for just a half second. Toss, though, and this is what I'm talking about. At some point, you've got to also think about the fact that you don't then want to overchow for 3 and lose 4.
And we've already lost the roto for P3. This has not been good whatsoever. Trade starting to come in favor of Osan, though. Pinstripe kill feed. Misawa looking better for it, though. They're the ones currently in control. Kati towards the back line, a player you want to take down, now towards the front. Osan starting to contest. Rap from Toss is read like a book. Mossy towards the time will actually find some value in for 1. Big 2-piece if you can make it happen. Mossy for the slide chow will do exactly that. That's a big back 15 seconds. And even though it's a small amount of time on the whole, a play like that, chained together with Roto built by Kati, might well be the way back into this game for Osan.
A couple of correct decisions do come through for Osan. Carty's trying to keep an eye on Spiral. Problem is the hits coming in through Big Door, and the timing could not be worse. It's one of those moments where you're not happy. DJ gets 1 kill, a lot of damage into a second. Unfortunately, though, no purchase, so an instant break from Misawa. A Knight with a 3-piece to push in. And just like that, all the correct decisions that Osan had made, completely out the window.
Right, looking for more kills. Misawa will take a 30-30 on this hard point. Nase Michi for the trade on towards Toss after Toss had taken one of his teammates down. Kati, again, finding just a little bit of value, but no more than just the shred. So now Misawa setting themselves up, bracing for the push. DJ from grass side will be shut down after picking up 1. Goldfish for the double. Now just down to Toss. Toss will double up. And that's going to give Osan away back in towards the hard point for the back 10 seconds. Misawa thinking, all right, we're just going back to P1 here. We might as well send some players towards the scrap. Do not give Osan any time more than they deserve. And as we hit the end of the first set here, Enigma, Misawa in commanding control of this game.
They are an important win from Mossy because this ensures that you've then got Grandma's side, and well, actually you lose DJ in the process of all of this. I think right now, well, I was about to say right now you need a wave of kills and you get all 4, so Osan reading my mind and delivering. Carty's going to try and push on out. I like the idea of trying to seize control of top trips here, but the problem is you've actually flipped Goldfish out, and as he comes in through the back, that sets up a pinch, and Osan's great work again undone here with a hot spree from Misawa.
Misawa just continue to trade on out. Look at the KDs right now. 13-7 for Nase Michi, 12-9 for Knight. Nase Michi continues to pad the stats as well with a nice 2-piece. This is now 6 in a row for Nase Michi, looking for 7. Will not get it. The shots against the legs, not good enough. Toss will trade things out. So 100-point lead now and continuing to grow from Misawa. As we move towards rotation, Osan will get first touch for the first time in forever. But can they hold it?
There's going to be a spawn in for Sweet through the back. And well, as he activates and finds Mossy, it's just again, Osan really no presence here. They lose that top mid fight largely as well. There's going to be some sort of a contest from DJ to fight for that lane, but he's back down. Mossy does at least get a kill towards top mid, but yeah, just one of those moments where the pinstripe feed just never seems to favor Osan. Misawa with a 100-point lead here, looking unstoppable. For me, I think Osan, you've got such a lack of control. We shouldn't be flooding out of windows into top mid, where Misawa have all the presence. Drop through Grandma's, get in through the bottom of the map, try and flip the script a little bit, as Nase read that there's a rat behind him. Yes.
Big gunfight. That is a huge gunfight. Again, Misawa just doing everything right. They seem to be firing on all cylinders here in this hard point in a way that Osan just frankly are not. rarely in the conversation. Perfect read from Goldfish up top. Individuals you like here for Osan. They have no choice but to just send themselves at the point. 7 sprees for both Sweet and Nase Michi. Nase Michi continues on his with yet another kill against Kati. This time around, Osan trying to find their way back through. Mossy from up top, good for it. Now looking for more value, not able to follow up another second. But DJ is there for the trade. Osan trying to find anything possible here towards this hard point.
Couple kills do go their way still. Mossy, DJ combined for a few. DJ starting to activate into this map. He's had a real struggle here. It's a huge part of Osan in this series, but just not been his map here on the protocol hardpoint. Big rotation is on then. Goldfish will find Mossy tucked away in the corner. So P4 handed on over to the team that are so close to seeing this off and booking their ticket through to the next round. The thing is here, for Osan, you're sending it again individually. You need to set up that pinch situation, and you're just fighting it as individuals.
Sour have had Osan's number time and time again in this hard point for what has been a phenomenal series. This game feels like a bit of a whimper. 3 kills coming through though from Osan. Brilliantly played. Now they have to hold it. Sweet in to try and manipulate and destroy the situation. Switches weapon at the wrong time and will get pulled out for it. So big kills now, 3 in a row for DJ. How many more kills and how much more control can you possibly get? 2 for 2 trades we go. One player trying to find their way through. DJ over the top to take Knight out. And now the last remaining player in Sweet gets cut down. For the first time in this game, really, it feels like Osan are actually now playing as a team.
Agreed. And just when they needed it, you started to see that hit there come on through. 2 drop down spiral together. 2 hit front door together. And as such, overwhelm Masawa. DJ as well, again, just building himself into this map. He was over double negative at one point. Currently just 2 down, 5 spree in hand. And a couple of kills, though, as we start to look towards the next rotation. Do go Masawa's way. They also seize control of Grandma's. And then gun players out of top trips. But Osan just refusing to go away. Does feel like they've suddenly got their tails up.
Yeah, for sure, Masawa. Still a chance to close out things here on P1, though. Those trades will take them all day long if you're Masawa. Flanking play now from Knight to potentially blow this play wide open. Checking out Banana. Players actually hitting from the stairwell, though. Good trade if you're a Knight. Masawa still looking to close things out here and book a place in the next round of play. Somebody from Osan has to touch right here, right now. Shots out from Kati. Trade now towards Banana. That will do it. Masawa, though, could still technically finish things here. Nasimichi gets traded things out, and now no longer the case, but P2 rotation will be locked down for Masawa.
Oh, big gunfight for Mossy to win. Is it me? Oh, yeah, I was about to say, okay, never mind. And Mossy also finds another bullying onto the point. Not big fight here in the back for DJ. He will lose it. So, the problem for Masawa, sorry, the problem for Osan here is you've got Knight arriving through the back, and you've got players arriving through top mid. No control over any of that means you get collapsed on, and surely that's game.
Yeah, that should be all she wrote here, folks. Masawa now just looking to formalize it. Nobody from Osan can touch. Toss will try, but Toss will fail. And Masawa are marching on in the lower bracket. They keep their tournament hopes and dreams alive.
It's a fantastic effort from Osan. They will certainly do better in the series than I think many of us are giving them credit for beforehand. I think that, you know, map 1, if they don't get off to that slow start, that really goes down to the wire. Map 2, it just comes down to 1 or 2 individual errors that just end up with a situation where Masawa take advantage. I think in the control, they did a good job to come out on top in that map, especially considering the reset situation and how you had to stay locked in. It's just rough to see them get off to that slow start, because towards the end there, it really felt like Osan had really gained some momentum, some belief that they could come back into the fight. Some of their big players started to really step up. But once you've given up a 100-point lead in a hard point, it is always tough to build back in this level of competition. For Masawa, they did exactly what Yumi asked. Come out strong immediately. Just be oppressive to your opponents. And they did a fantastic job of that. And we saw how much you needed Osan to get on the same wavelength to fight back. It was only later on we started to see that teamwork come through and start to deliver some sort of value for them. And Masawa and their superstars, they will roll on through. They will face Kadena for that spot at Worlds.
Oh, I muted. Apologies, guys. Sorry, that's my fault. Hey, everybody. Welcome back here. Yeah, a guaranteed top 4 now for Misawa. Congratulations to them. They really stepped it up a notch there in that final game. Just phenomenal performance, I think, from them. Again, I do have to question, though, like, where did that final, like, map come from for them? Because they were, like, toe-to-toe with Osan pretty much the entire time for the first 3 maps, and then in that final map they just kind of completely exploded, like took full control. It was really only in the final set of hills where Osan looked like they were in it, and that's not down to Osan, that's just down to the fact that we saw a spectacular play coming out from the winning team.
I think that sometimes when you take your foot off the gas a little bit, which is what I felt like Misawa did the longer this series went on, I think you suddenly get that shock to the system when you lose the control. Backs are put against the wall, and I think that that's when all of a sudden as a 4 you kind of look at each other and go, right, let's lock it in, boys. Let's make sure we actually get to fight for our spot at Worlds. Don't give us on the opportunity to take the hard point and then put it into an S&D where anything can happen, potential reverse sweep on the cards. What a horrible way that would be to end our tournament when we have been so good in this tournament. And I do think a couple of your superstars step up there, including Sweet, just to make sure that you deliver a little bit of extra quality in a lot of those gunfights, in a couple of those rotational moments, and just ensure that you get that really nice lead early on. That Osan were never looking like they were going to pull back, even though they looked better as we got towards the tail end of that map.
For sure. Well, it is going to be Misawa moving forwards here. I can't wait to hear from the players. Let's not wait any longer. We've got Sweet on board for an interview. And Sweet, you are just the player that I wanted to talk to. First and foremost, congratulations. You're now making your move forward in the lower bracket. You're keeping your hopes and dreams of qualifying for World Championships alive. How are you feeling right now? Because you guys were cutting it close in that series.
Thank you for the congratulations. We feel really good. We feel really good going into this next Kadena match. We were all playing really well. Although Osan, we know them outside of this tournament super well. They're all super close friends. So it started turning into a little more of like we were playing 8s and not a tournament. And then we had to take a step back after that control, like y'all said, and be like, hey, we're here for a reason. And then we had to put them out in that hard point.
I mean, you guys were indeed here for very good reason. You yourself, young man, are certainly coming up as a person we're putting in conversation for MVP in a lot of the series that you're playing in. I gotta ask, what is the dynamic amongst the team? Because for the 4 players, you know, we try and do a lot of judging on who's doing what role. You certainly seem to step up in the Slayer category, but what's it looking like with the rest of your boys?
So if you remember our last interview, I said that this is my team's first competitive COD, other than mine. So me, I am looking to be like that more Slayer, more, you know, make sure we're rotating early, make sure we're looking at the scoreboard, making sure that we're not giving up certain amounts of time. So I'm kind of doing all that. Knight, like I told you guys, he comes from a Rainbow background, so search is really his bread and butter. And he's usually the brains behind all of our strats on that. Goldfish and Nase, everybody's been saying it here at the tournament. Nase's got a beam, he can shoot.
Oh yeah.
So his role is to make sure that he's taking those long angles, frying people when nobody else could, doing kind of like a big brother Overwatch for the people on our hill. Meanwhile, I'm trying to be annoying. We got Goldfish kind of playing more of a you know, a fill position. He's going to look at the map and see what needs to be filled, and he's going to be there before we even have to say it. And Knight's going to be that guy wrapping back behind you, kind of like we saw with loading yesterday on us. That's kind of Knight's play style.
I mean, it certainly works. You guys do look fantastic. You know, we've kind of talked how 4 teams certainly felt like they were cutting adrift from everyone else. Anderson, Hickam, yourselves, and Kadena. That will be the final 4 going on through. But of course, 2 of those world spots are decided. The final one will be between yourselves and Kadena. Tell me, ahead of that series, how are you feeling?
I feel fantastic about the Kadena game. I'm not gonna lie. I do know Ephesians. I know Bang. I know them all really well. You know, with my normal team, my normal ranked team, it's not even close. And I know with my team, they're getting better and better each day. They are doing more than I could have ever expected from them. I mean, Nase in that first hard point had 52 on the skyline with an AR, and we all know that's a sub map. He's frying. Kiefer is stepping up. Goldfish, he's frying. Knight's hitting those routes. He's frying. We're all frying. We're all locked in. We're all having good vibes. We're all yelling dead. So I feel like our morale is up, which will bring our gameplay up.
Sure, it feels like you guys are definitely feeling yourselves right now. You guys were feeling yourselves in that map number 4. It felt like a total kind of whiplash for us here on the casting desk, watching 3 super duper close maps. Like you guys were kind of trading back and forth in, you know, search and destroy, and the first hard point, and of course the control went to Osan. But for you guys, was it just like something between maps 3 and 4? You're like, all right, no more messing around. We're going to come out in this map number 4. We're going to totally destroy them. Was that kind of the idea, the comms going into that final map?
Pretty much that's what it was. Like I said, we started to get more into like a fun 8s kind of thing. I don't know if you guys saw us up on stage, but we're all trash talking to each other, but it was all in the name of COD. Like I said, it's all good fun. They're all my super close friends, so we were just trash talking each other, and then it started getting more into those 8s and that control. I thought we were just gonna sweep them 3-0, but we got humbled there. So I said, okay, we got to lock in for this hard point. We got to bring it back, and that's what we did.
Awesome. Well, again, congratulations, Sweet, and to the entirety of your team. We've already given you the chance to do this, but we'll do it again. Before we let you go, any shout-outs you want to make here before you get into your next matchup?
Absolutely. Once again, my mom and my dad are watching, so thank you, Mom and Dad. Shout out to my wife for watching right now. It's super late, and she should be in bed, but she's staying up watching. Shout out to everybody that I work with. They're all hyping us up in our messenger group chat. Shout out to my command for watching. Shout out to Elijah from back home for watching. I love you, man.
Yeah, I believe your wife is in Twitch chat right now, I want to say.
Oh, yeah.
So shout out to her. Shout out to all the families and friends supporting the teams here in the PACAF Esports Championships. Congratulations once again on the victory, Sweet. Can't wait to see you in your next match.
Thank you.
Alrighty, well, that was Sweet here for Masawa. They move forward to face Kadena in the lower bracket. Enigma, what a match that's going to be.
Oh, yeah. This is starting to get to the point now where, don't get me wrong, we've had some good series through the tournament, but we have had some blowouts. And I know that, you know, you and me and Seymour even in the back, we all agree on one thing, and that's that we love some real competitive COD. So I think that these 2 games that are coming up now are going to be some absolute bangers. And of course, I mean, that one between Kadena and Masawa, that's got everything riding on it. Yes, you want to walk away from this tournament number 1, but before that, you want to get to Worlds. And it's going to be pure elation and pure desolation for one of those teams, depending on who comes out on top and who books that ticket to Buckley.
Well, we know who's going to be vying for that final spot in the World Championships. We will have Kadena versus Masawa later on during the broadcast. We're going to make you wait for that one. We've had Anderson and Hickam waiting in the upper bracket final for quite some time to face off for a spot in the grand final. That's going to be up next on broadcast. Both of those teams already in the World Championships. So who's going to guarantee top 2? Find out after this break.
Introducing Hardpoint, a respawn game mode where teams fight over a neutral objective that moves around the map. The first hardpoint has a short delay before it activates. This allows players from both teams to take their positions for the initial combat. Once it activates, teams can start earning points. To take control of the hardpoint, teams must have at least one of their players on the objective, where they will earn 1 point per second of control. If both teams have players on the objective, neither team scores points until the players from one team are removed from the objective. While a team is collecting points, the game clock is paused as long as points are being earned. Each objective location is active for 60 seconds before moving to a predetermined next location where players will once again be able to earn more points. The first team to achieve 250 points or have the most points when time expires will win the game.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Huge shout out to USAA for sponsoring the circuit here for Air Force Gaming. PACAF Esports Championship has been nothing but fun, and the fun continues here as we are moving back into the winners finals. Enigma, this is one I think that a lot of people have been waiting for ever since yesterday. These two teams breezed through their bracket. They got here, and now they're ready to see who is going to have that chance to be that first grand finalist. Let's take a look at the bracket. Let's break down what the journey has looked for both of these teams, because for Hickam and Anderson, it was a pretty quick one.
Yeah, it's interesting because both of these teams actually finished second in their groups. Anderson come out in 3-1 Yokota. Hickam will 3-0 Osan. And from there, it was all about, okay, well, how do you face up against the teams that won the group that you basically weren't in? And, well, Hickam will 3-1 Kadena, and Anderson will 3-1 Masawa. So very much so stepping up and showing that although they slipped up against the leaders in their own groups, they were more than capable of stepping up against the team at the top of the opposing group. So these two teams are coming into this, and I agree with what you said about how most people have probably been waiting for this game to happen, because I think this is going to be the most contested game that we've seen on main all the way through this tournament.
Hey, and you know what? For both of them too, you're kind of looking at this like, how do we gauge this for both teams? Because you beat the first seed in your groups, or in the other respective group, after losing to the first seed in your group, and then you're like, who's better than who at that point?
Exactly.
We got to find out for that one. Let's take a look at our rosters for both of these two teams and get a little bit of a refresher of what we are looking at, because for Hickam, a lot to talk about with this team. Fearless the GOAT, Seaskirk, Miles, Breadwinner, the four of them have just been on an absolute tear, and a couple of players that I think you and I have quickly become fans of.
Yes, very much so. I think that Breadwinner is a person that we're all going to have our eyes on coming into this series, considering the numbers that they have put up through this tournament. I mean, I'm scrolling back through a couple of pages in my book from through this tournament, and it's just, you know, numbers. I'm basically writing Breadwinner in capital letters multiple times, talking about how good he's been through this tournament. So definitely a person that we want to be paying attention to. We get to see him here on the main screen, but obviously, you know, every superstar has their supporting cast, and in Seaskirk, in Fearless, and in Miles, you certainly have a team that are able to set up your superstar for success. And I think as well, we spoke to Miles at one point, and he said that the way that the team operates is Miles basically plays a lot around being the glue guy, the OBJ guy, to let the other three do what they do on the map.
Well, we roll through the other team as well for Loading AC, Big Mike, as well as the Drip Lord himself. Another team who has just stunned the competition every single time they step onto that main stage. We didn't really think that Anderson were going to make it this far into the winner's bracket. I think both Brody and I, who were casting that, were rooting for Misawa, or at least predicted Misawa to win that one. We were wrong, and Anderson pushes through into this. They qualify for the World Championships over at Buckley Space Force Base in June, and now to take on a team like Hickam, I think that this is exactly where they can show up and prove how good a team they truly are.
Yeah, 100%. And again, going back to some of the stars that you've got in this team, OC, I think that that's someone who has consistently looked the part here through this tournament. And if you are going to shut down Superstar on the other team, that's probably who I'm looking at. But, I mean, again, great supporting cast around the whole squad there. So, I mean, we're going to back and forth a lot on this, but I think this is just going to be one hell of a game.
Oh, I do agree with that for sure. Let's take a look at the map, Fitos, that we're going to be heading to for this best of 5 Andy, because one thing has been certain is that Both teams have been very strong in terms of the respawn. However, I would give the edge to Hickam in terms of the search and destroys. I think that their search and destroy has been one of the best, I'd say, next to a team like Kadena. But the hard points and the controls, the respawns in general, have been a strength for both teams. And that's where I look to Anderson to really see if they can work some of that magic that we get from those players like Loading or OC.
Yeah, I mean, I can just see exactly where you're coming in with that. I think for me, I lean more towards the fact that I just think that the respawns are going to be beat out here by this Hickam lineup. I think they've looked very, very impressive. I think in particular the fact that they 3-0'd Yokota in such style as they did, and then also that they came out 3-1 victors against Kadena. And we are both big fans of that Kadena lineup that are currently waiting in the lower bracket to see if they can book that ticket to Worlds. It's just the dominance of those victories against other top teams that really has my faith in that squad. Skyline, though, I think is going to be the treat that we are all waiting for, because we're talking about how great this series is going to be. We're talking about all the superstar players, and what a map for high engagement, high octane gunplay is getting started.
I'm excited for Skyline for a map 1 break off. I think one thing that I've been really surprised with today, and Andy, I don't know if you feel the same way, but nobody knows how to play Control. Like, every single time I look at Control, like, somebody's got to start learning how to attack. You get your kills, you jump on that zone, stack it if you get 3 down, and then you're going to capture it so much faster. But teams are so, I'd say, trigger happy and so focused on tunnel visioning on just kill throughout this one. Somebody's got to figure it out.
Well, the thing is, like, obviously we color cast, we analyze, we do all the things in between to try and, like, yeah, this is why this play is going to work. And so often I've got sat there in Control and through this tournament and gone, never mind, every point that I just made is immediately mute. But it is a case of, like, you know, I think Control in particular, you know, hard point, I think everyone understands the checkboxes that are important, the POIs that you've got to control, the rotational setups that you got to have. I think for Control, it's less obvious on the face of it about where you need to be, and there seems to be some, at points, a lack of understanding around that. So whoever takes control of that swing map in the middle of our series could well set themselves up for the back portion of the series. But we are off underway. Hickam v Anderson to book your place in Grands.
Yeah, and we are at odds, you and I, for this series. We got to look at the pick'ems at the bottom of our screen for this match. Myself, I have Anderson taking this series 3-1. You have Hickam taking this series 3-1, Andy. So I guess you and I are at odds just as these teams are, as we are into the Skyline, and already it is that bloodbath that we expected.
It is indeed. Nosi is going to start off with 5, an impressive spree, really, right away. It isn't going to be found as he finds number 6, and all of a sudden I'm terrified about what I did with my pickup. I'll be honest with you, my friend. I took a good look at yours and thought, well, I need to do something different in order to ensure that I might have an opportunity to catch you up. But, well, right now, it has only been 1 hill, but with OC shooting 7-0 off the start, all of a sudden you're seeing who has come into this series feeling real good about themselves.
Yeah, I think that's really the player that, in my mind, on a map like Skyline, is going to be the difference for Anderson. You and I casted this guy on Skyline, and he was 42 kills up on a map like this. Yeah. You know he's a straight shooter for this map. He loves to go rogue, and so far it has given Anderson a tie game in this series. How do you get away with that kill? Loading's going to double up with it. Nobody in for the time at the moment, but the numbers are there for Anderson, and they're going to clear it out.
Yeah, I mean, despite all the great work from Anderson that I was talking about, it's actually a fantastic rotational set of kills from Hickam. They get them in for P2 and start to tie this game back up a little bit. But of course, OC never far away from getting involved in Loading. That SMG has been so good alongside him throughout this tournament, trying to help clear the point. Fearless finds 1, backed up from Miles, and P2 will then see a lot of the scrap time go the way of Hickam. So they should take the lead here. Anderson, what's your decision? Do you rotate in for Kitchen? Do you start to set up? They do, and honestly, I like that decision making.
Yeah, you and I both. So a little bit of a lead for Hickam heading into P3 by 10 points. First one's in Anderson. The hill is red. And you can see the kill feed for a second was as well. Breadwinner through the top of Catwalk. He's going to try to see if he can lead his team in for a break. They're sliding in from the fireplace side, and it's not going to pay off at first. Seaskur's going to have to go big. He finds 3. 7 and 6. Hickam are in.
Calling me a Seaskurk fan, because that was absolutely outrageous to break yourself into the point. And now You've got 30 seconds left of this hill, but you start to consider what could be the one big real money hill of this map. And that is going to be P4. That's going to be bedside. Right now, Breadwinner is going to be locking down that side, but spawns are going to be flip-flapping all over the damn place. A lot of kills light up in red, but suddenly those spawns will flip and Anderson will be finally in. You're getting that player drop off back umbrella side. Big Mike, he's going to have an important role over there. Even more so now.
Yeah, he's locking it down for a second, but Miles, what a shot. Hickam doing good for the rotations through 3 and 4. This is a good time where they can start to buff out this lead. Now by 20 and counting. You can see that Anderson taking some time to group up for this one. They're going to try to hit this as full 4. And you can see OC working alongside Big Mike to take control of the top. See if he can flip things around. Kills in the feed are red. It's only Fearless here to stop them, but he's overwhelmed. And Anderson get the break.
Brad's going to play actually through top plat, jump over hedges, finds one on Miles in the back, so should have the deepest position on the map, should start to get some spawns. It's actually going to be very split because the hill is still in the hands of Anderson, but that is going to be a big two-piece from Brett to get his team in. A lot of scrap time to be held here. And Hickam, I mean, the slaying is relatively neutral. Apart from OC really popping off, everyone's sitting around that even mark. But it's going to be those big rotations, in for 2, in for 4. That's currently seeing Hickam lead at the end of rotation 1.
Yeah, and that Seasker triple kill over at P3, I feel like, is what delivered that strong rotation. Hickam in the lead. And that's going to have them feeling good for this map. So over to P1 we go for a new rotation. Loading with a big wing inside. It's going to continue to soak up this hill for the side of Anderson. You can see Hickam have a couple of other things they're looking for. Spawns is the first one. They went for the full wrap underneath ventilation to see if they could pull the spawns. They did that. So better spawns for P2. Hills heavily contested here at P1. Anderson, they have to do some work if they need this break across the map.
Do indeed, Brad. Going to be contested by OC. Big gunfight win. Then it's whether or not you can start to cut down the players at Jacuzzi. Brad finds all 4 in the feed. Goes absolutely massive. It's all about that rotation for 2. Loading's going to be the important player first forward here for Anderson. It's whether or not Hickam could do what they did first time round and lock this in for the first 30 seconds.
I say it's the breadwinner that provides for the family. And so far, he is putting the food on the table. Don't like that. Seasker face in the corner, in timeout. Gonna have to hope to see if he is A-okay, but Loading's gonna spearhead that break back into P2 and allow Anderson for a chance to set up in this second hill. Around the back, Miles. Seeing if he can do some damage to the setup. He slides out, Loading trades it. Numbers for Anderson. It is Seaskirk on the leg out. Have to wait for him to get back into this game as we have crossed the 100-point thresholds. Tie game in P2. Lots of time to get, but it hasn't been as straightforward for Anderson as you would have thought.
Yeah, absolutely brutal circumstances here for Hickam with, well, you losing one of your players for a little bit and a big one as well in Seaskirk. Hopefully we can get him back into the game sharpish. For Anderson, though, I will say Loading, you can only shoot what is put in front of you, and he pops off with a 5. To get his team a lot of the time in 2. Hickam will still hold a slender lead here. And that, well, as we start to look over towards Kitchen, last time this was very 50-50. This was split very back and forth. So again, it's all about making sure you turn this into a bit of a trade fest if you're Hickam while your numbers are down, but consider locking yourself in for that P4 rotation.
Loading slides out. Nice shots, OC around the back. Breadwinner on the hill, but how long can he last? OC is hot on your trail, and he gets the break. Now for the setup, Anderson trailing just a few points. It is Hickam to see how they can group up. Now that Miles is back, you get this one. Spawns flip. Anderson should know that. And you can see those arrows, they turn around.
They do indeed. I like the hit through the top by Fearless for Hickam, by the way, but he's going to be caught by OC. An important moment. You are actually going to get Seaskirt going low instead, though. So as Bread finds the 2 over by Kitchen, Anderson are going to have to start to pay attention to that side of the map. And you may well get a fight in for the spawns, and Seaskirt's gone huge. Reintroduced to the map, activates for the back spawn. Fearless is going to be here to support. He finds 2, and Hickam, despite all the struggles that they're having around the tech stuff, they will find themselves in for P4.
Yeah, Hickam's in. And we're at a tie game yet again. Anderson, not as much damage in the 3v4 as you would have hoped to grab. Now that you're at full force, Hickam, they are looking to pull away. Big Mike around the back. He's going to be caught. OC's in. Can he hold on? Needs his teammates to come through. Can he find a second? He cannot, but his team pulls those spawns away, Drip Lord's going to have a chance. But it doesn't get the read. Skirk going big for the team now that he's back in the game.
Skirk absolutely coming back into this map with a bang. Picked up that big kill on rotation for P4. A couple of huge ones around the hill as well. To set up his team, to take the lead. We look towards the second set of hills then. And well, scrap time might actually go the way of Anderson, so we're going to have a very close matchup here. Just 10 points in it. It feels like right now, you're looking at a couple of these players. Fearless, I was about to say, it says 10 and 13. That can't be right. 19 and 21, so doing his part. Loading has moved off the SMG onto that AR. And starting to get some value with it from top plat.
A lot of teams like to do this. P1, wide open playing field, so get those ARs hot. And let them fly. Brad, he is not missing. 37 and 21. Putting the team in the backpack right now. Skirk having himself a game since he has come back as well. 30-point lead, still 30 seconds on this hill. You cannot give this up if you're Anderson, and they're going to do just that. They hit it through, they clear it, now looking for the spawns.
Yeah, Fearless has got an important role to play here. He wants to stay alive, activate in the back at some point as his team make kills in the front. But in order for that to work, his team have got to find those kills. Skirk will find one. Your teammates are in for P1. And Fearless finds that kill. Great patience. Superb heads-up play there in the back. You'll also get the spawns. Your teammates are mopping up scrap time. And you might, yet again, have the rotation in for 2.
You do. Pick them. They can win it here. Fearless finds a kill. Loading falls off the map.
That's tough.
And look how far you're spawning. Drip Lord's got a lot of work to do here. Pistols out, trying to lock down this kill, but it's a tough fight to take, and Loading's down again. What is happening? Anderson are falling to pieces. The dominoes are tumbling. You get a spawn in the back. But Big Mike's gonna get smoked. Miles is in. The rest of the team running to the hill. And finally, Anderson, they get themselves a break.
They do. OC, the man we talked about at the top of the show, the star player for Anderson. Unfortunately, you lose Loading through the back portion here. That explains the difficulties that he was having. But Anderson mop up scrap time. Hickam will rotate on over towards Kitchen. Hickam also with a player out of the game. It'll be 3v3 to settle everything here in map 1.
And it's Breadwinner too. The player who's just putting Anderson in the dirt. Big Mike, big trade. And Anderson, they're in. 212 to 241. Miles in trouble. Players surrounding. Skirk slides through. Finds one. A second one. And it's OC for the 1v1. 6 seconds. He's got a chow, but down goes OC. 2 seconds left, and Skirk delivers.
I have absolutely got to tip my hat to Skirk. You are involved in one of the most intense hardpoints we have seen so far through this tournament. Arguably the closest that we've had. Feels like every player was doing their thing. You look at the scoreboard, so many of the players are going to be hanging around the even point. You've got pop-offs from OC, pop-offs from Breadwinner. Miles is going to be significantly negative, but that guy is taking out rent on the hills on this map for sure. So the fact that all that's going on, Skirk then disconnects, comes back in, and makes, quite frankly, a ridiculous passage of play happen for his team to rotate in for P4 and reestablish a lead. You could easily have come back into that moment. Heads gone. Your team have lost the lead. All the momentum against you, and watched it spiral from there. But Skirk grabs the game by the scruff of the neck and demands that his team are given fair value.
He says, not this time. Get me back in there. I am feasting in the server. So Anderson, that is a tough blow to the gut. As you had a 4v3, and then you had a 3v3. And even still, it wasn't enough to steal the hardpoint away from Hickam. Just prevailing throughout the rotations, finding those important kills, turning that into time. And you just could not do the same thing on the other side if you were Anderson. So many times, you'd see 3 go down, 4 go down, but you never really truly had control in the map if you were Anderson. No power positions. Always you saw that Hickam were able to fight back into those hills by reclaiming those powerful spots on the map, and that's gotta change going into the rest of the series, especially for the control that's going to be coming later on, Andy. It's not good enough there for Anderson, and this is the team that I chose to win. I want to see him turn it around.
I mean, I want to see him take at least one map because I said 3-1. So, yeah, I mean, we don't get any extra bonus points for picking the winner. It's got to be absolutely spot on. So, but yeah, for Hickam, I think that, you know, for my notes here in my notepad, it is kind of like, okay, split hill. There was that moment where OC started off 7-0 on P1. That's probably your big highlight out of Anderson.
Oh, yeah.
Not like OC had himself a map for sure. But it does feel like all the big rotations and the big defensive holds come in for Hickam, and that makes the difference despite having to spend more of that time as a 3 than your opponents did, as such, with the crazy way in which things have worked out here. But I mean, I just spoke a lot about Seaskirt. I think breadwinner. I haven't looked at the scoreboard just yet, but I mean, we actually are going to get it off towards the back here. And well, I don't actually have the numbers because unfortunately Bred left the game. But that guy absolutely put on, was a part of all the slaying out there. But he is the kind of player that seems to be a step above in the sense of like, we've got a lot of straight shooters in this tournament, but he understands exactly where those kills are supposed to be impactful.
Hey, he understands his role and how to turn it into time for hardpoint. He did it so many times on that skyline. So many 3-pieces inside the hill alone from Breadwinner, which is what was the defining thing about him that made him so good for that game. But it seems like we're going to be taking a little bit of time to get into the second map, as you know, as you all saw, just like us on the desk. There's some tech issues that we need to deal with over in the venue, so we're going to get that up to wraps when we come back. Search and destroy on the menu between these two. It's already a blowout game. We want to see some more. Welcome back, everybody. After the tech break, we got the players loading up into the lobby for the second map very soon. Andy, what a game we had in map number 1. I mean, I knew it was going to be close between these two because of the series that they've had prior and just the skill that they have shown on stream. But when we are looking at the maps here and getting a little bit of a recap from that first one, it was truly a bloodbath. I mean, we had it all. We had 4v3s, we had 3v3s, we had 3 pieces, we had 4 pieces. We had everything you can ask for and more. It's like a kid in a candy shop.
No, 100%. I mean, you're always asking for your winners finals to deliver something big, and we were not disappointed with map 1. It's going to be incredibly unorthodox, of course, because some of the situations that we went through, but I mean, Hiccup won't care. They came out on top there, largely off the back of incredible stuff from Breadwinner. And again, tipping my hat over to Seaskirk for just keeping his head despite the technical issues that he was facing. So yeah, wonderful stuff here for our winners finals, and that sets us up nicely going into maps 2 and 3 that are both going to be in the beautiful Spanish villa that is Hacienda.
You know, you have to put some respect on these players as well for the resilience that they do have facing these issues, because it's got to be something else, you know, in the mind of the players when you're at some point rotating to P3, and then now you have to reload back into the game, choose your classes, and go again without having 0 stats on the board. And you know, so for some people who are the faint of minds, might not be as easy as others, but they are doing a wonderful job at dealing with these issues. So big shout out to the players for being some great sports.
Absolutely. Again, just keeping that mental intact, so important when you know you're in for a long series, you know you're in for a long tournament. Oh, I was about to say a first blood going the way of Anderson, but unfortunately a team kill to follow up immediately. And the worst thing is for Big Mike there, you've removed your star player off the board, and you're currently down 2v3.
Fortunately enough, loading has been a great name for this team. And look at this route. He's outside, but Miles has the read. And that is a player who has experience on Hacienda. Not a lot of people are ready for the outside wrap from those arches, but you see it here. Miles watching one way, Fearless the other. Both win their respective one-on-ones. And Hickam going to kick things off with a round win.
Yeah, it's unfortunate really for Anderson. Again, you get that blood, but then Big Mike, I think he's probably also involved in that gunfight, and then an extra bullet or 2 passes on through into OC. From there, all of the gunfights are lost. So, yeah, tough round to lose if you are Anderson, but you've got an opportunity here to move the bomb the way you like. And as we know with Hacienda, it's a huge map, and on offense, you can often dictate where you want that bomb to be, and also your own strategy off the back of it.
OC, big first blood. Gets away as well. Playing your life is the important part. And the fact that I see Anderson just take a step back here. They're trying to see if Hickam gets over aggressive to force a play.
Wait for a little bit of information more than likely here if you are Anderson. Hickam, burning through the time will be your best friend, really, but I don't think you're going to get to do that for much longer as that bomb starts to move towards A. Miles going to make a lot of noise. There's 2 players literally waiting on the other side of that door. Office has actually been given up completely. This is the wildest timing I've seen in a hot minute. And Miles caught with his knife out.
2v3. Breadwinner might have some timing here. He does. He's going to equalize this one, but he is trapped between 2 players, and Fearless is a little bit disconnected from this one. Big Mike's going to take the edge. And that's pressure on the lone remaining player, Fearless, to see if he can clutch this 1v2 up. We've seen it before. And now they get the information, too. That stun check comes at just the right time.
Fearless, then, what can you do? You want to take the 1v1 fights, and, well, you get one, but you lose one. Anderson taking that early numbers advantage and maintaining it all the way through, pushing it eventually into a 2v1. OC has himself around. But there was a moment there where if Hickam had a little bit of better timing and Anderson had decided to rotate that bomb once they got a hold of Office out through the out through towards that A zone, and you might have had a big cleanup for Big Mike, but well, Anderson, they will tie things back up. Offense is on top right now, and well, Hickam, they've got the bomb in hand this time to see if they can repeat that.
Heavy presence over towards B from the defense. Bomb leaning to the A side. Big Mike's gonna have some challenges. Out to the left, gets the shot's good, but opts to just give it away. And you look at Seaskirk taking the bomb aggressively. He is through enemy lines in behind, and they are hunting for Anderson players.
Yeah, the problem Big Mike has there is you take the initial shot, you then back on up thinking that a trade fight's coming in, but you give up the entirety of the middle of the map. Eventually you're surrounded, and I was about to say usually it would punish you, but loading says not a chance in hell, finds all the kills. OC then cleans up as well. And I tell you what, first blood so far, meaning very, very little.
Why are we challenging with bomb there, Seaskirk? I mean, he hits the full flank around the whole map and then just jumps into fireplace. No info on the site. No help. And he just hands Anderson the bomb. Some of these players, I mean, they gotta learn what to do when they got the injective in their pocket.
Gotta just value your life so much more when it comes to search. We're seeing a couple of those moments where you're far too keen to add another number on your scoreboard.
This doesn't just look like...
No, I'm still seeing monitors working, so I'm guessing that that is an issue for us rather than the players.
Yeah, I think this is us. I'd assume so. So...
Yo, do you reckon we could cast it from here?
Do you want to try?
Is anyone able to like pivot slightly on Loading's POV? That would be incredible.
We don't have to. Here we go. We thought about it, but you know what? I think everybody would rather see us cast over this. 2 versus 1 for Hickam. OC last alive, bomb in hand, bringing it over towards A, and he might have just got the perfect timing. Oh, he's going all the way through.
Is that music? I've never heard that music in Office before.
It's a little radio. You can destroy it.
I probably would have done, but you know. OC?
They know.
Yeah, he's gonna get the bomb down, but how can you actually get away? You slip, you slide. Miles will put in damage. You got to get aggressive on the back of this, and that is great cleanup work. I thought, I mean, if OC gets an extra half second there, he probably gets away with it. And therefore, you got to chase him down to 1v2, and I don't really fancy your odds, but Miles with the damage gives Fearless the opportunity to push, make that a 2-2. Right now, these teams back, forth all over the place. Again, just feels like map 1, neither team willing to give an inch to the other.
Now, you got to respect OC for the reach out there. Hey, that is a bold, bold play, but yeah, no other options. I mean, you could maybe try to get out through mid, but that's going to be a difficult one. Even still, giving up the bomb site with both players there. One might hop the bomb. The other one just has to watch over. You got a lot to think about there for your OC. So he just wanted to take it at face value, and that is the honorable thing to do. So bomb, first time hit at B. 2 members here for Anderson. 1 through mid.
This is, well...
Look at Breadwinner this whole time. He is going all the way through mid. He's in behind. He might set up a pinch here, and Seaskirk's going to get that first blood. So now it's Breadwinner in behind everything.
Yeah, I think you're looking for Bread to activate here to set up some sort of pinch on the player. It's still going to be around the side. It's going to be OC, and he does indeed find it. So the fact that Bread gets all the way through for free is going to surprise everybody. Big Mike gets an important one to turn it into at least something more attainable. 3v2. You have got Drip coming through Lambo, but he's just not hitting the shots that he needs to.
Here comes looking for the lead. Breadwinner still dancing around Big Mike. On the other side, 1 versus 1 now. Breadwinner, Jackal in hand. 24 seconds. Drip Lord has time to wait. He's going to spot it. And now Bread can just play his life. Nades out. Drip Lord's challenging. He's got to go. 15 seconds. You have to take the fight. But Breadwinner plays the round to perfection. He doesn't challenge. He waits. He plays the clock to perfection, and he gets it done.
I mean, one of the more interesting breaks I've ever seen, or sorry, offensive setups I've ever seen. 3 players tucking themselves into that little corner near checkers. But Bread gets through mid-map far too easily and sets up that pinch situation. I got to give some credit over to Anderson players. They did a great job to pull it back to something more manageable. The fact that we end up in a 1v1 is actually very tippable. But Bread is far too talented once it comes to a 1v1 situation. Never really looked like losing it. Controlled the whole situation so well.
OC drops the bomb for Big Mike. That is a feature that not a lot of people utilize in BO6. Down on the D-pad. If you don't want to hold it, give it to your teammate. OC through. He's going to make some noise. Now looking to go rogue, see if he can draw any bloods. The rest of the team trying to work over towards B. Loading trades out onto Fearless, but the bomb is down.
Oh.
Wow.
Okay. All right. Not sure how that one worked out that way, but we will see OC walk away with the kill.
And he's going to go grab the bomb, too.
Onto Seaskirk, and yeah, I was about to say, you do at least retrieve that bomb, because that was, for a moment there, in an awful position. Bread last round was on an SMG. This might be a problem for these two, because they're both running the Jackal. They need to find some sort of aims to take these fights. It's a very open area.
Trip Lord's behind everything. He's got the flank. He re-wraps mid. He takes them down from behind. And Anderson tie us back up, just active on the map. Everybody holding down that sprint. Nobody staying still.
Yeah, it's that proactive decision-making there to push on out through mid and wrap the site. And to be fair, it doesn't matter which side you decide to play out from there. It's always a very heads-up play. Your teammates have got control of the bomb site. There's no point in you being there. You can play around trades sometimes, but we've seen so often through this tournament that hasn't worked out well. Your decision to wrap is going to at least make you elusive, potentially gain you information, or best play is you then collapse on your opponents who are trying to retake the site. So very heads-up stuff. Great work from Drip.
Minute 20. So we reset the rounds here.
Oh, that is aggressive.
Quick plants. And again, Breadwinner, he's going to go for a trip. All-inclusive to the back line of Anderson. Slide through the door. Hello, Drip Lord. First blood for Bread. A second one, a third. Why not? Just take them all down. OC wondering exactly how he found himself in this position, but now he's got to get his shovel. And he's going to start digging. He thought it was his way out, but instead it's his grave.
I got to ask Anderson to figure out what is happening when it comes to this Breadwinner route. He's just bullying his way. He's not even bullying. He's just walking straight through the middle of the map. No one's picking him up. I don't even know if Anderson have realized that that is where Bread's coming from currently. Surely they should now be aware. There's no way you get to office to challenge Plat that quickly without sprinting through mid. So I'm looking for an Anderson adjustment to counter that. You cannot be letting the star player of your opposing team in winners finals get that sort of map presence for free.
No, he can't. Not at all. 10-4. Wow. He is having a series. He didn't even get to finish off that map one. He let his team do it. Quick hit over towards B, sliding through the doors. Miles in trouble, stays alive, even gets away from this one. How are they still alive? And on top of that, Seaskirk's flanking.
Yeah, Seaskirk's going to get him around the back. He is going to be child, though. He falls to OC, but Bread's here to support.
Oh.
You read the play to your left, though. Finds one. No, you don't. OC goes huge.
And look at this. Drip Lord takes matters into his own hands, flanks the flanking team, and it's the best flanking team to take the flanks down. Anderson, the best flankers out here.
All the flanking going on. What I will say for OC there, you know, we've asked him to step up and drag Anderson back into this matchup. He does a phenomenal job there. Very aggressive on finding that first blood. Then sticks around because he's expecting another pinch to come on through and, well, clearing up Bread in that situation. If you fall there, that turns into a very different scenario. So, very impactful kills coming out of a man who's, again, just trying to lead his boys back from this 1-0 deficit.
Quick hit over towards A again. They're going to repeat this. Bomb down. They wipe the floor with Anderson, and it's Breadwinner again for the first bloods. He is a first blood machine. Just chewing him up and spit him out.
Drops into Bomber U, low courtyard, but OC finds him. And that's what we're asking for him to do here, because now it sets up a 3v3 retake. Honestly, I kind of like the loading's initial route. I like the idea of playing well and just trying to set up some sort of pinch, but OC is going to play U. Loading's probably going to try and support and just follow up, but 1-1 leaves it at 2v2. You got no time, though.
Yeah,
if you're Anderson, you got to go.
Need the kills, but as loading goes down, Big Mike, he is just against the clock, and now numbers. That is a solid round for Hickam to get done. But the quick plants are just something that it doesn't seem like Anderson can truly wrap their head around those retakes, and spending so much time lollygagging on where to find those kills, how to find those kills. They just gotta go send it at some point and try to take these challenges.
On these offensive rounds, it's again just the fact that Bread is just roaming so much for free. We've seen him go through mid-map every single offensive round. At some point, I'm looking to Anderson to say, look, why don't we double up on this guy, make sure that he doesn't cut our defensive line completely in half, get in through the back of us, set up some sort of pinch, and also just not get a free kill and walk away with it. But we're gonna get a big chow in mid here from Anderson.
Massive chow. Seaskirk, another first blood. OC stunned up. Okay. Alive a lot longer than I would have expected to. 2v2 loading now. Sneaks it. I don't know. These guys gotta have like 250 health. Now it's Breadwinner.
Oh, Bread.
Snaps it. Breadwinner!
Oh my God!
Oh, puts him in the dirt. Double kill. Snaps him on a 180 dime. And that's going to take Hickam into a very comfortable spot for the series. 2-0 up against Anderson Air Force Base.
That is going to be one hell of a way to end the search. I mean, we've been talking about all the work Bread's been doing on the offensive rounds. Defense this time slaps on the aims. But close range or not, doesn't matter. Turns and burns for 2. My lord, Mr. Do-It-All is putting on here, driving his team forward towards grand finals. It felt like a great effort out of Anderson, I will say, but the one thing that we just never saw was that defensive round adjustment, right? Breadwinner's getting through for free far too easily, whereas for Hickam, I felt like you saw a bit more in terms of like, okay, well, this is where the strengths are coming in from. We want to control the middle of the map, that it will at least split our opponents, whether they're be on offense or defense. I think they did a much better job of controlling that portion of the map, which we know is super critical regardless of the mode that you're playing it on. I gotta say though, like, players across the board, we saw, you know, counter plays, we saw pinches, we saw preset nades. There was a lot of good things coming out of both teams.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, I just gotta tip it to Breadwinner. He is unbeatable right now on this Surfer. Phenomenal map 1. Just I can't even, it's like unbelievable map 2, the way he was playing and getting away with some of the stuff he was. But Anderson just cannot catch a break against this guy, and he is constantly ruining their lives throughout this winner's final. He is giving them a good run to try to be the first grand finalist here in PACAF, and now for Hickam Air Force Base, they only have one more map to go in this best of 5 if they want to be top 2 in this tournament. Hacienda Control coming up next. And Andy, this is something that we were kind of talking about a little bit earlier on, is that no team on day 3 has really looked good on this combo of Hacienda Control, and Control just in general has been an issue, and possibly this is where Anderson's issue turns into more of a blessing. They're looking for the reverse sweep here.
Yeah, absolutely. I will just make a little note, by the way, to say that I really feel for OC after that S&D 11-5 for the loss is really tough, especially when you were the player that was trying to shut Breadwinner down. But yeah, we move forward to the Control, and yeah, I mean, it's just been a weird one, right? Like, for everything that we're saying about, you know, teams coming in with strats for search and teams improving through the tournament in search and how some of the hard points are looking for some of the teams, Control has just been a very weird one to try and analyze and understand. So Hickam here with an opportunity to book their ticket to Grands, but Seaskirt catching a nade in the teeth nice and early. That's going to be information gained that there's a big push coming over towards this outside zone.
Yeah, so attackers looking for B. Seaskirt reads the flank. Good shots onto OC. But it's the zone that you're going to be looking for. You don't get it done just yet. 2 kills. And now you can start pushing up. If you're Anderson, loading, going to be on the hunt. He's down low secrets, so he's trying to get in behind the play. And the rest of Hickam are just looking to roll over in towards this A zone.
The problem is you don't really have that mid control. Loading's going to be behind you. Breadwinner will find one. Important gunfight, though, for Drip to win from Secret. Loading is still going to be in the area, so I agree with this decision from Seaskirk. You don't really have the support. That's one thing you really do need when it comes to capturing A. It's why offensive rounds are so difficult. You need so much presence around the map. OC... I mean, there's solid shots to find Skirk at distance. 4 lives up if you're Anderson.
Okay.
And I believe that is our observer. So do we have someone else? We'll figure that out.
Obviously, the players are still in the game, but...
Should we cast the monitors?
Hey,
yo, let's go. We got it.
We go.
We got Miles' POV.
I mean, this is a situation where you're definitely looking at, the defenders. No, the offenders. And this is a weird one. He's rocking keyboard and mouse. I didn't even know he was on keyboard and mouse. But, yeah, here's the defensive side. Anderson.
You didn't know that guy was on keyboard and mouse? He's playing on, like, a sensitivity 9000, like... I mean, we're going to get a look in here loading. I believe this is on our screen right now. As he finds one off the point.
17v14. It doesn't look like there's really any progress here for the attackers. As both zones are still up. Time definitely coming low. It looks like I'm seeing red on that clock. So it is go time for Anderson to look to put this one away. A couple kills from Hickam and they're going to be in. So here we go. Time to maybe clutch up for Hickam.
I gotta say, whoever's doing production in the back and is flicking over POVs between the two teams, I absolutely love you. We get here. Yo, cameras are moving in as well to give us a better POV. Let's go.
Oh my goodness. This is
loading
everything.
Here. Gonna try and play in through office. And that zone has gone, though, completely. So A has fallen. Usually the harder of the two to capture. So we're gonna go on over to B. And I can't see the lives, unfortunately, but it's got to be pretty close because it feels like a string of kills have gone Hickam's way.
It looks like it is 11v9 at last time I saw it. Pretty close in terms of kills, and here we go, 3 on. This is a chance for Hickam to steal this offense away, see if they can start strong into map number 3, and you are beaming right now inside of the control zone. It's going. The contest, lives, no respawns for Anderson. But they're still into it. They're not giving up whatsoever. But there it is. The round win. The attackers kick things off, securing the round 1.
Impressive, really, considering how much they struggled off the rip. They didn't really get that B push to work early on. And then, well, we spoke about it just before we disconnected. There was no presence for Hickam around A. You need so much to work for you there in order to capture that. Not only, of course, the player on point, but you can be hit from wine, you can be hit from anywhere top mid, so many different entryways in and out. It's about information or just simply going on a big 3 or 4 spree. And I think that's exactly what Hickam did. Turned on the afterburners, lit up their opponents and punched on through.
I'm not sure if we can get our observer back in or not, but we got ourselves front row seats to the Hickam show right now.
Do you reckon Miles has been told and is feeling any extra pressure?
No, he probably doesn't even know. He is locked in, and there is nothing bothering him right now. So, no XM4 there. I don't know why we got that gun out, but back onto the offense for Anderson, and can they go tit for tat for this team? Shot in the back. Miles goes down again, but his teammates are picking up the kills. Let's see, it's a 2-for-1. OC is going to get taken care of in behind the play. And this time's got to be low because I see no progress on the zones.
No, same. And also, it feels like a slower round than the last offense because we are at a situation where we have still 23 lives apiece. So, not as aggressive here. Loading finds one, instantly traded. I did see LS broadcast connected. So, potentially, we have our way back in.
Oh,
so,
my goodness.
Gave you guys something different here on main. And it is 21 apiece, but only 37 seconds if you are Anderson to make something happen.
I like this from Seaskirk. A little bit of an off angle. He's on 4 in a row, and he is going to shut down the play to B. Red arrows all over the place, but not where they should be. The objectives are completely untouched. As the time down to 21 seconds, you have to start figuring out where are you going to go? How are you going to steal this win? Because they have made nothing to the zones. Finally, Triple Lord's going to drop into A. But it might be too little too late. He's going to hop off. You don't have time to get off the zone.
No, you don't. Miles from up top finds 1, finds 2. You will have 2 players who can touch this in OC and Big Mike. But, I mean, Bread's there then to clean everything up for you. And Hickam will storm into a 2-0 lead. I gotta say that round felt a lot like Hickham's initial push on their offensive round. Hickam just have that little bit of extra quality to extend themselves into multiple kills back to back and bully Anderson away from that A point. For Anderson, on this round, it just never really felt like you put Hickam under enough pressure. And, well, once you start to get down to that timer, you're forced to scramble towards the point, and that's basically just giving up lives.
Yeah, you're trying to make a play into Hickham's spawn without really giving them any urgency to pull out of your spawn. If you're not going to jump out of zones, Hickam are going to be a-okay with just picking you off when you spawn up. And as much as you want to hunt for them in office, they might just not be there. And you get no progress. At the end of the day, this is an objective game mode. And you need to get on A or B. You can't just rely on those kills. Here is Anderson, though, looking to see if they can bounce back in this series. 3 kills up. Miles looking to make a play over towards B, but he's quickly going to be cleaned up by Big Mike.
Yeah, this is very forward from Anderson. They're doing a great job of just getting aggressive here. Drip Lord with a big fight over by Rock. Does his job in finding one. Yes, Fearless will get through, but damage limitation in that moment for sure. OC trying to reposition towards the top. Loading will swap out with him heading towards Secret. Trying to control it. Turns away at the worst time, but will get blessed by the other player turning away. Finds 2. Sees Miles cleaned up in lobby. Hickam, they aren't having this map go their way in this round. You are 2-0 up, but you're 10 lives down here.
I mean, you haven't even found more than 2 kills here. It's just not seem like Hickam is in the right mind for this round. 4 down again. You are spawning up deep into the neutral of your spawn because you have pressure from P2. You have pressure over towards Vines. And 12 seconds to make a play over towards B. They get the kill. They're making the run. Trophies out. Can they stop this? They will have a chance here at B. So stack is in. All 3 players are here. Make it 4 players are here. Seasker's gonna look for some kills forward. He loses his teammates, has to turn around, but he gets the kills. He stays alive. No way he's doing it all.
This is exactly what Hickam do, though. When they all of a sudden get on that wavelength and hit that vein of form, they're very difficult to keep up with, but OC is going to do his best. Miles will trade that on out. You will have still though support from Breadwinner. And that's going to be the worst thing to see is your Anderson players. Huge kill from Loading. But now players are getting onto the A sites.
Yeah.
You got to rotate on over. What I will say, up so many lives. Surely you don't throw it from here.
Still on. 0 seconds. Oh, they had the stop. But Anderson pull away. So a round finally on the board for Anderson Air Force Base. As you can see that it was just a very dominant round in terms of finding the kills on the defense, setting up that spawn trap and denying any progress from Hickam, who still almost steal that one away, Andy. Make it incredibly close over towards B, but ultimately you just can't get it done just yet. Still a little bit more to go.
I think that's the worrying thing for Anderson. Is that it feels like even when you're in control of the situation, Hickam can just explode themselves out of your trap. Whereas Anderson haven't achieved that yet. Their offenses have been poor. An opportunity to change my opinion on that, but Bread will find OC in what has been a battle of 2 stars. He came out on top in there when Loading. He's trying to get involved in it a little bit. Mental warfare with a couple of extra bits of love for Breadwinner. And now Fearless. Loading wants every bit of the smoke.
Back and forth. 6 in a
But
row.
that is that's gonna get you killed right there.
Yeah.
Shooting bodies.
I feel like we've seen that a lot. Players just shooting bodies, but kind of cost them. They say it's the fun of the game, but
I got all the time in the world for it, but not when you desperately need an offensive round to keep yourself in winners finals.
Yeah, well, Seasker, he's going to take care of the pressure over towards A. Shot in the back, and there is still some presence here from Anderson, but not for long. 4 down. Back off the respawn, and you're spawning at P2, so Fearless can have his hands full with this one, and he does get the information off a few of these players, taking down one and allowing Breadwinner into a spot to just continue to lessen the lives of Anderson's offense.
Fantastic movement by Bread. Stay alive there. Important because he then pushes through into lobby, which is just going to cause that Anderson reinforcement to be significantly depleted. OC pushes forward. The problem is OC is going to have to dive the point to stop the clock, but really what you wanted him to do there was push out Plat, push out Office, ensure that there's no Hickam players arriving through there. Skirk's very unlucky to have that stun catch nothing and doesn't glean any information off it. Lives are, well, now they're suddenly going in Hickham's favor, but oh my lord, turn and burn from Miles and a second for Miles. 7 seconds, someone's got to dive the point. I'm not even sure you can get there.
No time, no opportunity, and Hickam standing tall on day 3 of PACAF as they are going to eliminate Anderson from the winner's bracket, drop them down to the lower side, and have their shot at the title for the PACAF Esports Championships here at Yokota Air Force Base. And they look so good, even in the face of issues. Breadwinner steps up, the rest of the team behind them playing strong inside of the control. It just doesn't seem like there is anybody here that could take them down.
I feel like I should get a bonus point for my prediction, whether it's because I got the right team or because Hickam actually won the control 3-1. I don't know. We can figure it out. I'll take half a point if anyone's willing to give me that. But yeah, Hickam doing the business and showing that they are the best team right now in the tournament. This was a winners finals. It will end 3-0, and showing that they are just a little bit of a class above. I think, again, we are going to talk a lot about Breadwinner. The numbers that he's put up through this winners finals actually absurd, but it feels like he has the right supporting cast around him. So often, you know, Bread is doing his thing. He finishes 27-18 in the control there, but his teammates, you know, they're 2 negative, 3 negative, 4 negative. But it felt like, you know, if I was to sit there and say that Seaskirk was one of those players that was negative, he's having so much impact around the map. He has nearly 2k damage and setting up Bread to activate with that AR around the map. So feels like a very well-balanced team, which I know is something that we struggled to say for some of the other squads.
Yeah, just look at how the moments in that hard point where Seaskirk was finding triple kills in the hill. And then, you know, at times you could say the same about Breadwinner. They're both just taking turns dominating Anderson in those respawns. The search and destroy, a lot of the time, you know, Anderson was struggling with a lot of the strategy that you were getting from Hickam, like those quick hits over towards A. As soon as Hickam found their confidence in those plays on attack, there was really no answer from Anderson. And then the control just looks like a lot of teams are struggling with offensive rounds. Hickam is not one of those teams, as they understand what they need to do. You saw a lot of time their offense was, hey, we get 3 down, let's go hit B. We lose at B, let's make sure we're contesting A. They understand that it is the objective that is going to win them that zone, that mode, and they just look like the best team here at PACAF, hands down.
No, without a shadow of a doubt. I think as well for Hickam now, I think you become even more powerful because the veto process, if we're following the traditional veto process once we start talking grand finals, with Hickam being the winner's team, they will have so much control over the veto. I think you definitely go Hacienda control. No one else in this tournament has figured out how to play it, whereas you're taking offensive rounds away so easily. It's just, yeah, difficult to see why any team would want to play them there. And for Hickam, I think the one advantage you are going to get is being able to set the terms on where you want to play. And right now, that is looking like a freebie.
Yeah, we'll talk about freebies here. We got Seaskirk in the interview booth. Man, making history on the main stage as you are the first ever team in the grand finals for the PACAF Esports Championships. Tell me a little bit of what that means for you.
Oh, it's huge. I mean, as a team, this is all an insane opportunity for us and everybody at the event. Super stoked to be playing this well as a team. I mean, you guys mentioned it. We came in with strategy on S&D, talking about control. Yeah, we had a one bad round against them. They just put us in the blender. We were trying to get those picks, but we're all super stoked to be here. This is an awesome opportunity. And yeah, I mean, I can't speak enough for the guys. I'm sure they're super stoked to be here.
I mean, you guys look absolutely fantastic out there, so I know I'd be stoked not only to be there, but to also be sitting in grand finals. Speaking of which, we got to go on a little bit of a run now while you guys recoup and find out who's joining you in those grand finals. 3 potential teams. Obviously, Anderson, you've just beaten 3-0. You've got Kadena that you beat early on in the bracket 3-1. And then there's Masawa, who you actually lost to in a game 5 round 11 in groups. Is there any of those 3 teams that you really want to face? Is it a case of wanting redemption against Masawa, or are you looking to avoid those because they beat you before?
I think we're ready for whoever. we're just a resilient team. I mean, shit, we played through 2 disconnects, multiple lag spikes that are taking, players out of the hard points for 10, 15 seconds at a time on crucial rotations. We're just a resilient team. I think regardless of who we play, we're going to be able to adapt, come with some strategy, and so far it's worked pretty well. I'm looking forward to seeing who we play. I think maybe Kadena, maybe Misawa. We'll see what happens.
Well, you mentioned strategy there, and of course, you jumped into the interview, and I think that me and Seymour were probably still whittering away about how good you guys look on Hacienda Control. I'm assuming that we're still following the same rules set of winner's team coming into grand finals gets to dictate a lot of the map veto. Do you have maps that you feel confident on in all modes that you're going to be leaning on when it comes to these grand finals?
Yeah, I mean, across the maps and the picks and bans that we've done so far, quite a few of the maps we're pretty comfortable on. There's a few game modes here and there that I think we're stronger in. Hossie Control is one of the ones we've played quite a few times, and we've been pretty successful in. Yeah, but I just think across the board we're pretty strong. I haven't gotten really any reps on Red Card because nobody wants to play it, which is understandable. It's not everybody's favorite map, so I just think we're kind of ready for whatever we face, and so we're looking forward to playing whoever in the finals.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing whoever you play in the finals as well. It's going to be a great game. I got a question from you because we've been having a lot of content pieces on stream about everything about Call of Duty. What is your favorite Call of Duty game, and what is your favorite Call of Duty gun?
Favorite Call of Duty game? I don't know. I've been playing COD since I was 6. Probably not the wisest choice. Playing Big Red 1 on the PS2. Favorite COD? I don't know. I have so many core memories of Black Ops 2 on both modes, multiplayer and zombies. Just a fantastic game all around. I think most people would agree with that. Favorite gun though? There's so many good guns. I don't know. I'll just keep with the theme of Black Ops 2 and say the M8.
Hey. Good in BO2, good in BO3. You get a little bit of both with that one too. Do you have a favorite map too? Can I go that far? Do you have a map that just comes to mind?
Favorite map? I mean, off the top of my head, I'm thinking Nuketown, but that's just because I've probably got an ungodly amount of hours just pub stomping in Nuketown. But
I love that. Well, thanks for coming on for the interview, Stark, and I can't wait to see you guys in the grand finals.
Thank you guys.
I feel like no matter who we ask, it's gonna be BO2, Andy. It's just so simple.
As it should be. As it damn well should be. That game is a timeless classic. Great across all of the modes, whether it be the story, the multiplayer, the zombies. Absolutely fantastic game. Were you in that tournament? It was me, Brody, Visions, and someone else where we all went back and played a BO2 throwback tournament.
Me,
you can actually now play BO2 through some sort of weird bootleg way on the PC. So we went back and played a tournament. God, I missed those days. Straight fighting, minimal aim assist, none of this slide camera breaking stuff. Oh, it was glorious. So yeah, I mean, I'm always going to support that point of view. But also, I'm going to go with Seaskirk as well and say that while Nuketown is definitely not my favorite map, I would hate to think of the amount of hours I have spent inside those damn walls.
Yeah, you and I both. If you want to know a caster who is just undeniably good at Black Ops 2, it is Austin Visions Neal. That guy is the truth in that game. Well, for us here on the desk, that is going to be all set and done for the winners final, as we have our grand finalists set in stone. Hickam going to be waiting for a challenger now throughout the rest of the day here at PACAF. We're going to cut to a break, get things set up as we are dropping back down into the lower side to see how we go for more challengers.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Again, I just want to give a big shout out to USAA again for sponsoring this tournament and the entire circuit here at AFG, because that is an awesome thing for them to get involved with. As for Air Force Gaming, just everything that we see for this community, it is a well-loved, a well-respected community, and everybody is showing up to put on a good time. So thank you, USAA, for helping put this on as well. Brody, you're back on the desk with me. I knew I could drag you back on here one last time to share some Call of Duty alongside me. We got a good match here, but I do want to ask you, was that exactly what you would have expected that winners matchup to go?
The winner? Yeah. The way it happened? Absolutely not. A 3-0 of Hickam. This is a Hickam roster that had to go to Game 5, Round 11, and actually lost that in the groups. To go from that to 3-0ing the upper bracket final to make it into the grand final, totally not the way I expected that to go. So yeah, for sure, Hickam, a massive surprise for me. Excited to see him in that grand final, but we got to get another team there, mate.
Yeah, well, I mean, they need challengers to be grand final winners. So let's get through this one and take a look at what the bracket is looking like and where we are headed, you and I, because we have casted a whole lot of Call of Duty over the past 2.5 days. We got Kadena and Misawa down in the bottom side. You can see their journey. Kadena started up top. They played J-Bear. They beat them 3-0. They match up against Hickam, and there's a reason why Hickam are in the grand finals, because they beat Kadena 3-1 as well. Misawa, same story. They beat Eilson, then they go into Anderson. They lose to that team 3-1. And now for Kadena versus Misawa on the bottom side, both of them are looking to see if they can match up against Anderson for that chance to become grand finalists as well.
Yeah, and it's a weird spot looking at this from the group stages, isn't it? Because Kadena and Misawa were both their respective group champions. Both of them topped their groups with a 3-0 record. So to see them in the lower bracket and only one of them will make it to the World Championships is absolutely crazy. And both of the rosters are great as well. It's going to be sad to see one of them have their journey ended here, but such is the way of things. Looking towards kind of the way the lower bracket has played out for these guys as well. They both had to go through their respective battles, but I feel like this is going to be the biggest test of them all. I was so excited when we realized this was going to be our match team, and for good reason. It is an epic one.
It is. Both top of their groups, both looking for that number 3 spot here at PACAF to qualify for Buckley Space Force Base in June. We got Kadena on the left, Misawa on the right, and a lot of people in chat have been waiting to see Kadena back on stage because of Bang mostly, but I think they're fans of just the team overall. This man right here, he's the star of the show in terms of the eyes of everybody in the chat, Brody. But we got to talk a little bit with this team. They seem confident. They seem happy to be here as well. And they just have one job to do, and that's win.
Just one job. So you make it sound so easy, mate. Yeah, Kadena, they definitely got to try and get through. Very difficult squad, though, in Misawa. These guys have continued to impress over and over again. We saw them take on Osan earlier on today. And granted, they had a difficult time for sure. I think Misawa came out on top, especially going back to that game number 4. That game 4, they showed their mettle. And I think if we can get that game for Misawa in this best of 5, they shouldn't have a problem making it through to the next round of play.
No, I agree. I think everybody's going to be looking through this one. Misawa, I'm sure they want their rematch with Hickam again, as they know they could beat those grand finalists. They did it before in the groups, but they have a couple of teams to get through, and let's take a look at where they're going to get it done. Brody, our best of 5 is set, and the teams are getting ready to get into it. So let's take a look at these maps for the best of 5, because we've seen a whole lot so far. A lot of teams going over towards Protocol. A lot of teams favoring that Hacienda for the search and destroy and the control. But we get neither of that up front for the Haciendas, at least. We do get the vault for map 1, the hard point coming through, protocol search and destroy, and then back to the vault again. We ping pong the protocols if this goes into the map 4, but then we get that Hacienda search and destroy for a map 5.
Yeah, looking across this series then, just kind of look at what these guys have played so far today. Immediately jumping out to me, I think, especially for Kadena, is that protocol search and destroy from map number 2. We saw them win it 6-0 versus Yokota earlier on today. And then, of course, that protocol hardpoint as well. They just gave 80 points to Yokota in the first map of that best of size. So a couple of good picks in there if you're a Kadena fan here, and I think we're both on the same side as far as how this series is going to go as well.
We're loading into this map number 1 for the vault. You can see players getting ready on both sides. Fist bumps Brody, locked in gamer position. You get those chairs leaned upright, but you don't need it because you are leaning as far into the monitor as you can. Here's our predictions for the match. Kadena seems to be the favorite between you and I. You got a little bit of catching up to do, so you're hoping they're going to get that 3-0 sweep.
Yeah, I do, mate. You know, and I've only got a couple of chances left to beat you guys. I basically have to be perfect if I want to beat you, and have you and Enigma have to get 0 correct. With that said, then yeah, I think we're both on the same page. This should be, at least in my eyes, a Kadena victory. The way they ran through Yokota didn't even really look like a competitive game. On the other side, though, Misawa really struggled versus Osan, and I think that goes to show that Kadena are, at least on paper, the stronger roster. Will it be in the end, though? I'm not too sure. Let's find out.
Squall's gonna kick things off with Sweet. Finds a kill. Instantly traded. Nice pressure coming through from Kadena as it's going to be 3 down for Misawa. They flip out over towards Gold. And this is some good time off of P1 that you don't normally get to see. Knight's going to pick up that last remaining player, Chronix, and it's going to force some of these arrows to turn around where DC is trying to make a break for the rest of the squad. He falls, but everybody is here, and Kadena fighting their way back in.
For Kadena, this is not a terrible start to the game. Yeah, you're currently down by 13 points, but you've got a better start of the map. You've just won a crucial engagement by way of DC over by Nu. So, as far as P2 control is concerned, Kadena have it on lock. They will be the first team to touch. Bang, the furthest push forward here for the Kadena roster. What can he get done? Looking for the opening kills. It doesn't work out. Trades now starting to go in Kadena's favor, and now they're looking for early control.
Kadena's in, and they want to stay in for this one, but DC is going to get in behind and have to resupply this hill. Fighting from the front are Misawa. Sweet, 7 and 3. Can he make it? Number 8 almost finds the shots there, but his teammates are going to have to pick up the slack. Nase and Goldfish, they're going to break from the front. Now looking to swarm the rest of these players. 4 go down. Misawa finally getting the break they're looking for.
And you've got Sweet watching the cross as well. This is so tough now for Misawa coming off the respawn. You really don't want to, or for Kadena, excuse me, coming off the respawn, you really don't want to put too much into this. There's no real reason to. So changing up the strat a little bit here. Moving over towards the rotation, you know that there's potential to chain together a lot of time on P3 into a huge money kill on P4, but you have to be wary of players potentially going on the flanking play. Comm is made that Sweet's trying to make that flank happen. Immediate reaction coming out from DC, and they are good for the frag. Just one more player to take out around the hard point, and they should be good for the time.
Ephesians, he drops, so that's going to be a way in now for Misawa, looking to extend this lead. DC a little ahead of the play, trying to do some damage, finds a player in the hill, but he's going to fall, and spawns are flipped. Art control for Misawa. They're into the hill, and Kadena got some work to do if they're going to try to steal away this lead. Nice nade there from Chronix. He's going to finish off Sweet. 3 down. Nase's in trouble. You don't want to go down here, buddy. You got to hold this position.
You has to as well, because Spawn's now coming out from Misawa, so Nasi Michi is everything from Misawa here in this game. You have to waste some time for the rest of the roster to pick up the gunfights, and Sweet and Nasi do exactly that. Kadena really struggling here to deal with the pressure. Ephesians going to get cut down towards Art, now all down to DC. For one of the most phenomenal plays you can make. Might well have got the timing. No! Shut down by Goldfish. Early gunfights won here by Misawa. Now a real opportunity to stack up some time on this hard.
Hey, you're licking your lips there if you're DC. You're like, okay, I got a free kill. Slides out. Then bam! 3 players just in your face. And that's going to be Misawa now. in the setup for this money hill. DC again in behind the play. Gonna wait a few seconds for his teammates to see if they can group up for this one. And with that, Sweet, with the heads-up play to check the back line, he removes that issue inside Goldfish. Big win versus Chronic. Still time for Misawa, and the kills following up as well. Bang's gonna spawn here. So he's gonna take one last swing at it, but it has been nothing but Misawa for this map 1.
Misawa have just been constantly in control. Kadena could have put a stop to the early pressure from Misawa, I think, especially on this hard point. The fact that they had early P4 control and lost it, owing to the fact that Sweet got control of those back spawns, I think is going to be something they're going to need to fix moving forward, because you look at the KDs right now. Sweet is single-handedly dragging Misawa through this game. 18-7, now 19-7 is a phenomenal scoreline going into the second set, Seymour.
Yeah, but I mean, the rest of the team has been lights out in terms of inside the hill presence, and they're doing enough to keep this lead. Just everybody playing their part perfectly heading into the new set. You are here and you don't want to leave. 21-7. Sweet's gonna stick Bang's face with a Semtex, and he is hitting routes now. Lovely shots there. DC doesn't even know it hits him. He's finally gonna go down, but while all of this was happening, Knight's just in the hill soaking up the time.
Yeah, it's just a joke. The setup right now for Misawa is so consistent across every single hill. Sweet will be the player that picks up the kills. Knight will be the player that picks up the seconds inside the time. Almost 2 minutes in the hill right now as we go into P2. The second set of rotations. That is an insane stat line. Might well break 4 minutes by the end of this game. But as we move towards the next hard point, finally, something positive to say for Kadena. They get 4 down. We know this can be a money hill. Now they just got to get the kills. Taking down Sweet, though, I think that literally is everything at this point.
Oh, yeah. That is exactly what the doctor ordered. Gotta look both ways when you're crossing the street, Mitchie, because Bang's there to hunt you down. He's gonna find 2, rotating over to assist the player inside the hill as well as he's backing up Misawa. Good time for Kadena. Knight's gonna look to get in, but look at the kill feed. It is bleeding red with the players of Misawa dropping like flies. Sweet's still alive, though. It means the hill's in trouble. Spawns flip, so Kadena gonna try to hit through this one. Misawa in the back.
And Knight trying it. Not going to get anything done. And Arce will trade things out. So that's scrap time from Misawa. But look at the scoreline now, Seymour. All of a sudden, Kadena are just off one hard point, are right back into this game. Do not count them out just yet. This time around, same kind of setup once again. Kadena have players towards Art. That long flank coming through from the exact same player that did it last time around. Narse Michi. Keep an eye on the minimap because a big fight about to go down. Narse should be able to catch DC unawares. Actually, Bang, excuse me. Unawares inside top R, and now follows up with another kill too. That is disastrous for Kadena.
Hellstorm's out. It's nothing. So that is a wasted streak for this one. Misawa lead growing. Yet again, race over towards the new hill, and it looks like Kadena's going to be the first ones to set up, so this is a good chance for you to fully bring yourself back into this game, but they have given up 20 seconds at all. That's a big kill from Bang, and Ephesians too. That is going to stop the scrap time and actually give you a chance. You just need Chronix to win these fights at new, because he's the solo player here. Should have seen the cross from Michi. Ephesians, are you ready for it? Well, Chronix chows it. He goes down. And how is this falling apart?
I mean, the fact you've got these back spawns and you're still losing time is crazy, but with those kills from DC and Ephesians, surely now you should be able to fold in other players on towards the hard point, and that is more or less exactly what happens. Misawa currently losing this time to Kadena. The big moment in this game. DC and Bang able to combine for 3 once again. Nobody from Misawa pushing out of the hard point. You're relying on the crosses being watched by Chronix and Bang right now. Bang pressured by team shots from Misawa is going to allow the players to cross towards the hard point. Sweet shut down. Potential flanking play from Goldfish also falls apart, and Nase Michi towards the hill, unable to do anything. Players from Kadena piecing up right now. This is the hard point they needed to get back into the game.
Well, good morning, Kadena. I was wondering when you're going to wake up, as this has been a lights out performance in the P4 hill. A little bit of a shaky start, but they are back, Brody. Now trailing by just a few seconds. So we're heading over towards the third set of rotations. 175 playing 148. Nice flank from Ephesians. He's on 4 in a row, but he is in enemy lines, and any kill that he finds is a solid one. Unfortunately, he's going to run into Nase, and that is going to be his undoing. Kadena, they need this time to go their way. They are just losing their battles across the map. That's going to bring Misawa back into control.
Ah, and that's a big gunfight to lose as well. Bang was the only player past the 50-yard line as far as that rotation was concerned. So shutting him down is going to ensure that Misawa, win or lose this, the rest of this time on this hill, should get the rotation towards P2. Kadena know then the time on this hard point is still everything. It's a big 20 seconds. Would bring the game even closer than it has been, kind of growing closer over the last few hills. Big one in towards old. The Ephesians will find one. Traded out. Now moving towards hill, though. Towards new. Kadena winning the fights here. All of a sudden, we flip Fawn spawns in favor. And Misawa only, all of a sudden, have control of a 30-point advantage.
Yeah, Kadena have a chance. In the back, Chronix on an island. He's going to turn it into a glorious one at that. Bang's going to help out as well. 3 down, Sweet again. I'm getting deja vu. Can he get the break? Slides in. And takes care of business. Sweet's going to find 2. So saving grace is here for Misawa. They just got to win a couple more fights to win this time. And they do exactly that. Knight going to be in 7 HP. Not able to hold on, but this one is a battle in Misawa. Every ounce of contested time is you staying in the lead. So that's what you're looking for here.
Ephesians now trying to help out his teammate inside the hard point. Going to get shut down here. DC all of a sudden isolated inside. Good for 1. Not going to be able to approach the second. So Sweet maintains that 30-point advantage at the end of that hard point. It's ever so slightly lessened off the back of Kadena crawling their way back into this game. Now, once again, situation we've been here, 2 times already. Kadena will be the first team to touch, not just on this next hard point, but they've also got all-important power positions for the next hill after that. 3-man here under Vault. Is anyone going to be able to check this? I don't think Ephesians going to have a Scooby. That's what's happening. But are the trades from Kadena good enough? Yes, they are. Chronix through the double. One more player tracking from behind, though, and that's a big kill for Gold.
Oh, scratching their head, thinking, where are you? And Misawa going to be into the time. Not enough to win it off of this one. In fact, you're going to be 1 second off of this. But still, Kadena, they got to fight through old and then break new. DC is going to take Knight out of that hill. This is good time for you to keep it at least even. But Sweet around the outside, not able to take DC fully off. And now we're looking at Chronix as well as Bang to see if they can break over towards new.
I'll be candid, I don't necessarily feel as concerned as I would normally in a situation where a team has control of new. The other team needs to break because things have been crazy, and this is exactly why, as you said, Chronix going to draw that first blood, but you've lost teammates. Chronix now needs to go ballistic inside the next hard point. 4 players to contend with. Knight going to be the first, hitting from the side. Back up, not on the way just yet. And they don't know that Chronix is up top.
Chronix needs to stay alive. Double chow through. He's taken care of. Inside, it's Bang. 234, 220, another split feed there, but it's gonna be Kadena falling back behind. Misawa only moments away from taking this map 1. And I like this from Knight. He's gonna go up top, provide support, provide the kills, and provide the chance to put it away. 250 for Misawa. They get it done in map 1, and they're gonna lead the series here for our losers round 3 match.
Wow, the end of that game. Ecstatic for both rosters. Chronix tries his best to provide a distraction while the rest of the squad are on their way. All 4 players from Misawa are laser focused in on Chronix as well. Nobody was watching that cross, but the help was not good enough. It is Misawa who are able to clutch up in the end and show up in the final moments of that hard point. I say the final moments of that hard point, but as we'll see here in just a moment, Seymour, it was actually probably the first 4 hard points that decided that game.
Yeah, I mean, it was something else from Misawa where they are happy enough to take that lead. If you give them that lead, they're not going to give it back. And then even though Kadena were doing a bang-up job of trying to claw their way back into it, it was just so scrappy toward those end couple of hills, and they never truly could have had that same hold that they were looking for from P2 in P3 rotations. So You just gotta give it to Misawa for just holding on throughout the entirety of this one and just some really big plays for that P4 rotation. I thought they were goners after they lost the initial time, but they find the break and they take care of Chronix, and the rest is history for that map. So it's setting us up for a really good map 2 search and destroy here between these teams.
Yep. Indeed it is. Just flawed how that hardpoint play, just so much back and forth. At this stage of the competition, we expect competitive gameplay. That is more or less what we have gotten time and time again, and we most certainly did get it there in the first hardpoint. So Protocol Search and Destroy at this point, again, expectations kind of thrown to the wind somewhat. Again, I mentioned this earlier on when this map set was first revealed. We saw Protocol Search and Destroy for Misawa versus for Kadena, versus Yokota, and that was a 6-0 sweep for Kadena in that map. I mean, does that really change things here? Like, are we expecting that same kind of thing again? Because I don't think Misawa are going to fold in the same way that Yokota did.
No, I definitely think that Misawa has a little bit more of a punch packed behind their hits. And it really shows in the way that Sweet was playing in that game. 43 and 23. He's definitely going to be an issue if he's going to be beating out Kadena to these early setups. But the only issue is, I'd say, for Misawa going into this one is that when you look at the end of that map 1, is that the slaying was even across the board for everybody on Kadena. It just shows that everybody in the Search and Destroy has the opportunity to pop off when they need to. And you can't really say the same for this Misawa team, because some of those players were more objective players rather than the slayers. So you're going to have to see if those objective players can really hold their positions, hold their lives, and allow for players like Sweets and Nase to seize control of this game too.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, we've been talking about fundamentals throughout the entirety of this tournament thus far. I think teams have gotten a lot better, obviously, again, with these final 4 teams in the competition. Everybody at this stage is doing a really good job at keeping those fundamentals down to a T. Like, I think mistakes are pretty rare at this stage of the competition. And so I think when we come down to this Protocol Search and Destroy, we are going to see a lot of really important first hits for both the offense and the defense towards B. Whoever wins those opening engagements and gets site control, again, I mean, that is going to be so important for both of these two teams in my view.
I do agree. So we see the teams loading into this one. Brody, you and I, we predicted that Kadena were going to be the winners of this one. You obviously said 3-0. I said 3-1. So right away, your prediction is null and void. You're gonna say it,
we don't
but,
talk about it. We don't want to say it. Don't say it, do you? You know,
but it is. And, you know, I still have an opportunity here, but I'm looking at Kadena to kind of pull things back in this game number 2, because Misawa have the chance to do the funniest thing ever, and that's keep Enigma in the run for this.
Yeah, I hope not. I really do. I mean, if I had to choose between you and Enigma winning the predictions, it would probably be you. Yeah, just, you know, it's just how it is. I just hate Enigma that much. Yeah, regardless. It's not about positivity for you, mate. It's negativity for Enigma. That's all I'm saying. Anyway.
I still appreciate it, though, you know?
Yeah, well, you know, whatever. Kadena looking for the offensive victories off the start of this round. It is going to be Misawa that get towards the site first. I've got a feeling that Misawa might have actually run with their knives out towards the site to actually get there first. So shout out Misawa, change out the strat a little bit, and that's going to help them get site control early on.
Yeah, we saw a lot of strategy in the Search and Destroy end control from Hickam, so it is a need now if you want to steal that grand finals. Sweet's going to get around the play, finds his second kill of the round, and that is a major moment for Misawa when you look at the superstar from Game 1 continuing his reign of terror in Game 2.
What does the reaction look like for Kadena now? They've got almost no map control whatsoever. Misawa, I will say, have basically fully committed to this being an A plant. So if Kadena do choose to take this bomb over towards B, they would at the very least be able to get the bomb down scot-free, but I don't think that's going to be the play call here. Yeah, nice trade on towards Ephesians. I will say, you're going to take anybody out from Misawa. That's probably the play you wanted to do so, but as time dwindles down in this round, potential for rotation towards B is slowly being removed from the table. Ephesians fancies it. On towards A. Bomb down was the biggest issue for Ephesians and does not have the time. I was going to say wasn't going to feed Misawa the kill at the very least, but ends up doing so.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, It was going to be a Misawa win for this map, so he just gets it over with here, and the Ephesians... I think Nase was even going to get that kill off of the shots in the foot anyways, but he's just going to be spoon-fed it at the end there. And you're talking about a big strategy coming out from Misawa, and that's just using your knives to have that extra sprint speed to beat the timing on the attackers. It pays off in dividends. The fact that Kadena are just completely forced away from A, they had nowhere to go. They were just sitting ducks inside Grandma's, and Sweet was happy to go up P2 and flank them.
And it's actually Kadena on the defense doing exactly that now. They're expecting the hit to come from Zip. That's not the case, though. Misawa have gone over the top. Nase already tagged up for one. Sweet now on the hunt for some more kills. Player sat inside lockers. As Kadena still not entirely sure what's about to happen here. Misawa, when do they make all of the noise? The shot's finally coming through now, but Misawa, for them, the job is done. They've transferred over towards B.
This is crazy.
Have to find some frags. That's so unfortunate that Knight goes down.
Hey, look at the back, too. Bang here. See if he can stop the rest of the play. Still alive. Still has players to deal with, but he's got to help. DC's there. Bomb down at B. Goldfish doesn't know it, but he's getting flanked already. Misawa fall in their offensive round. They tried to pull something fast there. And that has flipped the map over towards B, take control of Armory, and try to get that quick plant, but they never truly could find the kills that they wanted to securely have that confidence that they could go play that objective. They were spending too much time trying to hunt those kills.
Yeah, I think just, again, the strategy, great. It's a little bit of a different look off the start of that round from Misawa, but the actual execution was, well, lacking, shall we say. So, Kadena now back on the offense they go. Knives out as the barreling towards A has begun. A couple of players on the defense from Brass side. They will be able to hit the point first. Early utility, I think, might well have connected on towards those players, but not good enough for DC to find that frag. Traded from Chronix, who's now looking for more value. That stun will connect, but it doesn't matter because Chronix is going to win the fight regardless. Now we go down to the 2 versus 2 as elsewhere Nase Michi takes Bang off the board. That Brock is going down.
40 seconds for the retake. Sweet Nase. Looking to play this one together through the big door, and they might actually have some timing here to catch Chronix in the back. He's in trouble. Wow. Sweet's going to find that, and look at the full rotate here. Ephesians, is he going to find the timing? Stuns in. Defuse being stuck. Has to play this. And he doesn't let go, but it's okay. The kill comes through. Ephesians just needs to live, but Sweet gets the trade. And he's going to win the round for his team. It comes all the way down to the last few seconds, but lots of time for the defuse to come through.
Ooh. Sweat off the brow after that one, I'll tell you that for free, folks. Sweet clutches up in the end. Ephesians gets a much larger look at that play than I would have given him credit for, to be fair. He almost gets around the corner as well. So if Sweet lets that kill go, that round is 110% not going Sweet's way. Ephesians would have pulled off the 1 versus 2 clutch. So fair play to Ephesians. Almost pulls a miracle on a thin air. But not to be. Now back on the defense are Kadena. Last time around, Misawa, they got aggressive through up top, but were not able to actually find anything for it. This time around, I'm wondering if they do something just a little bit more traditional, like the exact same play, all players up top once again.
Let's see if this one pays off. Fool me once, shame on me. Or shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And it looks like they're not going to be fooled a second time. Sweet. With the first blood, bomb already down at B, and they're going to have that post plant that they want to, residing both at the back turret as well as Heli.
It's a brilliant early play call from Bang, but you actually have to find the kill off the back of a great position. Goldfish poking holes on the defensive retake here as Ephesians goes down. Trading now as we go 3 for 1. Chronix the last one left up on the deep. Misawa seems to have cracked this nut. Chronix stuck here. All of these players situated in a variety of different places, and Chronix would have to be the flash to get something done. Gets beamed as well for the final kill of the round. The execution the first time around might not have been great for Misawa. This time it was.
No, Misawa are playing out of their mind right now, and I love the B hits. Not a lot of teams here at PACAF have been trying their hand at this B site. A lot of them are just so used to dropping down the elevator going to P2, trying to win those fights in open and just playing those straight up gunfights. But this Misawa team are pulling some good strategy out with these B executions. You take control of mid, and that gives you so much opportunity, whether to head into the building, drop down into open, or make that play over towards B. It is a key on protocol that you love to see teams using.
Sawa just look better right now, but how about this? Kadena decide, all right, cool, if you can do it, we can do it better. Fortunately, haven't quite accounted for the great defensive positioning from Misawa. I don't know if they actually seen Sweet towards the helipad. I think they might have done, because Kadena seemed to have changed tact ever so slightly here. It's not quite as an aggressive pushed over towards B as they would like. Instead, it is going to be Chronic sent all the way in that direction to try and open up some space. Does so, but immediately gets retorted by Knight. And for this offensive effort from Ephesians and really from Kadena on a whole, it's kind of all fallen into tatters. Ephesians, nice shots on towards Nase Michi, gets away. This 1 versus 3 becomes a potential 1 versus 2.
Sweet's on 4 in a row. Knight's on 2 in a row. Ephesians has his hands full with this one. Bomb being down through mid means that he's got to go on a little bit of a reconnaissance mission just to track it down. And already the reposition for Misawa. Sweet's going to square up. Ephesians backs him down. And that's the smart play from Misawa, because look at Knight. He's just going to hop in towards A. And even if he takes this bomb down, there is a player here to stop him.
There it is. Knight will get the kill. So unfortunate there for Chronix. Tried his hardest to make the best of a bad situation, but Misawa had his number over and over again. We'll see it again here. Knight just patient play. Looks to the left at the right time. Ephesians, excuse me, was the player in that last situation and does end up falling. So Misawa just look better at the moment. And Kadena, I mean, they try a play in the round to make things awkward for Misawa, and it just doesn't work the same way that Misawa are able to execute in that previous offensive effort. I kind of wonder what the play looks like for Misawa off the rip here, right? I mean, these B executes have worked so well for them. But there's got to be a point at which Kadena react, and this is perfect. Kadena are slow here on the hit towards A because of the fact they're expecting these B executes. Misawa playing to that perfection.
Oh, yeah. A site bomb already planted. First blood from Nase. And a team kill from Ephesians. Oh, no.
Oh, boy.
2v3. Misawa happy to take these fights. And it is all falling Millhouse in this round. Kadena 1v3. Ephesians, there is just no way in through these doors. Misawa Airbase just moments away from going onto map point in this game, but we never expected it to be like this. Big kill from Sweet. He's going to put it away. 5-1 they go. This is something else.
Like everything I knew about search and destroy for these teams has been thrown out the window. Coming into this one, I talked about Kadena being masterminds of protocol. Search and destroy coming into this series. How about Misawa just totally outplaying their opposition? And right from the rip again, it's all been a mind game. After 2 rounds consecutively hitting B on the offense, Misawa are like, all right, cool, let's just go straight towards A. And Kadena aren't ready for it, right? They're second guessing themselves in the defense now. They're having to split their forces, whereas before they were just 4 hitting A on the defense and getting there first. Now Misawa. Defense very strong, and I've never seen a play like this. Straight 4-man hit behind enemy lines. Kadena gonna have no idea what's about to hit them.
Trophy's down. It doesn't stop the bullets. And the kills keep flooding, bleeding through. Misawa punching their ticket into the search 1v1. Sweet 6 looking for 7. He is chasing. Chronix, he is sprinting through. Already out to the big door. You have completely lost him, but Sweet goes back down. Reads him like a book and puts it away. 2-0 for Misawa, and it's been Sweet throughout the entire series, putting the team in the backpack.
I don't know if we've got an MVP award. If we don't, I apologize. But Sweet deserves it. This guy is insane. This guy is 100% the best player on Misawa, and it's not even close. He might well be the best player in the entire damn tournament. This guy is shredding. Chronix almost pulls off a miraculous 1 versus 4. And Sweet comes through and ices up in the 1v1 to prevent disaster from striking. How about that from Sweet, and how about that from Misawa as they totally dominate that search and destroy, and not just in the gunfights, not just in the execution, but in the strategies themselves. I had crowned Anderson as the best search and destroy team in this tournament, and I'm fairly certain that they still might be, just based off what we've seen. Obviously, I know they had a close loss earlier on versus Hickam, but still, they've looked phenomenal. I'm now double guessing that because Misawa looks so incredibly well put together in the search and destroy. The amount of strategies they were throwing at Kadena, just perfection. And again, I've got to go back to it. Those first offensive efforts towards B, granted the first one doesn't really work, right? The second is kind of a couple of adaptations, a couple of little changes to the gameplay that makes it work. But then the goal to immediately do that and then switch up on the third offensive effort towards B is just pitch perfect. Something we'll definitely be referring to if Misawa win this in the post-match interview, because that is perfect strategic search and destroy play.
Yeah, it's lovely to see. And, I was kind of saying it before that now Hickam has kind of set the precedent that if you're going to be a grand finalist at this tournament, you need that strategy. You need to go above and beyond to be the better team right now. And you're seeing glimpses of that here for the Misawa team, not only with Sweet just popping up in that slaying category, but with the strategy in terms of those early rotations and setups and the breaks from the front inside of that vault hardpoint. Then you go into the search and destroy, you see the B site and the A site both being utilized very exceptionally well. 2-0 up in the series now for Misawa. One more win, and they're going to be not only in the lower finals for a chance at that rematch versus Hickam, but they're also going to be a qualified team for Buckley Space Force Base in the World Championships over in June. So we're going to take a break while we get set up for this control. We got Vault coming up soon. You don't want to miss it.
For Control, teams compete in a round-based, respawn game mode where each team is either attacking or defending a set of objectives. At the start of each round, each team begins with a pool of 30 lives split across all members of the team. The attacking team must capture both zones before either time expires or they run out of lives. The defending team must prevent the attacking team from capturing both objectives while staying alive themselves. If one of the two objectives is captured, the attacking team will receive an additional minute of time to capture the second zone. The first team to win 3 rounds will win the game. However, if the score is tied and it reaches a 5th and final round, the team that captured the most objective points throughout the first 4 rounds will be the defending team in that final round and have the inherent advantage.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Another situation where it just seems like we really don't know ball on the desk right now. Our predictions just continue to be wrong again and again today. And it's Misawa this time who are pulling a fast one on us, Brody. Who would have thought that you and I come into this one expecting Kadena, who looked like such a polished team yesterday coming out of the group stages. They drop into the lower side, look for revenge. They looked great in their matches earlier today too. But against Misawa, it's just... It seems like there is a layer to Misawa's game where they are just going the extra mile in terms of learning it and executing their style.
Yeah, I think a lot of the search and destroy that I've seen throughout this weekend, it's Friday, right? So I guess that this week, honestly, at this point, time is a human construct. But a lot of the search and destroy that I've seen played has been very one note, right? I think, you know, if there has been any kind of complexity to it, it's definitely one-sided. Like, a team will play well and there's just kind of no response from the other team. This was the first time, I think, this entire week that I've seen search and destroy here in this tournament where one team is playing extremely well, making very clear play calls, and the other team is just simply getting outplayed, right? They're not playing dumb, they're not doing anything fundamentally incorrect, they are just getting outplayed and out-adapted well in proceeding rounds. I'm going to give a shout out to the chat, actually, here, going back to that search and destroy. Shout out to Season, who, again, was actually saying in the chat that apparently Knight was the one making the play calls in that search and destroy. So, Knight at the moment, super underrated player for this roster, apparently is the brains of the team, as well as the guy that is sitting in the hill and getting all the time in hardpoint as well. So, shout out to my boy Knight, if that's true. Seems to be a real smart guy.
Yeah, smart guy. I mean, he had like over 2 minutes in the hill time back in the hard point too. He's the objective player. He is the one, the brains behind this operation, the mouth that is going to give you those strats to play through. And now we're heading into the control, and control has been a little bit wishy-washy for both of these teams. I'd say the Hacienda protocol we saw earlier for both of them in their respective losers round 2 matches were left a lot to be desired for. So we're seeing if they can make these adjustments here.
Sour starting off super duper strong. 3-stack already. Somebody from Kadena, hurry up, please. You're going to lose if you don't. Trade's now going down. DC will find 2, and they just about salvage that point from the brink of disaster. But that is a heads-up play call at the beginning of this round from Misawa to try and get A done and immediately add 60 seconds to the clock. It does end up being thwarted by Kadena. So now we hit the reset here from Misawa on the offense. They've got to try and find a way back into this point once again. Going to do it by way of a potential flanking play from Sweet. Has been the playmaker. Can he do anything else?
Yeah, Sweet's behind the whole thing, but DC is going to sniff him out just like that. So back to the drawing board, back to square one. And look at this. We've seen Bang here before, back in the hard point. Unfortunately, he's not going to be ready for this play for Sweet, but he's looking to spawn them all the way out to Pete's Hill. This is kind of what Enigma and I were talking about yesterday towards that last series that you're going to hear us talking about in chat, is that spawn manipulation. If you have a player where Bang is right now, it is going to be spawning out Misawa towards that bottom right quadrant of the map, and that is going to bleed so much of that time clock in their route to get to A, and you can already see that 21 seconds, Brody, in the round.
Yep, Kadena getting aggressive here for the defense. Fat cup double from Goldfish, though, might afford a little bit of space to Misawa here for the very first time. They haven't fully cleared house, though. DC and Ephesians are still behind enemy lines here, so Misawa will be fighting a war on 2 fronts as far as this point is concerned. The triple stack coming through, though. Can Ephesians stop this? No. 3-for-1 trade is good. And Nase Michi clears out the last player as well. So 60 seconds added to the board at the very last second. And now Misawa a clear path towards B.
Ephesians up top. This is some good positioning to have on it, but the bomb's going to blow through, and Goldfish is going to remove him. DC on the flank now. This is a big play to just keep your life. As that time now, 53 seconds, life is going to be the biggest advantage here as Kadena's up 13-8 in those respawns remaining for this round. And only 2 segments needed, but you have to get a full 4 down just to break the zone.
Time starting to run out in this round. Lives as well. Misawa definitely feeling the heat here. Checking the flank there. Ward's going to be Goldfish, but it is going to be Knight that picks up DC. That's a big gunfight to take. Misawa not opposed to stacking the point, but you actually have the numbers to do so, and Ephesians and Chronics finding those kills is now going to make this, I think, an untenable situation for Misawa on the offense. Sweet will attempt to make a flank happen through Vault, but immediately shut down. Nase Michi now thinking, hey, maybe I can get a freebie on the flank. That's not going to happen. And Kadena, very strong defense, right? I mean, Misawa, they really do know how to stack the point and make the play calls in the moment, but for the most part there, that was fully a Kadena round.
I mean, you're good for getting those 4 segments on the attacking side. It's not always easy to get offensive wins here in control for Call of Duty, but it's really Kadena who makes the adjustments early on in the round. They were so heavy on pushing that spawn, getting over towards gold and manipulating where Misawa were on the map for that B zone. Instead, they just played those long lines of sight. They held their corners inside Vault. They made sure that there was no chances for Misawa to get to those zones. They knew they had time in their favor. They knew they had lives in their favor. They didn't want to really give up either one of those. So played that back half really well. And they're going to strike first in the control. So swap sides, see what they got for the attack. It's going to be a 4-hit over towards A. The bloodbath here. Knight's going to strike in 2-for-1 trade. Misawa looking to play a defense right back into him.
Yeah, and again, it's over-aggression from Misawa. I'd say over-aggression. I mean, to be fair, I think it's pretty well-warranted considering it's worked out for Misawa so far. Sweet didn't have the best round number 1, currently sitting at 3 and 9. It's worth saying that he's only got a couple of kills in this round, so really was completely absent from round number 1 for Misawa. This time around, though, is now starting to contribute here to Kadena getting spawn trapped, really putting the blender. Sweet looking for players coming off the spawn, has already allowed a couple of players past, looking for the second kill, will not get it, but Misawa should be able to plug the holes here. Never mind, Goldfish actually loses a huge one-on-one towards B. Knight goes down as well, and all of a sudden here you're reliant on players coming off the spawn and making sure B is not captured by Kadena.
35 seconds on to B. We go, Kadena. They need some progress here because Misawa 4 segments are leading 4-0 right now. 4-1 as Kadena are finally going to get a take over towards B, but taken off of it. And now there's only 30 seconds. You go down 4 down again. It has to be A. No other place to go.
Yep, at this stage, for sure. You also have to hunt for these players. You can't allow a player like Goldfish to run riot. The comms should be made, but no, it's actually not. Ephesians goes down to him. Bang now, called out for that kill, or traded almost immediately for Nase Michi. The only reason this clock hasn't stopped is because of the fact there's 11.5 seconds left, and DC was hanging about the B zone. Is that enough time for Kadena to run riot on A? Gotta touch the point, just throw yourself at it to stop the clock at the very least. There is the throw from Ephesians and bang. Players going down though, Chronics and DC left up, and both of those players cleared from the point. It's a pretty clean defensive effort from Misawa, only 1 tick given away.
Yeah, I mean, we're tied 1 apiece, defense for defense, but that was 100% a better defensive round than what Kadena were able to put together. Misawa, they captured 4 segments, 3 on A, 1 at B. Kadena, they only got 1, so if this does go defense for defense already, you're setting a standard for what needs to be done if you want that round 5 defense at the end of it, which is going to get down to who has the more segments captured. And if it's a tie at the end of it, then it's going to come down to kills for sure. But even the kill column for Misawa is looking good because of how clean that defense was. So Kadena, they need to answer back here. This is important for them to go to defense and really keep Misawa down to about maybe 2 or 1 segments.
Oh, it's a nice nade off the start here. I was going to say, my concern with Kadena here on the defense is that it is very easy to lose control of the map and almost immediately lose control of the point if Misawa feel like they can jump on it. 3 kills, and Misawa will definitely be the team to follow up with the stack. Already seeing that here as Goldfish jumps on the point. Sweet off the respawn, joining him. Nase Michi trying to create some space and will do exactly that with a couple of kills. The con will be made as well. I believe that he saw this flank from Bang coming into effect, but by the time Bang does anything, this triple stack will mean that A is gone, and it already is. No contestation. Misawa now working off the back of this for some kind of momentum. Bang potential play on the flank here to try and put a stop to this transition. He's already found 1. Just putting a stop, I think, to any of this momentum. Is doing a good enough job. Hasn't dealt with everybody. Misawa's still attacking B.
You sound the alarms right now if you're Kadena, because you give up a segment at B, and that completely gives up that round 5 defense. So these kills are good. They're important, and you just cannot give it up now. 20 playing 20, minute 46. Lots of time for Misawa to just slow this down and see if they can flood the bottom side of the map. So you can already see a couple of these arrows looking to take control of that P4 position in the bottom left quadrant. Try to force these Kadena players off of the zone and let Nase do what he does best and slay out in front of the control zone.
But Nase doesn't play his life there for a moment, so all of these kills around the flank now will have to be emphatic from the Misawa players. Only one player manages to slip through, and it is going to be Goldfish who is taken down, but that is Space Sport now. First tick through, double stack in effect here from Misawa. You've lost Knight. Nase Michi only able to find one. Trade is good for DC. He will actually follow up with another one. And now for Goldfish, who feels like the designated survivor of that entire play. What do you do? There's no real need to try and stop the point and draw some attention back towards it. You really need to create some space, if anything, and that is once again the play call from Misawa. You can see themselves setting up the pieces on the board. Look at player number 4 on the minimap, Nase Michi. It's a huge shutdown from Ephesians. Kadena doing solid defensive work here.
Yeah, but if you're Misawa, I mean, you have completely set yourself up for success in this game alone. You lose this, and you stop the defense in just any way, you've automatically set yourself up for that game 5 or that round 5 defense. So feeling good here, even if this round doesn't go your way, but you're gonna try anyways. Nase is gonna hop onto B, work on the second tick, and if he can find this kill into Ephesians, then maybe he has a chance at that second one. But Ephesians does a good job at slaying out through B. And a 2v11, I've seen some crazy things, but I've never seen something as crazy as this. So 25 seconds for this last kill to be found, and Kadena are going to stay in this game a little bit longer.
There it is, folks. Defenses round winning out so far, but it's a very similar situation as before, right? Where Misawa hit with the ticks, I think, as well. They get, I want to say 4 in total is how many got. I think they got 1 over by the point. I think they've got now got so many ticks of progression that it is now going to have to be back-to-back offensive wins for Kadena if they want to survive in this series and not get 3-0 swept by Misawa. The offensive has just been that good for Misawa. Getting A has been a total breeze for them. And Kadena in the last offensive effort got almost totally shut out. This first set of gunfights is everything for Kadena. If they can win them, stack on towards A, add an extra 60 seconds, they'll have a lot more breathing room to work with.
Well, this is it. Can you get it done here for Kadena in an offense? As you have 2 chances at this try. Quick hit over towards B. 3 down. Now's your chance to stack it. Bang. I like this call. You get into Art and you are forcing those deep spawns back P4. It's going to take some time for Misawa to get into place to stop the zone progression.
Yeah, that was an incredible play from Chronix. We'll touch on that in just a second here. Misawa is starting to pick up all of the points in the progression on towards B. Sweet, you got to touch the point. You can't just get the kills in this situation. B is donezo. Trade from Chronix is good. Nase Michi will clear house now. Chronix down for the count. But that entire play is made down to the fact that Chronix off the hit from Kadena, or from Misawa, excuse me, Kadena, they basically just work off the back of that initial hit towards B. Chronix stays beside the vault door and waits for the players who initially hit towards A from Misawa to transfer through vault towards B. It's a perfect play call, catches a couple of players off guard and provides so much space for Kadena to make that push work. So B is gone. That is a hell of an unconventional way to start this control, and now they've got so many ways to win this round out.
Goldfish, 6 HP into the zone. Back and forth trades. There's still some members of Misawa here that you gotta deal with before hopping onto it. If you're Kadena, you're trying to find these kills. Nase stays alive. He's gonna take his sides underneath and have a chance to jump up at this one. Ephesians doesn't see it coming. Goldfish gonna double down, and now they're in 3 down for Kadena. You don't even get that tick at the A zone. And you are right back at the start here now, trying to get this offensive round win.
I will say it's not the end of the world for Kadena. You've still got a variety of different options here and a ton of different chances to hit this point. Here is chance number 1. Triple stack. Or double stack, excuse me, on the point. Pushing forward will be Chronix. Actually can find some value against Knife. A good trade coming out from Nase Michi. Next one on towards the point. Nase Michi has been insane so far in this game. 26 and 18. Nice team shots with our Goldfish to take DC down. Ephesians will only find 1 bit of value. but 1 tick accrued now. On towards A. It's slow but steady progress. Kadena only down 2 lives now. They can still win this.
Lots of chances here. Bang. Opens things up for Kadena. Quick trade, though, by Knight. DC trying to work a little bit of a flank, and now he's the only one up, so has some work to do, but instead he's going to opt out and just join the rest of the squad for this attack. No need to give up your life just yet, but into those top halls, Nase is going to hit another flank there. DC going to be cleaned up. 10 playing 6. Kadena reeling for lives.
Now, this DC 40 cleared out on top there. Really unfortunate. Now Kadena down to the final set of lives here. 25 seconds on the board. Chronix finds one. Stops the clock. 26.3 seconds. Chronix can find even more value. Double from Goldfish will be denied by Ephesians. Couple of kills now coming through. And there's nobody close here on the defense. They can stack this.
Stack is in. Chance for Kadena. Sweet racing to get here in time. He's got a chow. You got a chow through this one. He finds 2, but they cap it anyways. No. Kadena get eliminated and Misawa hold on. I thought for a second the capture was in. And that would have been the offensive round for Kadena to take the map away. But we got another round here in the Vault Control.
And Sweet makes the heads-up play call again. It is so easy for Sweet to fly out of those double doors, run straight on towards the point, and hope that you could just beam those players. Instead, he takes a second, wait for the team to hit you, and hit at the same time. It is perfect play from Sweet. And really, from Misawa on the whole, how on earth they pulled that out of their butts, I don't even know. Round 5, again, I mentioned it before we even got into the last round. It's going to have to be back-to-back offenses for Kadena. First is denied, so now they're going to have to pull off this second one.
Yeah.
And the opening battle's not going their way for the most part.
You do a lot better of a job at denying that B zone progress, but denying that chance to hit through P3. And for Kadena, I mean, you got to dig deep for this round because you don't have that opportunity to get that early B zone capture. Even when you did, you weren't able to capture A at all. So this time around, where does it come through? To try to steal this one away and keep this game going. Chronix, you look to him to maybe be that Slayer, but he loses his help. And Nase plays his life. He's going to slide back in for the contest, playing around and finessing enough for Sweet to get the kills.
Kadena reset once again. Have to reset towards A this time around, but Misawa have already made the adjustments. They've already found their way over here. That's 3 kills once again. It was a full wipe to get them off B. Now it's a full wipe to get them off A. Time really starting to run out. Kadena's play call here. Send DC, or Bang, excuse me, on a really long flank while the rest of your squad has to win some gunfights up close and personal. Bang going to win the first. That's a good start. That's the opening now. That'll turn the attention of Misawa towards their spawn, while Kadena now able to get out of their spawn. Yeah, have they been bought enough time?
He just doesn't live, though. And Sweet's going to take Ephesians out over towards B in 9 seconds. Brody, there's no time to think about where you need to go. You are sprinting at this A zone as fast as you can, but you have to get the kills. You have to get the kills to keep this one going. Sweet's gonna find 2. Nase on the flank eats this up, and Goldfish finishes it off. No time to get it done. And Misawa pushing into the lower finals. A 3-0 sweep in the semis. They get it done, and they knock another team out of the PACAF Esports Championships.
Phenomenal from Misawa. Massive clutch ups in that final round of play, and I think specifically a massive clutch up in round number 4 there. Kadena could well have won that offense. We would have been staring down the barrel of a game at number 4 hardpoint, but Misawa, just absolutely phenomenal play from them. What a series from Misawa. They shut up. Both you and I predicted Kadena 3-0, 3-1. We had Kadena either way. And for Misawa to come in and make their mark on the series, they are the ultimate champions of, we'll call them the ultimate champions of group play, right? Because obviously both of these teams came in as the group champions, regardless of the fact that they were in the lower brackets. And Misawa are now the team that after that 3-0 performance is finally got the win on the board. The most important one of them all, because that has booked them a place in the World Championships.
Yeah, booked a place in the World Championship, and that championship for the groups might still have a chance to be a championship for the entirety of PACAF. So you stay alive, you knock this team out, and we have to say goodbye to another squad in Kadena. But so many moments out of Chronix and Bang to talk about. DC, some lovely plays on that Jackal. Ephesians throughout the bracket, especially in the lower side, was a major piece on getting to this portion of the bracket to play against a team like Misawa, but they just weren't able to get it together for this game in general. A close contested map 3 in the control, but looking at the rest of the series, Brody, it wasn't as similar as that. It was just Misawa seizing control, never really giving it back. They had depth of strategy, they had the slaying, they had the camaraderie and teamwork to get through it all, and you could just see that this team was prepped, and it was really impressive, and I cannot wait to pick the brains of Nase Michi, who is going to be our interviewee for this game. But I'm super stoked to see that Misawa are getting it done, because this is a team that you and I both counted out, but they just made us shut up. So let's see what they did to make us shut up. We got Nase Michi here in the interview booth. Congratulations, my man. That's gotta feel like a good one right there, because we were a little bit worried off of the performances over in the winners bracket. You guys got knocked down, had to do some work obviously between day 2 and day 3. The work's been done and you guys look sharp today. What's the difference you guys are feeling today?
Honestly, we came out knowing that we had everything to win, nothing to lose. We lost in the winners bracket, so we just got to show out. We put everything on stage and we left it there.
Yeah, you guys made some phenomenal calls throughout that series. I was saying during the broadcast that it was easily one of the smartest, I think, games that we've seen the entire series, the entire weekend so far, right? I mean, you guys were making some phenomenal calls. I want to go to the search and destroy first, then I got to talk about your guys' offensive play calls. I mean, I got to know, I think it was someone in chat that was saying there was one particular player on your team that was making the play calls, but I mean, you guys had made a couple of B play calls. That's something that not a lot of teams do on protocol search and destroy, and then flitch toward an A push afterwards. I mean, what was kind of the cause of those pushes? How are you guys thinking about playing those search and destroy offenses?
To be fair, we have one mastermind behind our S&D plays, and that is Knight. He is our R6 player. He's our R6 pro player. This thing comes up like out of his butt for free, and we take it all. We take it all.
Yeah, dude, I mean, if that's Knight, you got to give him some love from me, man. Knight is incredibly smart, and that was an incredibly smart play call for you guys. You guys dominate that search and destroy solely down to the strats. And then in the control as well, you guys did something that not enough teams do, and it stacked the point on the offense. It effectively guaranteed you a defense for round number 5. I mean, is that the play call, right? Is it like, look, know in these situations where we've got 4 down, let's just put 3 players on the point, get the point done, because you know it's going to get us a defense for round number 5.
Yeah, that's what we looked at in the past. These old control games, we couldn't get the time when we needed, but we could have. We just always wanted to push forward, take space, but we stopped doing that. Everybody on time, get the ticks, play defense for the last round. That's what we were going for.
Love that.
Sometimes you just got to put your team on the leash. Say, hey, somebody's got to be that objective player. Somebody's got to do the dirty work if we're going to win this tournament. And you guys did exactly that throughout your series. My man, Nase, I mean, now with that, you have confirmed a top 3 spot here in the PACAF Esports Championships. You know what that means?
Yes, sir.
It means you are going to... Yeah, you got a qualification spot for Worlds. That means you're going to be going to Buckley Space Force Base in Colorado in June. As a team, is this something you guys really thought was attainable? Is this something you guys were talking about and preparing for? Like, what is the feeling and how did this come to be?
Oh, we thought we were taking it all. We thought we were gonna get one like first place off the bat. I still think we should have, but you know, couldn't play out that way. But we're going regardless, so I can't really complain.
Hey, you're not done yet. You still got games to go, and you got Anderson coming up next, and you got a whole team waiting for you to prepare for that one. Congratulations. Is there anything you want to say, shout out to, anything left before we let you go?
Thank you so much. I just want to shout out to my family from all around the world. They're all tuning into the stream. My girl's here. I think that she's here, and she's ready to get back with Anderson, man. I'm hyped. I'm ready for it.
It's time for some revenge, it seems like. Well, we'll let you go, and we'll let you guys prepare. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you, sirs.
Fired up, Brody. He is fired up for this losers final, and I would be too if I came out and showed up the way that they did. Everybody was on point. They had the brains of Knight, they had the brawn of Sweet, and everybody filled into their roles correctly.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, I'll say it again, mate. That is probably one of the single smartest, big brain, best series I've seen this entire weekend from any team across the board. So I believe it when I say I think Sawa are fired up now. They are looking like a totally different squad. And if I'm Anderson, like obviously I'm going to be confident, right? Anderson have been playing out of their damn minds, but I would take them as a serious threat because these guys, they're hungry for a spot in that grand finals.
Oh yeah, and they have been warmed up. They're making the run. It's the losers bracket curse, it feels sometimes, Brody. You let a team get hot and they just do not know when to stop. I'm gonna give a quick shout out over towards Inky Season in the chat. He's saying no coach shout out again. He's gonna have some words for his team. Well, don't worry, I'll give you a shout out because the boys look prepped and I'm sure you had a piece in that pie. Well, folks, we got another game in the lower bracket before we crown our challenger for Hickam in those grand finals. We're gonna step away, get things set up, and when we return, more PACAF. We're down to 3 teams. It's gonna be a good one.
Introducing Hardpoint, a respawn game mode where teams fight over a neutral objective that moves around the map. The first hardpoint has a short delay before it activates. This allows players from both teams to take their positions for the initial combat. Once it activates, teams can start earning points. To take control of the hardpoint, teams must have at least one of their players on the objective, where they will earn 1 point per second of control. If both teams have players on the objective, neither team scores points until the players from one team are removed from the objective. While a team is collecting points, the game clock is paused as long as points are being earned. Each objective location is active for 60 seconds before moving to a predetermined next location where players will once again be able to earn more points. The first team to achieve 250 points or have the most points when time expires will win the game.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the PACAF Esports Challenge 2025. We just have 2 series remaining before deciding which of our remaining teams will be crowned victors in the entire tournament. I'm Infinity, this is Enigma, and we're about to bring you guys an epic matchup, a rematch. As a matter of fact, as we have Anderson coming down from that upper bracket final, taking on an on-fire Misawa roster that just come off a hot 3-0 victory.
Yeah, and what a series that was as well. And the thing is, when I think back to the last time these two teams met, it was also one of our very good series that we had through bracket play. So, yeah, really looking forward to this one. I think that we've got ourselves a lower finals here that's begging to set up a couple of storylines. Maybe actually a bit of a redemption arc as well for Misawa, because, of course, they lost in that matchup to Anderson 3-1 last time. And yeah, you're going to get a look at our bracket here. We are down, my friend, to our final 3 teams. All 3 of these squads were making worlds, but now it's about settling the trophy.
Yeah, for sure. And honestly, between these 3 teams, I genuinely could not call it. I think across the entirety of the tournament so far, it's been very difficult to call because all of these teams have had their moments of stepping up to the plate above and beyond our expectations. I think Hickam in that upper bracket final versus Anderson, I don't think we've seen Hickam play like that the entire tournament. I think, you know, even Anderson, who've had their moments versus Misawa in that upper bracket semi-final, looked absolutely phenomenal. And I think it goes without saying, Misawa in that last series, again, I'm just going to keep on saying it because I'm still astounded at the search and destroy that we saw, the control team play that we saw. I don't think anybody has had a single performance like that across the board than what we just saw from Misawa in that last series. Like, I genuinely believe that it was phenomenal from them.
Well, I mean, I know that we're holding off for a second, but I think this is why I'm going with the prediction that I've made, is because I just feel like the S&D there is going to carry them through the series. I think that, you know, they looked like they're very much on the ball. And we've spoken a lot on the desk here about, you know, how teams have come into this tournament, some of them with a couple of strats, but how squads have been getting better through the tournament. It does feel like Misawa are one of those teams for sure, and able to lean on something that isn't just the ability to go out and slay out in a respawn, which is what some of the other top teams have been looking to do. And you and me, you know, we've cast enough Call of Duty in our time, my friend. Goddamn, we know that S&D wins championships, and this Misawa team are more than capable of nicking away a respawn or 2 from both of these teams that remain. So if their search is as good as that all the way through the rest of this tournament, they are making the run.
Yeah, you know what's actually funny is I do think like Search and Destroy is going to decide this entire affair. I'll get to that in just a second, but yeah, here's looking back towards the rosters. If you guys haven't been paying attention, we've got some of the best damn players in the entire tournament at this point. We just had Nase Michi on interview at the end of their victory to qualify for the World Championships, and he is confident they are ready to get their get back versus Anderson. But Anderson, I mean, look, this roster has been proving time and time again they are not a roster to be underestimated. Everybody is on top form. They're all phenomenal players, and they are going to want revenge for themselves because they got pretty handily swept in the upper bracket final. They'll be feeling themselves for a potential rematch with Hickam in that best of 7 grand final. But I'm not too sure what our maps look like for this best of 5. We talked about Search and Destroy potentially being the real decider between these 2 teams. I think the veto might also play a rather large part as well. Wow. And, well, I would love to see the pick percentage for Skyline and Vault this entire tournament because it feels like we've seen it pretty much every single series, and we're getting basically all of it in this one.
Yeah, I mean, Red Card is over there just begging for someone to love it, right? But Skyline and Vault is indeed where we are going to head to. I gotta say, I'm not a big fan of Skyline personally, but that is when I'm playing it. When I'm casting it, when we're getting to watch it, it is a whole lot of fun. So I'm not going to say no to it. This is an opportunity for some of our big shooters to really square up against each other. Anderson, you're looking at OC and Loading, I feel like those 2 have lit up the scoreboard multiple times for this team through the tournament. For Misawa, I think we're looking a lot towards Sweet. Not that the other players in this conversation are not worth talking about. Of course they are. But I think Sweet is the kind of player who could come out alongside OC. Both of them could drop 40 and it'd just be an absolute bloodbath around every single hill. S&D, yeah, Skyline's weird. It's just a bang out, just absolutely launch yourselves into the middle of the map and see what sticks. But 3 Vaults after that, I'll be straight with you. I actually really like Vault as a map. I think it works well across all 3 modes. So if we do go the distance, I think we've got ourselves a hell of a series on our hands.
Yeah, and it's worth saying Masawa literally just proved their proficiency on Vault twice in the last best of 5. Vault hardpoint, and of course, I mean, goes without saying, that Vault control victory. So they know how to play the map. For it to be in this best of 5, I think is huge. Now, I don't have it on hand, like the exact best of 5, the map set, the maps that were played last time between Masawa and Anderson. Would love to see if we can get a hold of it. So I'm not too sure what kind of repeat maps we have in this one.
So Vault hardpoint is 1.
Okay, Vault hardpoint is 1. Do we have the exact score? I mean, I'm relying on you here,
250
mate.
to 153 in favor of Anderson. So relatively decisive. OC popped off with a 33 and 23. Loading dropped a 31 and 23. So some big performances out of Anderson coming through in that hard point. The one thing for me is, though, looking back, is I feel like Masawa have grown as a team through this tournament. We've spoken about the search and such there. Also, we've been in this situation many a time where we watch that winners final team drop into lowers. They're obviously on a bit of a, you know, a downturn. It's a negative momentum. You're coming across a team that's absolutely rolling because they've managed to push their way into that losers final that way. So it sets up a couple of different dynamics there.
Yeah, for sure. And that's why going into our predictions here, I have Masawa. I think Masawa is going to take this. Despite Anderson winning the last series 3-1, I think Masawa are hot on the heels at the moment of Anderson going into this matchup. They have the vibes. They know that they can win this series. And certainly, I think the way in which they just took down their opposition to qualify for the World Championship, these guys have got to be feeling themselves. And it does genuinely feel like they've figured something out that a lot of teams haven't. The way that they're playing as a team right now, just such solid gameplay in Search and Destroy and in Control in particular. I feel like they're going to steal a hard point away. I feel like Search and Destroy is basically a guaranteed Masawa victory on my end. And I feel like they're going to take the Control as well. So I feel like maybe map number 1 goes to Anderson, but the next 3 is all Masawa.
Yeah, I'm going with 3-2 Masawa. Many of the reasons that you've just uttered there kind of stick true for me. I hate agreeing with you. It's completely alien to me. But right there you are. I think you're right on a lot of the searches. I think the Skyline search is always an iffy one. I think even good search teams sometimes struggle to see out that map. But when it comes to the hard points, I'm expecting those to be traded on out. I'm expecting us to get to that game 5 with both teams having struck really decisive blows. But when we get to that game 5, I think Masawa's S&D prowess is going to see them through and book them that opportunity to go into grand finals and face off against a team that they've already beaten once before in this tournament.
Yeah, and again, now we can have that conversation about the Search and Destroy, because I brought up very briefly in the last series, right? Before that last Search and Destroy, that Protocol Search and Destroy, and I know it's quite easy to say like one Search and Destroy like totally changes the way that you look at any given sort of situation. It does genuinely feel like it has changed my kind of view on what the Search and Destroy power ranking is like between these two teams. Because prior to that series, I would have said Anderson has been by far and away the best Search and Destroy team in this tournament. They look so well put together in Search and Destroy. Their team play is phenomenal. Just really solid Search and Destroy team. Now, though, after that last series, I'm kind of querying it a little bit. Like, Masawa, so damn well in Search and Destroy. You've got Knight making those play calls. And I genuinely believe they can out-strategize Anderson in Search and Destroy. So for me, that is going to be most I mean, I know obviously forehead statement, Search and Destroy does win championships ultimately, right? But like, it has to be for me. I mean, Search and Destroy is going to be a big battleground for these two teams in this series.
Yeah, well, it's just the reason why we have the phrase that Surge wins championships. I mean, look over the years at this amount of teams that we've known that are straight shooters, great slayers. They do fantastically when it comes to hardpoint, sure, but you can nick series away just by chipping away at the searches. And then eventually, you know, you've got these top 3 teams. They are here for good reason. Every single one of these teams knows how to play respawn. When it comes to the hard points, I mean, we can go back through and pick out many circumstances, even just some today, where all 3 of these teams have shown great prowess in hardpoint. As such, not a single one of these teams should be sitting there thinking, okay, I'm confident of taking every single hardpoint from every single team. It's just relying way too much on something that's very much so hanging in the balance. And then that's where Search comes in. It's the real difference maker, and it's the real factor that, again, we both think is going to be very much so part of the decisive conversation here. And even more so, again, I go back to the fact that I'm expecting it to be a Vault S&D at the end where we go game 5. And you know what? If they want to give us a game 5 round 11 1v1, I would bite someone's hand off.
But you're going to bite something in that I'm so glad that you went a different direction to where I...
Brother, it is 6 in the morning. Keep your head out of the gutter.
Yeah, sorry, mate. That's not going to happen in a month of Sundays. I actually did get a chance to look at my notes here just a second because I was like, why haven't I written notes on the Masawa versus Anderson series? I feel like I would have written notes on that one. It turns out I did. I just kind of buried them in my spider handwriting, as it were. So actually looking back towards the series, I do now distinctly remember that Vault hardpoint. So,
wait, got reset.
Yes, yeah. So it was a reset. The first time that Masawa and Anderson played the Vault hardpoint, there was tech issues, I believe, and it was actually a map that was totally played out, and Anderson won it the first time around. So were it not for the reset, probably would have been 3-0 in that series. But we did see the reset. It was Masawa getting another chance to take Anderson on, and they won it 250 to 225. I'm looking towards the rest of that series, by the way, as well, because I've got Hacienda Search and Destroy and the Vault Control scorelines written down. Actually, Anderson totally dominated them. It was a 6-1 Search and Destroy and a 3-0 Vault Control. Maybe we shouldn't have been so confidently putting Masawa in our predictions here, mate.
Well, I mean, I will counter with the point of Anderson got absolutely slammed early in the tournament on Skyline Hardpoint against Yokota. So there's a couple of different reasons to factor things in. But again, I think I come back to, like, on the day, as we know Call of Duty can be and win fine margins when we're talking about the top 3 teams. I think that Masawa right now, they're on a hot spree. They've been looking better and better. Their search has been improving. For Anderson, it's a case of you've just come off the back of what was, quite frankly, a drubbing. So it's difficult to talk about. It's kind of funny, though, by the way, looking back at my notes, because I wrote out for obviously the first Vault hardpoint, which was then reset, and I just drew a line under it and didn't bother writing down anything else for that series. So I think at that point, I was very done with some of the technical issues. So I'm very glad that we got confirmation in the back of exactly how the rest of that series looked.
Okay. For sure. Right, it's time, folks. Losers Bracket Finals. One of these teams is about to knock a place in the Grand Finals. Potential chance to take on Hickam for the title of PACAF Esports Champions. Let's see, though, who is going to be the champions of this series, though. Anderson going to be the first team to start with hardpoint control towards P1.
Oh, night. Jesus, that was windy. The whole gust comes on through. We are on top of an apartment building here in the penthouse suite. But, there was nothing luxurious about that. And, well, it's going to be back, forth, and all over the place. It's actually going to be Nase Michi who slips on through looking for those P2 spawns, but he's going to be found, importantly, by OC. And last time we saw OC on this map, he started off 7-0, trying to match that here as he finds 4 to get things moving for Anderson.
A lot of time accrued for either of these two teams on this point. Nase Michi going to double up here, so potential transition towards P2. Spree shut down there at the start of this game. Nase Michi, I was going to say, he's really starting to streak out here on 3 in a row. Big head for Mid Mike to take off the board. Those shots not that great on towards Sweet. And all of a sudden here, Masawa will get the first look at the new hill. One player will survive the initial onslaught, but Nase Michi quickly cleans that player up.
Yeah, it feels like Nase Michi's having himself a little bit of a here at the start of this map. Yes, you're going to have 4 deaths, but I think 2 of those happen trying to flank in through the back for this spawn. So playing really well off the start. Masawa walking down a good chunk of time here. You're going to get a piano side hit. But OC tries to time that with a zip push, and, well, it just doesn't come together. And it's in dribs, it's in drabs, and you're going to get mopped up. And Sweet explodes for 4 to lock down a lot of time. It's going to be then at least a 40-point lead, probably nearer to 60 by the time we get there. And for Anderson, for me, I think you just maybe start to set up for Kitchen. And as you even look to consider that, 2 kills light up in blue.
That is a phenomenal hold from Masawa. Nase Michi, you're absolutely right to call out that he is playing on fire at the moment. A 706 KD might not necessarily suggest it, but he is finding kills in perfect tandem with the rest of the roster. Goldfish also starting to heat up as well. That's a big 2-piece for him as we move towards the next hill. And Sweet is the guy that you need to take out if you're Anderson. Now on 6 in a row, really starting to heat up in this game. But as I say, it's Sweet far removed from the kill. You'll lose players inside. Sweet now needs to get back in. Still keeping that streak alive as well. And he's going to do exactly that. 8 in a row now for Sweet.
Pops off in a moment when he's just helping Masawa extend this lead on out. You will get 3 kills in red, but no one then dives the time. You've just given the time straight back up. OC's trying to reposition to try and control mid to lock down this P4 rotation. I understand that play, but someone there has got to take control of the situation and actually grab some time, lock things down, and the way it all pans out in the end, you're basically losing rotation as well as all the scrap.
Now looking to win the trades. Masawa towards the new hardpoint. OC doubles up. Nase about to get folded on by 3 different players and will fold to the first. So Anderson, for the first time in this game, a chance to actually accrue a massive chunk of time. Loading now looking for some kills outside the hard point. Unfortunately, gets cameraed, loses the teammates at the exact same time. OC now isolated towards the backline, is going to be able to double up. Now looking to just weaken the hard point for the rest of the team to hit through the front. He's actually doing it all by himself here. OC for 3, surely not number 4. No, Goldfish will trade out, but OC does his job to perfection. Picks up 3 kills, weakens things for the hard point, and Anderson now back through.
Yeah, I mean, this Anderson team aren't bad. All 4 of these players are solid, but let's face it, OC is one hell of an individual performer. Nase Michi finds everything, including Sweet. He says, you're on my point, I'm absolutely frying you. And the team now tick on over that 100-point marker. So breaks on breaks as Goldfish picks one up from the bathtub. The thing is, there's going to be a flipped out spawn. I don't know if anyone's going to read this. So Nase Michi with an opportunity to collapse from the white steps. And Sweet doesn't even care about any of that. He finds 3. You get split spawns for Anderson. And all of a sudden, this is going to become chaotic as we look towards our second set of hills, with Masawa nearly 100 points up.
I can't believe what we're seeing right now. Masawa are in total control of this game. Again, a reminder that Skyline Hardpoint was in the last series between these 2 teams, and it was an Anderson victory. So for Masawa to come out like this really does go to show that the momentum is totally in their side right now. Sweet 19-6, having a hell of a game. Neither team right now accruing a lot of time. As you said, a 7 spree for a Sweet. Now make it 8. Neither team, though, accruing a lot of time on P1, despite that spree for a Sweet. So really, I think Masawa are just content with Anderson not getting time on P1 at this point.
I agree. I mean, burn through that clock, set yourself up for P2. You held it really well last time. So aiming to rinse and repeat. You're going to have to be aware of the fact that Loading and OC have managed to get themselves into gym. Actually, they go different ways. OC playing piano side. He's looking to lock down this long lane. Finds Nase Michi. Going to be challenged from the top, though. Knight with the trade. An important trade to make as well. You don't want OC to be roaming for free. And Goldfish then gets one out front. Drip Lord's going to be trying to play in through the back. Could influence those spawns, so that's an important kill to find there.
Just kills constantly go in favor of Masawa here. Sweet, Knight, Nase Michi, all combined for 3. Big Mike, they only want to find some value for Anderson on the other side. And now you start to panic if you're Anderson. You are down 100 points. You have to continue to hit this hill somewhat individualistically. Big kills for Sweet to make on the outside. Goldfish helping a little bit here. The call is made. Knight will go to deal with it, but he's going to get shut down as Sweet goes down as well. Now towards Nase for the point. Expecting to hit around the back line. Has help from a teammate. Sweet will pick up that gunfight. Now pressure from the front, and Goldfish is the player to take Big Mike down. The team play from Masawa is perfect right now.
And Goldfish explodes for 2 as well. You will finally get a little bit of an answer in Loading, who finds one. OC is going to try and play through Jacuzzi to try and cut off this rotation through. The thing is, you just have no presence over by Kitchen, so you might find a kill, but can any of your teammates take advantage of it? The answer is a straight hell no, as 3 kills come through for Masawa. Sweet, by the way, on 25-9, well and truly taking over this losers finals, and that is one of the more unlucky team kills I think I've seen in a hot minute. Finishes off Big Mike and puts 1 bullet into Knight's backside to drop him. To be fair, I think he was owed 1. I think it was Knight that actually killed Sweet earlier on in P4. The one thing I'm looking for Anderson to do here is, you know, when it comes to P4, for example, just do what Masawa have been doing with P2. Set up early. Kind of put Masawa on one side of the map, you on the other. Draw a line. Don't let it be this chaotic spiral that Masawa are putting you in.
This is the team play. The collapsing from Masawa right now is just pitch perfect. 10 seconds left on the kitchen hardpoint. Anderson split on whether to hit the scrap or go for the new rotation. 2 of those players have done the latter. OC checking out the hill itself. Big kill against Sweet. Back umbrellas a little bit too much to ask for, though, and Nase Michi's also going to double up. That player's job, by the way, is not done just yet. Spawns now accrued here for Anderson. Nase Michi going to hold off enough time here that Misawa now can hit the front of this point. Goldfish and Sweet opening things up with the first kills. OC now towards the point. Big kills to make. OC finds both of them. Anderson holding on by their fingertips towards this time, but Misawa are so tenacious at the moment. They keep on sending players towards the time. OC now looking for the wraparound. Another 2 kills for OC. 1 more inside the time. Can't find it. Goldfish still to be dealt with, and Loading will find that kill. So fortunately for Anderson, they're able to get the time now.
Yeah, just one of those moments again. I think 4 players die there for Masawa, and no one gets a hold of the point. By the time Anderson players start to consider the point, another Masawa player spawned up and dove back on the point. So just a couple of moments here. Yes, I don't think that they would have made a difference in terms of the overall result. But Anderson could have made this a bit more competitive if they were just getting being a bit more assertive about the situations that are unfolding in front of them. As it's going to be a couple of kills light up. Nase Michi trying to take control from Bar. Will get pushed up towards Jim underneath Driplord right now, and loading will find 2. So an opportunity then for the team to get a hold of P1 early.
At this point, you have to hold on to P1 time, because Misawa could definitely get it done here. That's 3 players down. One more wave of gunfights. Misawa take this one home and put Anderson in the 100-point club. What a statement that would be to the start of this loser's bracket final. Sweet finds 3 up top. Anderson, you've got to go. You've got to contest right now. Big Mike can't get it done. That's going to be all she wrote here for game number 1 as Misawa get it done. 250-91.
That's a statement made right there, nice and early. Misawa absolutely rolling into this lower finals. And the thing is as well, I gotta say, like, for Anderson, you certainly had your big players stepping up. I think OC dropped somewhere in the mid-30s, maybe approaching 40 in terms of kills. So he was going around doing his thing. Just felt like so often the impactful moments. I mean, we saw it very early there. Misawa, they rotate early for P2. And it was almost a perfect hold. I think they rock up at least 40 points just on that hill alone. And then they repeat it in the next set of hills. So it's just a case of, again, those kills becoming impactful or not. There's several moments, you know, I was asking for someone from Anderson to, like, kind of, all right, let's put this other team over there, us over here, and we just understand where they are. Misawa did that consistently. They were very happy to go, okay, you guys can have the 15 seconds of scrap time because we're going to set up a play for 40 over here. That never really came through for Anderson in moments where they did try and lock down, for example, the bedroom rotation. Felt like they still had players pushing for kitchen or players not really set up, ready to take those fights.
Frankly, I'm stunned. Again, we go back to that last series, and what was it, a Skyline hardpoint victory for Anderson? How do you go from that to that? A 250-91 victory for Misawa. Almost as perfect of a hardpoint as you could possibly ask for. We were talking about them figuring things out. They most certainly have done exactly that now. Next up is a Skyline Search and Destroy. It's crazy because we were saying this is really going to be the deciding factor for the series. Again, it was a Hacienda Search and Destroy between these two teams last time around, and that was a 6-1 victory for Anderson. Anderson were running rings around Misawa, but I think since then, they seem to have figured things out. They've got a play caller in Night calling the shots in the mid-game. At this point, I would not be surprised if we see a total flip of the script here on Skyline Search and Destroy as well.
I'm with you. I'm really getting to a point as we went on through that map 1 where I'm struggling to build Anderson into this series a bit. I was expecting that first map to be extremely hotly contested and then send us through to map 2 where we're expecting Misawa to be the better S&D team. But right now, I mean, Misawa, all of the momentum in their favor. I think the only way you answer that back if you're Anderson is with 2 or 3 very quick rounds off the break here where you just be oppressive on your opponents. I mean, Anderson have shown some S&D qualities. You're looking here, as you said, at Big Mike to make a couple of calls that will help this team feel, like they have a bit of direction. The thing is, for me, there's something that you said that I feel like is important when it comes to Skyline S&D. He's the mid-round IGL. There isn't many rounds in Skyline where you get a defined mid-round. It can quite often be a bang out, or by the time the dust settles off the initial gunfights, you're down to a 1v1, 2v2 sort of situation. Would I like to see Anderson make this a lot more competitive? Yes. Am I looking at this Misawa lineup and thinking they look pretty unstoppable? Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm just so curious about kind of what strategies in the playbook Misawa could throw at Anderson. I think, Skyline Search and Destroy has been relatively one-dimensional for the last few Skyline Search and Destroys that we've got a chance to see, right? It's been kind of A hits from the offensive side. The bomb kind of goes down for free for the most part. The defense doesn't really do a good job of actually hitting the B site, or the A site, whatsoever. And it's not really been much more than that. It's been kind of like post-plant positioning, who can kind of hold site, who can retake site. I'm expecting something a little bit different if that earlier protocol search and destroy is anything to go by from Misawa. I'm expecting maybe hits under the middle of the map here, hits up top towards the B site, just something different from kind of your bog standard A approaches from Misawa. Or to be fair, maybe I'm expecting a little bit too much here, and it might be a little bit more like another day in the office for Masawa. At this point, I just don't know. I think, to be honest, expectations have kind of been thrown out of the window after that game number 1. Again, I'm totally stunned. Not just that Masawa are kind of on this massive run at the moment, but that they're able to take that map number 1 like that. Just insane score.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to find ways for Anderson to like get back into this as we try and, you know, set up the story for what could happen. There's no reason, you know, that Anderson can't pull this off, but it's just we're stacking the odds against them even more so when I take a look at some of the past maps that they've played in S&D. As always, you're talking fundamentals, you're talking your preset nades. There aren't very many of them on Skyline. There are 1 or 2 that are effective. You have to be pretty damn perfect with them, and we haven't seen that level of prep from most of the teams in this tournament. So the other thing then comes down to First Bloods. Well, as I'm flicking back through, Anderson have really struggled in the First Blood department, often just trading it out with their opponents. So for example, in the series against Yokota, it's like 5-4 is kind of like, you know, it's one of those where, you know, it's neither here nor there, or they've come out on the wrong end of the First Blood department. So looking for them to change that here. And I think what I'm probably looking at, if you are that situation, is, well, if Big Mike is usually our mid-round IGL, why don't we just make him our break-off IGL? See if that helps us get through these opening scenarios. And for Masawa, though, we keep touching on it. They are looking really good, unequivocally, when it comes to their S&D. And I mean, if you and Seymour just cast over that series, the loser semis, to get the ticket to Worlds. I mean, you tell me, is there many weaknesses to the search and destroy that you could spot there?
For Masawa?
Yes.
Ah, man. I mean, again, like, I don't want to take too much away from just one single search and destroy, right? I mean, like, I don't think there's any overarching issues in the search and destroy, because going back to that protocol search and destroy, it really was just a pitch perfect way of playing around like a kind of a standardized meta on protocol search and destroy, right? It was very specific to, with protocol, you kind of expect something to be an A hit pretty consistently, and Masawa played with that perfectly by going 2 consecutive B hits and then kind of making things kind of weaker in the mental department for their opposition, because they didn't know how to split their forces on towards B, on towards A, and that made a B hit easier for that map. So for me, like, in terms of weaknesses, I genuinely don't think there are many for Masawa, but that's just specific to that one map. So for Masawa here, I mean, right now, just I don't know, dudes. If they can just keep on playing some unique strategies, I think they'll be perfectly fine. As far as weaknesses are concerned, I haven't seen them in a bad position, you know, having to kind of clutch up. So I don't know if they can do it. If they do get put in like a 1 versus 4 or 2 versus 4, do we see clutches from Masawa? I'm not entirely sure. With that said, I believe we're just currently trying to resolve a tech issue, folks. So what we're going to do is we're going to send it to a quick break. On the other side of the break, we should have a game number 2, Skyline Search and Destroy. Don't go far. What's up, you beautiful people? It's time for more action here from the PACAF Esports Championship. It's taken a while to get into Skyline Search and Destroy. We promised you that action would be on the horizon. We just need to resolve a couple of issues. Infinity here alongside Enigma for the game. And we're just moments away to get into this game number 2. Let's kind of bring people up to speed if they're just joining the broadcast here. Enigma, at game number 1, I still feel a little bit shell-shocked that Masawa were able to come out and win in the way that they did.
Yeah, I've kind of had to re-look over that score a couple of times. 250 to 91, I think it was, if I'm correct, from Masawa. And quite frankly, yeah, a run over, an absolute blowout. Felt like the Masawa were on a very strong wavelength when it came to setting themselves up for P2, P4 rotations. But the P2 rotation was absolutely perfect. P4, bit hit and miss, but they did a great job of breaking it as and when they needed to. For Anderson, I just don't have any hill where I can sit there and be like, yeah, you performed that very well. At best, they got splits, but quite often, I mean, I think if we're going to try and sum up the scores across the P2 hills, it's probably something like 100 points to Masawa and about 10 to Anderson. So that says everything you need to know there. P4, you did a little bit better on the rotation, but then you couldn't hold Toffee. So yeah, it needs to be different coming into map 2 if Anderson want to punch themselves into that grand finals. Masawa, they look like, coming off the back of how good they were in losers semis, they are absolutely untouchable.
Well, there we go. Little recap into the excellent and incredibly smart and intelligent Enigma right there. That's the only compliment I'm going to give you the entire time, mate. So just enjoy it while you got it. Anyway,
Masawa response to
that. Off the start of this round, aggression. It's going to force Drip Lord out of the B site. Sweet now. Looking for some modicum of control. They really ideally do need a frag before they move forward. OC with those couple of kills, I think, might well blow this and play wide open. Bomb now down though. Goldfish looking for a stop with these players on the retake. Sweet will find one. Gets away, down to 54 HP, now needs to escape.
The fact that he gets away makes it very winnable, by the way, and he's going to completely flip the entryway. Gets himself into sight. Oh, I think he sees one push out towards Piano. The player who did head that way is going to head back, so... The problem is you're just out of time. You got 15 seconds. You gotta go. You gotta fly. One down on the bottom. Oh my god.
No way has Sweet just pulled this out of his ass. That is incredible from Sweet. What perfect play. Getting hype into the mic as well. And I absolutely would too. Sweet has just pulled some serious magic tricks. Let's see this again. Just completely playing the map to perfection. Making all sorts of noise to... split the offense, or the defense, excuse me. A 1 versus 3 for Sweet. That's phenomenal.
That is outrageous. Finding that first kill was, you know, enough to then make it something that he could win, something that he could control. Can you just pick off these 2 different players that are in and around this bomb? What comes in through the front, isn't seen at all, manages to slide away with his life, and then just plays the time so well.
This is much more of a standard approach at the start of this round. 3-2 trade in favor of Anderson. Narso Mitchell left up 1 versus 2, getting tagged up and taken down, and that's a great response from Anderson. Masawa tries something special in round number 1 on the offense. Anderson are like, look, right, we're going to play this much more standard. Just hit the site, win the gunfights, and it'll be our round.
Moment of prayer for OC, by the way. Finds himself 2 kills to open up this round, but he also found the first 2 in the last round and watched his team throw it away. So OC right now delivering big on the opening engagements. I don't know. I think at this point, OC is going to be a little bit worried about getting involved in those opening engagements. If he falls, he's already seen what Sweet can do to his teammates.
Oh, that is a beam across the map from Narso Michi. Sweet also follows up with another kill now, so... a lot of your reset as far as Masawa are concerned. Spotting out. Loading on the run now as Knight is following up for that kill. Don't get over aggressive here. You've got bomb down. There's no real reason to.
Interesting conga line approach here from Masawa. If I'm going to hit through Jim, I believe that's going to be. Yes, it is. Loading's going to be playing out of bed. He will find Knight relatively free. Big Mike then approaches this from a totally different angle, and Nasimichi's caught. Sweet then dies as well. And there was a point where I was a little bit worried that Mike and Loading were approaching this from the exact same location. But what you end up with instead is, because of the readjustment there and Loading starts to play out of bed, you just do a great job of ensuring you have different angles for it. I'm doing my best to not talk about the fact that Masawa get bombed down, then all three of them leave the site and give it up for free.
Yeah, that was a really bad play from Masawa. I was kind of complimenting them for the leader, big forehead plays, and I don't think we necessarily saw that there. There's no real reason to wrap behind and just play the conga line, as you called it. Anderson going to take that for free all day long. So now Anderson, 2-1 up in this search and destroy. Where do you go? Apparently you don't get the bomb off the start of the round. Anderson will now take it. Where do they go? Aggression from Masawa out towards the A site. Sweet with that first blood. OC looking for the trade. He's going to find it against one. Not going to get the second though. Sweet once again winning out those fights. 2-for-1 trade good on the site here from Masawa. And now Anderson, where do you go from here? You've got Drip Lord in the middle of the map, but Big Mike is going to retreat towards the spawn.
Sweet's going to drop back towards bed. Oh wait, I think he might actually miss him. That's the worst timing in the world, is he goes up cobble. They'll actually let Big Mike in through the back. Spotted here. Big fight occurring. Sweet will find Drip. Big Mike is eventually found. So Masawa answer back. Tie things back up. Feels like Sweet is really starting to try and take control of these opening engagements. I said in the first 2 rounds, OC found 4 kills off of opening engagements. But all of a sudden, Sweet has adjusted where he's entering in to try and fight OC straight up. Recognizing the star player on the other team and kind of putting that mantle of pressure on himself. Look, if anyone's going to shut down a guy as good as that, it's going to be me. And as such, the 2 first bloods over these last 2 rounds have kept Masawa in the fight. And honestly, they should be another round up. I don't know what the hell they were doing once they had that bomb down.
Yeah, it wouldn't be amazing if this went to round 11 and Anderson were able to take it. That would be quite something. We would definitely be going back to that round. But off the start of this one, Sweet continues to be pivotal to the play from Masawa. A 2-for-1 trade that you take all day long. Anderson now split up in the 2 versus 3. Big Mike attempts an emphatic flank, but will get shut out of the round. Now Drip Lord looking to try and split the difference here between these last 3 players.
Oh, and that stun's actually going to catch him as well. So I think that was just a simple information play from Nasimichi, just to kind of illustrate how important your tacticals and lethal should be. Quite frankly, if you're getting yourself through the opening bloods and you have got a full stun and nade setup, you should be using them. Well, Drip, he's seeing absolutely nothing right now. The one thing for me, again, is Masawa completely backed off from this bomb site. Sweet should be here to control this. But if Drip wins this fight, 2 players have got to try and retake their own bomb. I never liked that, but Drip, unfortunately, won't do enough. Will run out of time. He'll engage. He'll get one. Feel a little bit better about the way the round ends, but it's still going to leave Masawa in the lead.
You know what? Actually, I'm going to go ahead and say that was a perfectly fine post plant from Masawa. The bomb positioning was great. Honestly, like you've got it positioned in such a way that you can look at it from multiple different angles. I think namely the fact that they'd chosen to plant it so that they could all see it from sofas. And all you really need to do is have somebody in this situation, Sweet, throwing shoulders towards the site. Works out perfectly from Masawa. So actually a pretty good play on the whole. And again, we'll keep on going to the back to the point that this should currently be a 4-1 search and destroy. Instead, Anderson currently only trading by 1. They've been pretty standard in their approaches thus far. Towards A they go. As Masawa fork it through Jim Piano side. 1 player pushed up and OC predicts perfectly. Goldfish goes down. What even is English? Now say Mitchie, Sweet left up. Sweet going to make things a little bit easier on the defensive side.
Point engagement. Sweet comes out on top against loading. Bomb will go down then. 2v2. Sweet's going to try and flip the map alongside Mitchie here. Just go underneath. But as Drip Lord pushes through Piano, he should be aware then there's very little this side. He should be able to calm that out. Big Mike has turned to face. Doesn't matter.
Big Mike gets deleted. Shots out now from Drip Lord as well. 25 seconds on the clock. Drip Lord has just given away his positioning. He's on the wrong side of the bomb, and Sweet will demolish Drip Lord. 10 spree for Sweet across the first 6 rounds of Search and Destroy. It's another one on the board for Masawa.
This guy is frying. Just feels like he can't lose an engagement. And both of those final 2 kills, he's having to chow out. Don't get me wrong, Drip is looking the wrong way in the end. But even still, he's having to check out, slide, be aggressive on the engagement. And finishing them all off with headshots. The amount of confidence that is rolling through Sweet right now. Had himself a hell of a map 1 when his team absolutely dominated. Now in map 2, as Anderson put up more of a fight, he's making sure that he's squashing the rebellion. 10 streak is insane.
I just can't believe what we're seeing. Sweet just continually streaking out across this series. Nase Michi going to draw the first blood. That's enough now for Misawa to get that rock down. Anderson stuck up creek without a paddle at the moment. Desperately trying to find a way back into this 3 versus 4. Keep an eye on that flanking player from Driplord. Loading going to find one for the middle map. That's Nase down for the count. The offensive side have split themselves up here, looking for individual one-on-one. Sweet loses the crucial one, finally taking off the spree. OC for 1 on towards Goldfish, and now Knight for the 1 versus 3. He actually going to double up here. 20 seconds on the clock. Loading's got to fly.
Oh, I love that. Knight smashes to have Loading second guessing, and Knight is going to wrap through the back. An incredible play. Makes the noise in mid-map so that Loading's keeping an eye on it. And Knight, am I drunk or did someone just like moonwalk backwards into a chair? But that was, I mean, dude, I clip it and ship it. I'm telling you, someone just moonwalked along like the stage. That was really something from Knight. 5-2.
Oh boy. And a reminder, again, keep on saying it, would be 6-1 right now, had it not been for the earlier stumble from Anderson. Misawa just looking to formalize it now. Cruise missile in the back pocket for Sweet. Ready to go. I don't even think they're going to need it at this point. Dripple and Loading, 2 versus 4. Sweet looking to really put it underline on this play. Driplord will take Sweet out of it. Now looking for a 1v2 to salvage this search and destroy.
Well, Driplord, if you're going to have a moment, now would be a great one. It's Goldfish and Knight. I like what they're doing here. They're just backing up. Let the bomb be planted, then you know where you've got to take the fight. Drip. Well, he's going to give the sight up immediately.
Oh, I thought for a second there Driplord was about to get some insane timing, but does stick to his positioning inside Jim. Don't know if Misawa will check it. Here comes the hit from Driplord. Shot's not that toasty, though. Not great at all. There's the final kill coming through from Knight, and that's going to be all she wrote here in this search and destroy. Misawa continue to be on fire.
Felt like there was a real fight from Anderson through the early stages of that map. What I will say, 2 different things. One, some star power from Misawa with Sweet going on a 10 spree. That is, in an S&D, quite frankly, insane. I don't care whether or not there's supposed to be a golfing quality or whatever. That is still ridiculous in the search. The second thing was, and I go back to Sweet again, and part of what he was doing in the first 2 rounds, I felt like OC was really building himself into the search. He finds the 2 first kills in round 1, the first 2 kills in round 2, and I was a bit like, okay, well, OC could really be a problem here. So what Sweet did was he adjusted his positioning where he was taking those engagements on the offensive and defensive rounds to be a part of that fight. Once or twice he didn't come out on top in it, but majority of the time he was able to crush OC, which then meant that, I mean, Anderson were walking wounded. They lose a player, but it's also their biggest chess piece on the board. As such, from that point on, Misawa never really looked like slowing down. And when Knight then clutches up towards the end as well and celebrates by moonwalking across main stage, you know that this team are feeling good.
Oh, man. I mean, what do you say at this point? Misawa are just playing so damn well as a roster. They're just a variety of different looks there on offense, just like the Protocol Search and Destroy. Not quite as clinical, not quite as specific on those pushes, but I think enough to throw Anderson off. And again, just like the Skyline Hardpoint, in which we look at a totally different scoreline, albeit the battleground is different for the Game 2 Search and Destroy, the result is also incredibly different. We transition from a 6-1 victory to Anderson in the first time these 2 teams faced off in that map number 2 Search and Destroy to a 6-2 victory for Misawa. This has been a total flip of the script here, folks, and they are just one map away, from booking a place in the grand final. Misawa are on a roll right now.
Yeah, indeed. It is kind of hard to believe that the last time these two teams faced, Anderson won 3-1 and relatively comfortably as well. I mean, it takes a minute here to understand that we spoke about it. When you're running through lower bracket, you do pick up a wave of momentum, and Misawa had to come through Ulsan and then Kadena in order to get to this point. Whereas, I guess for Anderson, you had a great upper bracket running through Yokota, and then falling to Hickam. But then it feels like, I don't know, it feels like you just run out. Sorry, Anderson did not fall to Hickam. I am lying to you. They beat out Misawa and then fell to Hickam in the winners finals. So I don't know. I think like it's got to be an on the day momentum thing, but also it's just a case of I feel like, again, Sweet taking a hold of the situation, grabbing it by the scruff of the neck, deciding that he's going to be the person to step up in those moments. The real difference maker right now as we go into a vault control, and we saw one of these not too long ago, and well, there was a certain team that was looking real good.
Yeah, it has to be said, they did have to go to a round 5 to get it done back then, Misawa, but they made a clutch in that round at number 4, and they were so good at stacking themselves on towards A. This time, though, off the start of this round, they don't find all the gunfights they want, so instead they're taking this a little bit more cautiously. Stun out towards you should be good for Goldfish to follow up the kill on towards OC, loading. Tag down at 57 HP by way of a Semtex. He's not going to win a fight in a month for Sundays. And now that second tick about to be through. This is the stack that Misawa have become known for here. Trades in their favor. They lose the players, but that tick is still rolling through by way of Knight. Shout out from OC is good for it. Knight unfortunate there, but still, this is a lot of damage done early on. And as 3 more kills come through, I still think they're not done.
That is one of the cleanest A captures we have ever seen, as Sweet is hot on his bike to get straight over towards R. Apply pressure. Moments like this, just staying alive, just being a nuisance, allows Goldfish to activate from elsewhere. And that's so frustrating for the players over on Anderson. Just can't clear him off, and that will give up B in its entirety. What I will say, lack of bodies actually on the point. I think Goldfish decided to play Trophy instead, but Nasimichi is pushed through into spawn.
Yeah, Misawa are done. They're just done already. 1 round through. Flanking play through the middle of the map is the saving grace for Anderson here in the moment. Dripboard still continues to be an annoyance for Misawa to contend with. Might get some bad timing here from Goldfish, and does. Now Misawa are able to get back on towards the point. OC pushing towards from the defense will get shut out. Second tick not solidified just yet. Now it will be. Progress being made. Kills coming through from Vault. Nicely done from Anderson to hold on towards the point, but it feels ever so tentative now, doesn't it? There is a whole 100 seconds on the clock for Misawa to do this.
Anderson also 5 lives down, and oh, now Drip Lord is mantling into the middle of nowhere, so just not going to be helpful for you. Needs to be pretty perfect if you are Anderson at this point. You got to get your ARs into the power positions such as R, and I mean loading just gets beamed by Nasimichi. OC will answer back with 2 at least, but then as he's found by Sweet, you just get into this situation where now you're still 6 lives down after all those engagements. The problem is you've only got 5 lives to hold for 60 seconds. 2 big kills there will give you an opportunity for a little bit of reprieve, but no respawns remaining. It's got to be absolutely perfect.
Yep, and that's the big problem here for Anderson. They can't really rely on time in this situation. They do just have to win every single gunfight imaginable. And there goes 1. Drip Lord down. We'll see you in round 2, pal. Knight attempted flank. Surely doesn't get away with the gunfight. Does not. Nice team shots from loading. And Big Mike. Big Mike now looking for a late flank, but players have started to filter through here from Misawa. Goldfish, one of them, will get shut down, but Nasimichi trades things out. Now just down to 2. Now just down to 1. And it's all down to that flanking player in Big Mike. Can he procure something special? Bad COD timing does not matter because the eliminations are done. Anderson out in round number 1.
We can talk a lot about how it begins, but I'm very impressed even more so when we saw on how it ends there, because once it starts to turn into TDM, we've seen this multiple times through the season where the defending team will slow down, turtle up a bit, and make themselves very difficult to kill. Start to try and bring that timer into it, which then helps you bring the lives back more even as attacking players start to sprint into situations and force the play a little bit. But I think Masawa recognized that what they could have afforded to do there was actually slow it down themselves, make themselves a more difficult set of players to find on the map, team up for a couple of kills, and just bleed Anderson slowly. And they do, to critical point, take that offensive round up 1-0. Anderson, how do you answer? Do you have any answer?
It's a good start. Driplord for the first blood. Loading, looking for something towards top side. Not going to get it. And it's 3 consecutive kills from Asawa. That's not the start that you wanted. Surely another one doesn't come through. No, it does not. Big Mike at the very least provides some kind of resistance, but it is very easy to get stuck in a blender in the spawn trap. And you can already see Masawa getting themselves set up for here.
So we should have just seen a couple running through lights. OC gets just awful timing, but will get 1 kill. Oh, and to be fair, I mean, with the help of Loading, finds the second. The 2 players save each other's hides. And OC, well, he's actually going to drop through Vault, try and move on over to B, and be a distraction. The problem is you're not looking up towards R. So Sweet catches you. 5 life difference. This is, of course, a considerably less smooth offensive round so far from Anderson. A reminder, ladies and gentlemen, if Masawa take this map, they punch on through to Grand Finals. Anderson finished 3rd. Now at the end of their tournament run. You have, though, got your ticket to Worlds, so you can be very happy about that, but you don't want it to end like this, not knowing that you'll be facing each other again at that World Championships in Buckley.
Every 2-for-1 trade puts Masawa 1 step closer to that Grand Final spot, and it just continues to go awry for Anderson. Goldfish on 5 in a row. OC, the only player to break out with 10 seconds left. There's no real chance to prance around the point. You have to stack onto it. Here we go. 6.3 seconds now. Masawa take Loading out. Flanking play from Sweet. Not going to get anything just yet. Big Mike towards the point. Good for the first. Sweet gets shut down. Hold on for a second here, folks. Triple cap through. One last player to do anything here. Nase Michi gets caught out. The stack should be good. We're going to see an extra 60 seconds.
Okay then, suddenly the script changes just a little bit. You find 3. Big Mike with that spree. OC, sorry, with the 5 as well. An opportunity to try and do something here. I tell you what, Masawa suddenly realized they have to flood towards the point. 4 ticks are in. How Anderson have managed to get to this point, I don't know. OC's in through the back, finds 1. Maybe play for art there in hindsight. As Goldfish finds 2 to send you packing. 6 lives down. 50 seconds, though. And if Loading can get in through the back and find himself 1 or 2 kills and art control, it will open it up for Anderson.
Yeah, flanking play from Loading is everything for Anderson here. You're in a 5 versus 12. He has to do something. He's done it. He's already done it. Can we be on board with Loading, please? Somebody? Loading's done it. He's got the kill and somehow manages to get away. Actually, Sweet will trail you up without. And now 2 players on the point. Second ticket about to be through. Route taken from Goldfish. Nobody's watching this. There's the first kill and the second as well from Goldfish. The piecing is crazy. 35 seconds on the board here. It's not the time that's the issue. It's the fact that Driplord is the last man standing. The end of Halo reaches upon us here for Driplord. I don't think there's any surviving this.
Feels a little bit too much like a whimper for my liking this from Anderson. Make it happen. Dig deep here. Try and force us further into this. I gotta say, there was an impressive spree coming out. Some of it from Big Mike, some of it from OC, where you just pop off here in this A to B. I mean, you get the A capture coming through, first of all, but then as you transitioned over to B as well, I felt like there was a real moment for them to take that round away. But then just as we're seeing, like, Loading go in through the back there, try and get that kill, see if you can activate your teammates into pushing them through the front. Taking everyone hostage is really funny. It is. It's wonderful. But I don't know if that was the timing for it.
Probably not, let's be honest. But, you know, if you're going to go out, you might as well go out with a little bit of flair, a little bit of style.
Very true.
And
it was fun. I mean, it was fun for us.
It was fun for us. Yeah, it's always good to have a little bit of extra entertainment
That's
here.
all that matters.
As you said, it's not the most entertaining exit so far for Anderson, is it? We're saying it like it's already guaranteed, but the Sawa still have to technically win either this offense or the next defense. Not to be looking down the barrel of a round at 5. Flanking play from OC to try and put a stop to the progress being made over towards A. Once again, the trade back in favor of Masawa. 1 versus 1 in the middle of the map here between Goldfish and Driplord. Now Driplord has help coming off the spawn, but as does Goldfish. So the duel and the joust will continue. Big couple of kills coming through. A, not done yet.
Drip's going to preemptively fire. Oh, and gets shot, though, from Catwall. But Loading will trade it out. J-Suite will then also trade that back and forth. Right now, OC just trying to cut off reinforcements through the spawn. Important kill to make, because not only is that an impact on lives, but also you've got to assume that Misawa will start to come looking for him, and they do. How long can you stay up? Well, there's an entire squadron headed your way. OC, it will be eventually cleaned up, but that has bought your squad valuable time. The problem is they do push out this B side. They can now surge forward. I think there's actually a team stun that will slow that for a moment. That mid-cut battle is going to be huge, and Drip Lord comes out with a big two-piece, and Nase Michi falls. So this is far better from Anderson on the defense.
I got a feeling we are going to see a round 4 here. Sweet doesn't want to, though. We'll only find one. It would have been a phenomenal play that would have opened things up for Misawa, but it's not going to result in anything. Now back towards the point. Desperation starting to set in here in this round. One last flanking play from Knight and Goldfish. Goldfish will get a double. Knight still in the play as well. Drip Lord to take down one. Knight hasn't been taken out, so stopping the clock, but there goes Knight. OC the player to get it done. 6.6 seconds on the clock here. 16 versus 10 in Anderson's favor. Nase wants to get it done, though. That's not safe for 3. And that is A secured. Extra 60 seconds on the board.
Feels like we've had this happen back-to-back rounds now, where just as it seems like A is done, you are not going to seal it up. People just explode into life. The one thing I will say, this is the closest life difference we have seen so far, just 4 in it. So every opportunity here for Misawa to take this to a clean 3-0. Loading does well to find one as the entire team round that corner. Should have picked up a lot of information as well in the death cam. Punch through the back here. I like the play. You've reduced that life difference to 3. The problem is you are down to 7 lives, but that kills your signal as well, and art control, that you have every opportunity to stack this point.
Yeah, you're forcing Anderson to spawn out as about as far away as they can get from this point. Loading trying to take some shots under the car, but it's not happening. You're losing all your players around. Loading is the single savior at the moment here for Anderson, and the shots are not resulting in anything more than just hit markers. Loading goes down. Double stack through here from Misawa. They want to call game. Potential flanking play from Big Mike to save it. Yes, he does. 2 kills made. Just one more player to take down, and it's going to be Goldfish. Can he be the hero here? 20 seconds on the clock.
He's watching water. He reads it correctly, but Drip Lord is going to be able to get the angle on him there from statue. As Drip finds 2, 1v4. I was going to say, if anyone can do it, it is Sweet, but he will be found. So we do see a round 4, but I got to say that honestly, the resilience that come out of Misawa time and time again, very impressive. You know, you could have forgiven them for being like, well, we're up 2 rounds here. We're happy to send this through to the defensive round and just see it out there. Not a problem. But they decided they actually want to 3-0 this. And Nase Michi pops off for that 3 on the point that then puts them in a spot where they can roll on through. But also the decision then to regroup over by balcony, push on through that P4 spot and play for the art control, just kept Anderson scrambling. Anderson do pull it back to get themselves 1 round, but it was not comfortable.
Anderson not done yet. The defibrillators come out. Turns out they're not flatlined. Sour here in this round. What do they do? Initial stick. That is perfect from Goldfish. Great way to start the round. Really wanted to find some value there from Big Mike. Now all of a sudden it comes down to the players that are potentially looking at a flanking play. OC clearing out topside. Has a little bit of help coming through from Loading. This is a big gunfight to take down. You're taking down 2 big hitters in Goldfish and Nase Michi. But ultimately it is all for a wraparound back towards the middle of the map, and you still haven't fully cleared out that space. Knight and Sweet still to go. There goes the latter of those 2 players. Knight down low. Nobody's stopping the clock just yet though for the offense.
This is one of the things. You've gained so much map presence. You've gained quite a few kills. You have a numbers advantage. No one touches the point. But OC will find 2. Loading will find 1. You finally do get onto that point. Let's just start to see some progress. And this play from Goldfish, you know, this is one of the things. Misawa do have to go and make sure they've still got art control. They do have to make sure there's not a flank coming in through B. And you're pushing through the front, and OC finds 3. Big Mike finds another one. So not only can you stack this point, but I like what OC decides to do. He's going to get aggressive and cut off these reinforcements as much as he can, buy his teammates time, and hopefully also drag a couple of those reinforcements to the grave.
Now OC on 7 in a row here as A is secured. Extra 60 seconds now on the board. Misawa haven't got really anybody towards the middle of the map yet. furthest player pushed up would be Goldfish. Loading's going on the hunt for this kill as well. Knows how important it is to make sure that these flanks do not come through. It's happening regardless. Goldfish has chosen the route for Vault. Does he do anything? Yes, he does. That's a nuisance. But Loading decides to turn this into an opportunity for potential spawn control. Nobody has any idea that Loading is about to make this play. In behind enemy lines. Sneaky beaky like Loading. Don't do it again. Stop doing this. Loading, stop doing this. He's taken the absolute mickey, mate. Loading for more kills. Decides to cut that play short. And probably for the best.
Do you get like an accuracy buff when you grab people hostage? I swear people are absolutely frying when they get someone else hostage. I've not tried it very often, I'll be honest. Oh, Hellstorm will connect with absolutely nothing. And with that in mind, and the fact that Masawa are basically on top of the point, I feel like maybe a little bit of a waste, unfortunately. But Loading will find 2 to make amends, and potentially 3 as well. Oh my god, surely not number 4, as he engages Knight as well. Get ups down behind the palm. Knight finally shuts him down, but what a pop-off from Loading.
I can't believe Loading's just done that. Now, it's worth saying, we've got to carry it out here. Anderson are 3 versus 4 for the moment. They are 1 man down on an offensive push as well. Loading needs to go huge once again and gets found out this time. I think it takes a little bit too much of a direct path around the flank and will get shut down for it. Nase Michi able to convert for a second hit. 35 seconds on the board. Anderson forced to hit a full reset. So this next push has to be perfect.
Nase just keeping an eye on this elbow position. Should see one cross. That's Loading. Big find because we've already seen that Loading get in through the back and into that art position multiple times. OC can dive the point, but outnumbered, outgunned. One last hit surely for Anderson to keep their tournament life on the line.
6v7 could still technically do this, but it's a 3 versus 4 that's the problem. Now really all down to OC. Lines one up. That second kill is done. And Masawa have won 6 rounds, 6 maps straight to book their place in the grand final. It is a clean 3-0. Masawa get revenge.
Difficult circumstances in the end for how Anderson bow out. But I gotta say, they've had one hell of a tournament. I mean, they get themselves all the way through 2 winners finals where they unfortunately fall to Hickam, then drop into lowers where it won't look very pretty. And, you know, a lot of the conversation is going to be obviously around how it ends. But you do book your ticket to Worlds. You were second in your group earlier, losing only to Kadena. So, I mean, as a team, very much so showed some superstar prowess, very much so what they're capable of, very much so looking forward to seeing how some of these players do when they take to the world stage, especially this man, OC. Good reason there's a whole highlight package just for him. What an individual superstar he is. Alongside his supporting cast, very deservedly going to be at Buckley in June.
And looking back towards this series, Masawa showed up throughout it. That map number 1, I think, set the tone for what would be a total Masawa show. 250 to 91 on the hard point. We went to search and destroy, and Masawa showed out once again. It looks like their strategies are peak right now. And in this control, again, they definitely had to fight for it, I think, significantly more than they had to do in any of the other maps. But they just show such resilience on control. 3-0. You see it there to close things out. Masawa are in the grand finals, mate.
They are, and this is an opportunity then as they square off against Hickam, and I'm pretty certain I'm right in remembering this correctly. I am indeed. Masawa were the team that won against Hickam. Game 5, round 11. Yep. The only time that Hickam have lost through this entire tournament. If that doesn't set up a beautiful grand finals, I don't know what does.
I'm stunned. Masawa, just phenomenal, as you said. I mean, the fact that we've got that Game 5 Round 11 kind of rematch again, you guys are going to have a banger grand final. Reminder, folks, that it is a best of 7. Before we get there, though, we got an interview, as we've had for every single matchup. This time around, it's with Goldfish. You know what I'm going to say, mate. First and foremost, congratulations. You guys have been on fire the last couple of series. First and foremost, it's got to feel good because you guys just got your revenge against a team that beat you earlier on in the tournament. Last time you guys faced off against Anderson, it was a 3-1 win for them. This time, you 3-0 swept them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think last time there was some technical difficulties and we weren't as locked in as we should have been, but we knew from the beginning that we should have been the winner of that game, and so we came out today to prove that, and we did.
I'll be honest with you, up here on the desk, despite some of the struggles that you mentioned earlier on through the tournament there, we have been very impressed by you guys as a 4. Talk to us about the system that you guys kind of bring to this. Obviously, there's yourself, Knight, now Nase, Michi, and Sweet. And, you know, we kind of make a lot of guessings and gatherings from various interviews, but I'd love to hear it from you.
Yeah, well, obviously, Sweet's kind of our superstar. He kind of brought the team together and coached us up to where we are now. Knight is he comes from Rainbow Six, so he has a great like strategic brain. So anytime you see us doing some type of crazy play, it's because Knight called it and it works. Like before every single search and destroy, Knight's calling a play, and that's what we're doing. So Nase is just a beam. Like he can't miss. That guy his job is just to kill people. And I've just been picking up the sub role and playing just wherever I fit in, really.
It's interesting because I mean I've asked that to like 1 or 2 of your teammates as well, and it's funny to hear you guys all say that like very similar things. Does seem you all are very much so on a wavelength, and on a wavelength you have been today. Obviously you had to come in and get that ticket through to Worlds. You've achieved that. You've now put yourself into a grand final spot as well, coming up against Hickam, who you beat in game 5 round 11. Now unfortunately we didn't get to watch that up here on the broadcast. They will likely get the advantage when it comes to map vetoes. Obviously they're the team coming through winners bracket. But do tell me, you know, you are looking at this grand finals. Any predictions for final score?
Well, I like to say we're going to sweep them. The scrim, or the first game we played against them, started out, we were 2-0, and we just we fumbled it a little bit at the end, and it kind of took to the very end to pull it together. But I think it's going to be a good matchup. I'm confident that we're going to win, of course. We've already beat them once, so it's nothing to do it again. But yeah, I think it'll be a good matchup for sure.
Yeah, you guys certainly have the momentum to do it, right? You guys have literally just won 6 maps back to back in dominant fashion for pretty much every single one. What's different for you guys today? It feels like we're looking at a totally different Masawa roster comparatively to what we saw in days number 1 and 2. You guys are a different gravy today. I mean, what has changed for you guys coming into this final matchup?
Yeah, I think you know, we reviewed a lot of our mistakes and where we were getting, what people were exploiting to beat us, and kind of patched that up the best we can. And we've kind of strategized some predetermined plans for what we're going to do for breaks and stuff. So that's helped get us like the momentum in the beginning of the matches, which carries through the rest of the game.
Sure. Well, you know, I'm going to ask again, congratulations on the dub, boys. You guys did phenomenally, and we're really excited to see you in the grand finals. Before we let you go, any shout outs you want to make here before you play that all important grand finals?
Yeah, of course. Everybody back home, everyone from the squadron, from work, everyone's families that are watching. Yeah, just thanks for tuning in. We've been getting so much support to our phones. Like everybody's spamming us, hyping us up. So it's been a lot of fun seeing that, and you know, we're just here to try to make everybody proud that's watching.
For sure, and you have made us proud on the casting desk as well. You guys have made some phenomenal plays. It's been so fun to watch you guys. Congratulations again. Looking forward to seeing you guys in the grand finals.
Thanks.
Alrighty, well that was Goldfish. He's now going to take some time away with the Masawa roster to prep for a best of 7 grand finals. It is going to be all-out warfare to decide who is going to be the champion of the PACAF region. Enigma, you looking forward to it, mate?
Absolutely. I do wish you would have answered my question, though, about directly what a score was going to be, because I know that I'm currently 1 point behind Seymour in the predictions now. I was hoping to kind of match exactly what Goldfish went with. It's interesting for him to say, though, that they were 2-0 up in that series as well, and comfortably. It wasn't, you know, so it feels like, you know, they came out of the blocks really hot there, let it go at some point through the series. And I kind of like start to look ahead then and think about how much momentum they've carried through this lower bracket. Hickam, no doubt, sitting there and saying, not a problem, come at us, we're ready for you. And I think that it then becomes a case of, yeah, me and Seymour, we're in for a banger of a grand finals here. This is going to be wonderful.
It indeed is. Well, folks, you're not going to have to wait that long. Just one more sleep until Saturday, or one more break until the grand finals of the PACAF Esports Championship. It's going to be an epic battle. Anderson versus Masawa to decide who is going to be champion. Catch it after this break.
This is Map Mystery. Our PACAF teams will put their Call of Duty knowledge to the test, identifying multiplayer maps as quickly as possible. Players will only have a limited time to name as many as they can.
Nuketown.
Oh. That's Modern Warfare, right?
I think that's Afghan. No,
It's not Afghan.
I don't
What's
know
the
that.
name of it, dog?
What's the name of it?
I used to skip it.
It's Modern Warfare. It's first Modern Warfare.
Oh, Turbine from Black Ops 7.
Yes.
Oh.
That's Black Ops.
Dust 2.
That's MW.
Nah, that's MW.
3?
That's 3.
I don't remember the name of it, but I played Infected on that map so many times, I don't even know.
This is World at War. Dang. I don't
Chop.
I don't pass.
I know what the map looks like, but I couldn't tell you the name.
Yeah, we're horrible.
That's a World at War map. What?
I know the games. I played the
I would say
maps.
5 seconds to pass. I didn't even play the game.
Pass.
I played this the other day.
Bro, we play these damn maps so much. Boneyard.
Scrapyard.
Oh, Scrapyard. Ah. You're welcome.
Assist.
No idea.
No, throw it out there.
Kino der Toten.
It's Detroit Advanced Warfare.
AW.
Pass.
You're kind of our MVP here, dude.
This is from
Not Cold War. What is that?
Definitely Kino der Toten.
And it's Advanced Warfare when the tsunami comes.
Is that a Vanguard map? I was gonna say that's Vanguard.
Dude, I have no idea.
Useless, dude. It's like a barn. There's like a barn in the middle.
I stopped stay within the
playing
name.
COD for like 5 years.
Oh, he got excuses, bro.
Oh, Bokic. Yeah.
Okay.
What the heck is the name of that map?
Kino der Toten.
Yeah.
Oh, this is Modern Warfare 2.
Yeah.
Remastered.
Oh man, this is embarrassing.
Embassy. No, not
No,
Embassy. That's
Invasion.
Yeah,
Invasion. MW2.
Gun up to my head, I couldn't tell you a single Black Ops 4 map.
Best guess, Kino der Toten.
I like that. That's a good guess.
Cooked.
Couldn't remember nothing.
Yeah, we must be dumb.
I'm out of here.
Oh,
man.
cooked. Kino.
That's an Infinite Warfare. I just don't remember what the heck the name of it.
Skip. I got this game so I could get COD 4 remastered.
That's gotta be Ghost. Don't know the name.
I mean, a classic. That's
Kino.
no. What is it called? Estate. I knew it was like the name of like a building or something.
Oh, red card.
Banning that.
Raid.
I was chalked. I don't think I got a single one.
Underground? MW3?
Okay, nice.
We'll pull.
Damn, that was embarrassing. Dude, I know all the games.
Hey, thanks, man.
Yeah, I got you. At least I can help y'all out. I know all the games. I just don't know any of the maps.
That was embarrassing.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
3 days, 8 teams, a whole lot of Call of Duty, and it brings us all down to the final 2. It's been a long time coming here for the PACAF Esports Championships to figure out who is going to be the one to triumph above the rest when we're in terms of qualifying for the World Championships. We do have our teams qualified, but who is the one that reigns above the rest of them? It's going to be a fun one as we're setting up for this grand finals. My name is Seymour, with me Enigma. We've been killing it all through the week, but brother, I don't think we've ever casted grand finals together. I think this is the first time. I had to think about it.
Yeah, I am wondering, like, we cast a lot together back in like Vanguard and so, and then since then our paths have gone slightly different, I guess. But yeah, an opportunity for us to do a grand finals together. Absolutely can't wait to get into it alongside you, my friend. Casting with you, always an absolute pleasure, and this event has been phenomenal. From those of you who have been celebrating and supporting in Twitch chat, the players who've been amazing on interviews, and of course the production team who are working so very hard in the bag. It's amazing to see this whole Air Force gaming project now bring us to the Pacific region and set us up for what will be an incredible competitive year ahead.
It is an incredible year already. Let's take a look at what happened back in day number 1, because we had 2 groups to kick things off for the PACAF Esports Championships here in Yokota Air Base, and it was quite the doozy in terms of who's walking away on top. It was Misawa and Kadena, and we thought that was it for the week. It was a surprise, though, because we had a few teams that were just sneaking away in the shadows, picking away at these teams. Hickam Air Force Base was one of them. Anderson Air Force Base was another. Enigma, I did not know the full story when I was looking at the end of these groups.
No, not at all. It chopped, it changed, it went absolutely everywhere, because we end up with a very different looking bracket. Our 2 teams that were top of their groups in Misawa and Kadena fell down into lower bracket far earlier than they would have liked, having to suffer the indignity of losing to Anderson and Hickam, who then went on through to winners finals. They have, though, punched their way through this lower side. Have Misawa coming with a real amount of energy today, beating out Osan, I'm forgetting how to say their name, then Kadena, then Anderson. And in particular, these last 2 series, we all thought that on paper they were going to be incredibly close. It is straight 3-0s, and right now looking very much so untouchable. But for Hickam, they're in grand finals already as winning team for very good reason.
Undeniable have been Misawa, 9-1 in their past 3 games. They get the rematch against Hickam, which they haven't played against since those group stages. Let's see what they're going to be playing for in this grand final, because teams 1, 2, and 3 all qualify for championships over in Barclay Space Force Base in June. However, here at PACAF, the winning team is going to be walking away with 4 trophies, some challenge coins, patches, jerseys, badges, the whole shebang. Our 2nd place and 3rd place team will receive medals as well, so they're not walking away empty-handed. But look at these trophies and how beautiful they are. Shout out to the whole team over at PACAF for putting this all together. The theme is amazing. I'm loving the designs, and these teams are definitely gunning for those trophies. Let's talk deeper into the teams, though, Andy, because setting up for this grand finals, which is going to be a best of 7, we've seen these teams take the stage lots today, one more than the other, but both of them have been dominant. Let's get one last look at who is representing these rosters on each side between Hickam and Misawa.
Yeah, there's going to be superstars aplenty in this one. You look on the left side of your screen, Hickam Air Force Base. This is going to be Fearless, the GOAT, Seaskirk, Miles, Breadwinner. They have a defined system. Miles plays as the heal kit and the objective player, the glue player, whatever you want to call it. In Seaskirk and Fearless, you've got consistent slaying ability. In Breadwinner, you've got a guy who's ready to take over any series at any moment, and we've seen him do exactly that through this tournament to get them to this grand finals. Miles, now on your screen, came in the interview earlier and talked about the way these guys work, and to be honest, we probably could have guessed it. But also on the opposite side of this grand final is going to be Misawa. It's going to be Sweet, Nase, Michi, Goldfish, and Knight. And we've seen what Sweet can do. And quite frankly, I just don't think that that guy has been stoppable through this tournament. This bracket run, this lower bracket run in particular, has seen him really hit an echelon that no one else has really been able to match. Nase Michi, though, has been impressive, kind of under the radar through a lot of this tournament, but he has really started to light up through this lower semis and lower finals, and that's where you want your top players to come alive. And in Goldfish and Knight, you've got two consistent players that just aren't going to let the side down at all. I'm not sure what all this is that you're doing over here, but sure, we're going to just roll with it because we have a fantastic grand final set up in front of us.
I couldn't tell what Nase Michi was trying to do. Is it a thumbs up? Is it a thumbs down? I think it's a double thumbs up for the grand final that we got going on right now. Not only that, but for Misawa and their run through. We had them in the interview booth and they were telling us that the brains behind the full operation, Knight, I mean, he has been second to none throughout this run that they're making through the lower bracket. We see the strats, we see the attempts, and just how well put together this whole team is, and you have to think that it is Knight at the helm that is creating all of this success. So a lot for Hickam to deal with. Both of these two teams went to a game 5 last time that they matched up in the group stages. You'll imagine that this one has the chance to go the distance again now that it is a best of 7. That is going to mean that it's going to be a long night for you and me, my friends, but it is going to be one that I am looking forward to. Let's look at the maps for the best of 7 as we are going to be starting off with that Skyline hardpoint. We got a triple dose of Vault after that, a Skyline map 5, Protocol 6, Red Card 7. This is not a very diverse map set, no haciendas in sight, but it is still one that is going to be pretty chaotic.
Yeah, I mean, I forget exactly how the veto process works, but I swear that it's supposed to be that Hickam have a lot of control over the maps, being the team coming in from winners bracket. And if so, then I'm very surprised that they've allowed us to go to a Skyline hardpoint straight away off the rip here, because Misawa looked fantastic against Anderson in that matchup earlier on, in particular locking themselves in for that P2 rotation, and then we've been very strong at breaking through into 4 as well. So Misawa are going to be feeling pretty good about where we start our day. A lot of Vault then to follow on from that, and we've been seeing a lot of that all the way through this tournament. Again, this afternoon, Misawa have been looking great all the way through. To say that Hickam have not been looking good on these maps would obviously be lying to you, and I can't fully remember what it was that these guys played on earlier, because the match that happened between them on day 1 was off stream. But I mean, Hickam, the one time I can remember seeing them on Skyline, they absolutely smoked J-Bear 250 to 32. But this is a totally different level of fish to be taking on this map.
Yeah, it is a totally different level, I'd say, for both of these two teams. I think it is only right that they come back to match up against each other after starting in the same group. We called the group of A the group of death, and it seems like we were correct in doing so. And I think that both of them over the course of the week have had chances to scrim each other, have had chances to really have that chance to learn each other and how they tick. And these is where all of those bans, all of those map picks are going to be fleshed out to fully give yourself the advantage. It really came down to, I think, seeing who's going to ban that control, and to see that Misawa banning out the Hacienda control, leaving us with the Vaults, leaving us with the Protocol, is something where maybe they just don't want to tangle with Hickam on that Hacienda after how dominant we saw this team on that map mode combo. But that's to be seen how we see on those controls later on today throughout this grand final. Let's get into our predictions, Enigma. Let's talk about what we expect between these two teams, because both of us had the same idea. We're both rooting for Misawa to make the full lower bracket run and get that win against Hickam. After we saw them take them down in the group stages, you only think it is right for them to do it again here and now. The teams are gunning for it. I think it's going to go a little bit longer. I think it's going to go the full 7. Why do you think that it's only going to be a full 4-2?
I just think that Misawa are going to come into this really hot. I think that even more so now that we're seeing that map veto, I think that they come out in Skyline. And honestly, I may have even gone lower. I may have even gone for a 4-1 on this, just because of how good Misawa have been looking through the lower bracket here in the tournament. I mean, don't get me wrong, maybe I'm doing Hickam a disservice, but we've seen how often this kind of thing happens, where a team running through lower has all the momentum and looks really hot, For Hickam, you have been sat around for a while. It's been a case of, you know, have you been able to stay warm? Are you frosty a little bit here? If so, you're about to find out in the Skyline. There's not many worse maps to load into, not ready to shoot your gun. And with how good Masawa have been again, I just think that they are going to be absolutely coming out, firing all cylinders, ready to put the pressure on.
Yeah, no, I agree. A lot of times we see teams come from the lower bracket and have that edge, and I hope that's not the case for Hickam because they've earned every right to be in this grand final through the winner's side, and I want them to show up here in this game. It's why I give them the edge to go to the full Game 7. The only issue is, in my eyes, it's the search and destroys that is the difference between these two teams, and both times Misawa had the edge in that game mode. If it goes to a Game 7, maybe we get a Game 7 round 11, but in those icy moments, Misawa have been able to edge things out because of the strategy behind Knight. And this guy, he might be from Rainbow Six, but he has really been showing his worth here in Call of Duty. Let's take a look at these teams getting set up between each other inside of those venue cams and see how locked they are going into this game, Enigma, because I feel like right now, in your mind, if you are the side of Hickam loading into this one, you gotta shoot your bots, you gotta talk a little bit, feel good on your stage, and get that confidence going early.
I mean, that's what it is. It's a case of, you know, for Hickam, you just have been sitting around basically since winners finals, which was what? I mean, it was at 12 local time, so you're probably talking, I mean, a good 5 hours ago, if I'm correct. If my math is any good. I don't know. I've been all over the place. Math's not my strong suit anyway. It's been quite a bit of time sitting around watching Masawa run amok through the lower bracket. And again, just seeing the kind of confidence and the way in which Masawa have just destroyed their opposition. That no doubt is going to be something that Hickam will be paying attention to and going, all right, these guys are going to be ready to absolutely take us on full force. So, yeah, I'm hoping that Hickam are ready for this. I'm hoping they've had an opportunity to scrim or something like that. But understandably, they may have just been kind of relaxing, knowing that we've got a big, long best of 7 ahead of us. What a way it would be to end, by the way, after all the teams have avoided red card through this tournament. If we do end up finishing it up, all of the entire PACAF tournament on that big map over there. So many teams have come into interviews talking about how they just don't want to play it. Well, gentlemen, you might be forced to settle the tournament.
Yeah, we might be forced to really sell things, the distance between these guys. I think if there's one thing that's true, it is the fact that both of them are very practiced. We've seen the mental fortitude and resilience to bounce right back, even if you suffer a loss that is pretty crucial in this game. And I'm not really worried if this does go the distance, if one team is going to have that consistency more than the other. I think that is one where you're here in the grand finals, you're feeling good right now. I'm sure your coaches behind you too have been locking in for this one, and for a Skyline to see it for a game number 1. Think about what this guy Sweet did on Skyline just earlier. This is exactly where you want to be right now if you're Misawa loading into the game 1 for the grand finals.
You can see how excited everyone is getting, as we can see on the monitors that Skyline has been loaded into. All the players are getting loud. They're adjusted in their seats. The setups are ready to go. We are, ladies and gentlemen, just seconds away from getting grand finals rocking and rolling. We know our teams for Worlds. We know our superstars at the fore. But who will be our PACAF Esports champion of 2025?
Well, let's get this thing going. Grand finals for the PACAF Esports Championships. Misawa on the right, Hickam on the left. 7 maps ready to lock and load. And both of them ready to dance. Into the hill, though, is going to be Misawa kicking things off with 4 clean kills. Nothing traded, so it's time to gain.
Brad looking to activate from the top, finds 1, finds 2. An important part of that piece as well is going to be Sweet. But look at this, looking to push through steps because you want the kill and you want to seize control of P2's side. Brad, well, he actually reads it perfectly. Timing might be slightly shaky, but he explodes onto 4. Lost his opening engagement, hasn't been sniffed at since.
And it's a key thing, too, when you're thinking about it as a player. You always learn in Call of Duty, swapping to your secondary is faster than reloading, and you've seen it all weekend long. But through this time for P1, it has been good for Masawa at first. Hickam have completely resurfaced. The only issue is you have that early rotation if you're Masawa. You have the setup you want. You lose Nase Michi, though. He's going to spawn all the way over, so you got some work to do here. Goldfish finds 2. You've taken care of business, and you're in for the time.
Yeah, great decision to prioritize the rotation out of Masawa. And this is what they were so good at when we looked at them earlier on in that matchup against Anderson. They made sure they got set up. They gave up that P1 scrap time and were duly rewarded. I think they were up like plus 90 or something across the 2 hills. So very much one of their strong points here on the map. Now, if Hickam have been watching closely, they should be aware of this. They continue to send, but the first 30 seconds of the hill, all in the Masawa hands.
It's tough looks for Hickam, too, because 2 members that you expect to be the difference maker for this squad. It was Breadwinner and Seaskirk on Skyline Hardpoint, who are absolutely in takeover mode so far. I mean, Breadwinner's doing his job, but Seaskirk, he is silenced in terms of that kill category. Another 3 kills at all. That's going to be the scrap time good. 70 to 25 heading into P3. They are all over the place.
And Sweet's going to take control as well of the middle of the map. It's going to let Masawa out really quickly. You do have that kitchen control, of course. There was a big fight happening between Miles and Knight, the 2 tactical plays that we've been calling them, the brains of the teams, looking to hold back Umbrella down and get the rotation set up early for 4. There will be a fight that also then means that Nase Michi beats out Miles over there. But right now, we still got to focus on the bar. And as Sweet finds 2, doesn't need the 3rd because Goldfish is there. Masawa will bully their way in. And this is how they've been looking all damn day.
It just looks unbearable for Hickam. The weight of the world on their shoulders. You're in trouble. If you're Fearless up top, you have to play your life. A big kill now trying to pull the attention. Hickam have to fight through ult, see if they can flip these spawns, and they're doing just that. Now it's Knight's turn to see if you can pull off what Fearless just did, because Hickam are in a good spot to get this early time, and they want to lock it down. However, you're losing the fights everywhere. Goldfish finds another 2, and you crumble at the hands of Misawa.
Huge decision from Knight there that I'm a big fan of. He decides not to engage in anything and instead slips up the cobble steps just to stay alive for long enough for his teammates to then execute through bed. When they do, he's got backup. He hits at the exact same time, and all of the Hickam reinforcements crumble under the pressure. I think that's a totally different story if Masawa are cleared fully out the back and Hickam have an opportunity to set up. As it is, Masawa looking to be up by 80 points before we even get halfway through this hill.
4 in a row for Goldfish. Knight's gonna find a kill there too. 3 for Sweet, 2 for Nase. I mean, it's a full spree across the team before Goldfish goes down, but you're getting the initial time off the brakes, you're getting the scrap time, you're getting everything right now on Skyline. Where has Hickam gone? Is this the ice that we were talking about? Have they fallen asleep at the most important part?
We've still got, I fear, a long best of 7 ahead of us just yet. We heard it spoken about before how Masawa took a big 2-0 lead last time, and then Hickam reverse swept you in round 11 fashion, as dramatic as you like. So Masawa are going to be aware of that, and they want to make sure they take full advantage of the momentum they've currently got under their belts. Hickam still need to warm into the series, no doubt. And right now, you can see the difference that is providing an 80-point lead as Nase Michi gets in through the back, finds one in Miles. We'll have to pay attention to the fact that Breadwinner, the superstar for that Hickam team, is starting to hit the rotation, but he's going to be found. It's another big wave of kills from Masawa. They're in for P1, and they hold P2 side.
I just look at these numbers. 17 and 9 for Nase, 20 and 9 for Sweet. Goldfish is 15 and 8, as well as picking up that hardpoint time alongside Knight. The full team are firing on all cylinders. Hickam, you're in for the scrap time, but that's not good enough. You look to the rotations. Breadwinner has an important gunfight against Knight. He's going to win it out, and now you need to fully pin down this P2. You get a full 60. You are still in this game, but that just hasn't been the case for Hickam. They have struggled at getting this hardpoint time.
And just as Hickam looked like they might actually have an opportunity to set up for P2, it's a way to bring kills in the feed from Masawa. So you do then find 3 of the next 4 if you're Hickam. So an opportunity then to do what Masawa did to you in the first set and lock in for one of the potential money kills here. But Nase Michi's going to have a beautiful angle. Sweet activates for 2 because, of course, who else but Sweet to go absolutely massive through the bridge to give his team a hole to punch through, and they do exactly that.
Oh, well, here might be one of the saving graces. Looks like Nase having a little bit of trouble, but he gets back into it. Fortunately loses that fight. Misawa climbing in the time. And Hickam desperately need a way back into this one. 4 down again. Oh, that is the dagger in the heart. You feel like it is twisting a little bit. Hickam, they need something soon.
And they aren't going to get it there because Nasemichi is cutting him off. Nasemichi for 2. Also sees a 3rd in closet. He sees a 4th in bed. And oh, Breadwinner can't be alive by very much. And that intel should set Sweet up for an easy trade. You will get a rotation in for Hickam for P3, but this is one of the harder hills to hold here. You can be hit from so many different angles. Sweet's trying to set up through mid where he executed so well in the previous rotation, but Breadwinner's doing his best to keep his team somewhat in the fight as his squad finally get over the 100-point marker.
4 in a row for Sweets. Can he find more? Lovely trade there from Fearless. Seasker inside. Knight's going to give them too much of an issue, and now the hill uncontested. Steel bodies for Misawa. They're just throwing themselves at this hill, and that's what you can do when you have such a big lead. Just continue to contest it. It takes Hickam away from the time, and it keeps them at a disadvantage. Rotations now. Breadwinner, good shots there. Nase's going to be shut down, and Seasker funneling through the front. It's all down to Sweet, and as he falls, Goldfish not able to get anything done. Misawa now looking to see if they can put this one away.
Hickam, probably their best passage of play so far through this map. Managed to take away the vast majority of P3, rotating well for 4. Seaskirk does a great job to punch through bed and get in there, clean out Sweet from the backside. A couple of important engagements, though, in the back. Nasemichi's going to come in from Plat. Nasemichi's going to find 2 and finds 3. Miles tries to hide behind the bathtub, but will get completely dumpstered in the moment. Misawa break.
Misawa in for a second. It's not going to last. Still on a spree is Nase. 4 in a row, 29 and 18, trying to keep Hickam away from this time, but they're finding the corners. They're finding the kills. Breadwinner's going to pop up for a triple kill, and he's looking to go ban for ban with Nase at this moment. 6 in a row. He's down. Fearless getting the time, and this game is completely back now. Hickam playing for the win.
Oh, indeed, and Sweet isn't willing to let it go quietly as he pops off for 2 around steps. Miles is going to stay alive for just a moment. Nase's crossed 30 kills, but will be finally found. Seaskirk, who feels like he's activated a little bit over these last couple of hills, finds a couple more. Sweet for 2. Sweet, nade goes out, but the trophy will protect. Tries to push out bridge now. You don't want to be too aggressive, though. Got to always consider that P2 rotation. 3 kills will then let Misawa back in. You get over 200 points, but we have a relative tight game moving into this next set of rotations, and Nasemichi has got a big job here in that back line.
I mean, it was a 60, 70-point lead. This one is completely back. Misawa in control. You can't win here, and Hickam, they don't want to give them any of this time. However, the kills, look at the kills. Everybody on a spree. 3 for Goldfish, 2 for Knight, 3 for Sweet, and 2 for Nase. It is so identical across the board, and they are translating this into looking to put this away in the P2 rotation. You need Breadwinner to go big back here.
Yeah, Bread to have a moment. He does find the first, but Sweet's going to be here to instantly trade. An important kill to find. You will be contested by Miles at the front, and I think he's just going to try and contest for a moment. Stay alive if you dare, but not a chance in hell. Number 2, big fight in the back. It's Seaskirk. The last player that can possibly contest this, surely. No, number 4 is going to have an opportunity. Breadwinner to activate from the back, but Nasemichi's there.
He's through.
And actually, it's 2 for Blue in the feed, and Jay Sweet will find 1. Only 5 points needed from Misawa.
Job's not done. Sweet's going to wait. Group up one more time. You have to hold on if you're Hickam. You cannot slip up now. Behind, but not out. Nase's going to take a swing at this one. Up the elevator. Potential break attempt, but the winners are Hickam. They take the kills. They're in the hill. They're still holding on.
One time we've seen anyone break Misawa on P2, and it would happen now in grand finals as Hickam try and force their way back into this game. Sweet trying to lock down from Plat. I'm a little bit worried that he's overextending here as those blue arrows begin to swarm, but Misawa in, they need just 5 seconds.
Scorsese in full route. I don't think you have time for this one. Nobody's going to touch. Miles doesn't get there. And Misawa edge it out. You can see the players getting loud on this stage. A miscommunication from Hickam. They thought they had the time to make a play for the break, but they didn't. 5 seconds is all Misawa needed to win things out, and they're going to kick this grand final off.
If we wanted our grand finals to start anyway, it was with a bloodbath, and we most certainly got that. I think we get at least 3 players who all cross the mid-30s in terms of slaying numbers. I wouldn't be surprised if there's even some north of 40. There's going to be a hell of a highlight package here. God bless whoever tries to put this together. What I will say, we felt that there was going to be a situation for Hickam where they were coming into the grand finals after sitting around for the last 3-4 hours or whatever it's been, where they were a little cold. I think that's exactly what we just saw. You get this situation where Misawa come out hot. They've looked really good on the Skyline hard points. They take full advantage of that P2 setup that they love so much very early. The first 2 rotations, they hold it really well the first time. They break it really well the second time. And that is probably the difference maker overall. But I will say Hickam are going to be putting a giant asterisk next to the 1-0 score right now because they know that they had all the momentum through the back end of the map.
Well, we get a look at it here. Skyline hardpoints, Misawa. I mean, they get the win, but I don't think you're feeling too confident after it. He almost slipped up, and you see the force that Hickam is going to bring into this grand final when they are firing on all cylinders. Misawa come out like a bat out of hell, but now we go into the vault search and destroy. See if they can keep things up. Andy, we are changing up the setting of the map as well as the mode. And I've seen it a couple times this weekend. It hasn't had too much love over towards the B side. I mean, we know what we got on Vault Search and Destroy. It is going to be all chaos on this A site.
Yeah, we absolutely know. The one time I can think of today where we have definitely seen it between these two teams, Misawa beat Osan 6-3. I will say that Osan kept that really competitive early. I think it was actually like a weird one where you had quite a few rounds from Misawa, then Osan dragged themselves back in. Then there was a mistake from Osan that allowed Misawa. Wait, am I faded? I thought we were... Never mind. I'm totally lost. I thought we were on Vault for some reason. We are on Skyline S&D, and, well, the break has already happened off. Nasimichi is left in a 1v3.
Well.
And he's dead.
That is a surprise in many different ways. So... we got Skyline, maybe? No, this isn't right. I don't think the players loaded up the right maps, so,
Oh, it is Vault. Okay.
Okay.
I thought I was absolutely blasted. I'm not gonna lie.
Players got a little bit ahead of themselves, and I'm happy that it is going to be Vault, because then all of that waffling that we just did, or the rambling, it would have been for nothing. So players going to reset this one. We're going to get Vault loaded up, and you know what? You know what it was? They were just so eager, so locked, that they didn't even think twice. They just wanted to run it.
I mean, I am also just glad that we're not going to be doing a Skyline S&D, because I just really don't like Skyline S&D. I'm not going to lie. It is bang out central. Don't get me wrong, though. I think with Vault, like you said, we are very singular in our approach to this map. You will get that odd B hit. And what I am looking for is for one of these teams to, on an offense, throw that B hit in there. It's kind of one of those moments where you just remind the opposing team that every time they take defense, they have to leave at least one player keeping an eye on that flank. Because otherwise you end up in a situation where you could just give up a round relatively for free, and what that then should give you is numbers advantage when you start to play out that A site, until obviously you get bombed down and then they start to reconsider the retake. Likewise, though, on the defensive side of things, I think that one of the underrated strategies is very early get a defensive player to wrap all the way through B side, maybe even round through trophy, dirt, and then pick off the player that's trying to hold down palms, because we've already seen through this tournament multiple times that if that player standing on palms is distracted, that can open up so many retakes for this A site.
Could. And we have to see if they utilize that strategy here. So loading into the Vault now. Hickam still leading 1-0 off of that. The round stays still off of that Skyline. It's only fair. They played it out. And now it's going to be a hit over towards A. The defense just going to drop down the middle, and everybody waiting on the offensive attempt. They get the bomb down. They find the kills, and Goldfish, he is scratching his head, wondering what to do.
Problem is right now, he's just not being given anything in terms of information. I mean, it's pretty obvious where a couple of these players are going to be. Stun goes out. Doesn't connect? Wow, that is the worst luck I have seen in some time.
That is weird, too, because normally a stun would hit that. I mean, they have a wide radius. Maybe it was like the water masks it or something? I'm really confused, because that wouldn't make sense. I mean, I don't know. All I know is that C-Skirk went final in that side. He went 3 in a row. He confirms that round, and Hickam now leading 2-0 in the search.
Took me a while to understand what you meant there, by the way. I thought you meant as in Hickam were leading the series 1-0. I was like, I swear Masawa just won. But no, yeah, I get you. Hickam up by 2. Oh, C-Skirk should get a lot of intel off that nade, which doesn't connect. That must have sailed over everybody's heads, but he will find out that they're all here. 2 kills from Masawa come in early.
And the attackers feeling good for these breakoffs. They take control of top hall. They find those kills. You take the fight to Hickam, and now Masawa putting their foot down in the search and destroy. 4 versus 1. Post plant not needed because they just hunt him down. I gotta see this kill. I need to see this replay. He was full sprinting. Hipfire must have been a headshot. Not even, just body shots right into him. That is a turn on.
Yeah, there's got to be a couple of missed shots in there. Maybe one of those where they're trying to hip fire and it's not going where you want it to go, but either way, Sweet won't care. He will get the win in that one. Takes us back to within 1. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, Hickam will have that extra round on from before the reset. C-Skirk here puts out a stun. Doesn't connect. Man, this guy's getting unlucky with these things.
Yeah, I mean, stuns aren't hitting, nades aren't hitting. Sweet's pulling a first blood, but now they got a retake. Fortunately, it's with numbers, and there's no post-plant outside pools, so Masawa are going to be able to have that full setup. Sweet's going for the wallbang, but nothing's going to connect on that. Hopefully, they can get the read on Fearless. If not, he is going to tear through this slide. C-Skirk over towards those vault doors. And here they come. In they go. They don't read Fearless. He's going to find 2. Nobody expects the man in the corner, and he completely flips the switch. 2v1 now. Hickam. Shoes on the other foot, and they pull it off. The 3v4 in the site, locking it down.
Oh, the Omni movement comes in through at the end as well. Breadwinner shows every bit of the technical prowess that we've been talking about. Just slips out here. Delivers a hammer blow. Don't get me wrong, I think you were dead to rights anyway. But moments like that are going to be confidence boosting for these Hickam players. A reminder that although they lost map 1, they started off very slowly. They were way down and out and built themselves back into the map. The winning team coming into grand finals always is a little bit slow. And right now, moments like that are just going to remind you that you can contest this Masawa team the whole way.
Back over towards A we go for the attackers to Hickam contest this. He's just going to drop on down. You don't want to be there, my friend. Sweet waiting in line. He says he's happy to clean those kills up. 2 kills and the post plants. Surely there is no way Masawa will give this one up.
Man, for Knight here, you can just take your time, throw a shoulder, get the intel. Yeah, they're still stood there. Don't worry about it. Oh, checks away at the wrong time. Fearless might get him for free here because there's no intel. I think his own stun check then gives him away. So Masawa come out on top and do the right thing. Just say, all right, we got bombed down. This is now a defensive round essentially for us. And bleed that timer down. Forces Fearless into a play. I did think that because Fearless had actually slipped by without being seen, he'd gotten away with it because he actually does the right thing and stun checks the hallway, but that then gives him away. So, unfortunate set of circumstances. The Hickam still leading 3-2. Masawa, though, doing a great job on these first bloods. I think they're actually leading in them. I don't remember exactly how it went on Skyline because we didn't see the full break off, but Masawa doing a wonderful job on these opening engagements.
You know, stuns are sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe not. I like this play. We finally get some love at B. Look at this. They have no idea. Who would guess this?
That's exactly what you want to see early. Something different thrown in amongst the mix. This Fearless is going to hold water here. Trying to cut off any sort of rotation. The thing is as well, if his teammates do die around B, he's got kind of a free route to just check that bomb. As he tries to find Miles, who does the right thing, hunkers low. He will be cleaned up eventually, but he burnt this timer down to 20 seconds already.
Oh my. Breadwinner and Knight have basically passed each other, and Breadwinner goes unchecked, so he's going to have the full wrap. Fearless playing this one from mid-halls. 10 seconds. They have to hop this, but Fearless has it planted for him. He's picking them off. There's no time for the defuse, and they do what needs to be done to keep the lead up by 2.
Yeah, that's that play that we're talking about. Just throw it in once here and there, because now Masawa are constantly going to be having to pay attention to the fact that we don't want to give that site up for free again, and that could then give Hickam the complete advantage over in the A fight. So great post-plant situation as well, where you end up with Hickam just getting all those different angles in, making sure that, you know, even if Masawa were leading in terms of picking up that first blood, they had the numbers advantage. You've got all the different routes on towards the bomb. Masawa then down 4-2. Doing well in the opening engagements.
Yeah.
It's just the mid portions of the round that they're struggling with.
Slipping between their fingertips. First blood from Goldfish. Nase gonna keep control outside. And you're in. Wait, did that hit? Oh, it was just a frag. Not a Semtex. So, 1v4 Breadwinner. Yeah, there's no way you're getting this one done. Shout out to Duza in chat, who's keeping everybody up to date with what the score truly is. 4-2 prior to this, now 4-3. Misawa keeping this one by 1.
Doing the Lord's work. Keeping everyone up to date with where we currently stand. Hickam will be up 4-3. A little bit concerning about the way that round went, though. Completely obliterated by Masawa. But again, they're on offense, and last time they took it to B, so keep an eye on whether or not Masawa decide. Actually, what we got to do is keep an eye on that side of the map. No is the answer. They don't think that you're going to get bluffed through twice. Red's actually gone under vault and might have an opportunity to set up some sort of pinch here.
Sweet with 2. Oh, here it is. Misawa overwhelmed. Miles has nowhere to go. Breadwinner now, a magnificent player, back in the winner's final. The reason why it was so easy against Anderson. Can you pull off the 1 versus 4? Stuns, nades, everything. The kitchen sink thrown out the window directly at Breadwinner's forehead. And he's got to hit the full wrap. 50 seconds is a lot of time to unravel this one in there. Nase just going to feed him a kill, but look at the rest of the team. They group up in A. They know they have to bomb down. And they know Breadwinner has to chow eventually. Stun's gonna eat it by the trophy.
Don't give this guy 1v1s. Good lord, don't give this guy 1v1s.
Oh, now
Knight
it's 1v2.
Goldfish.
Chow's in. Oh my goodness. I thought for a second they lined up Enigma, but no.
Well, that was terrifying. I mean, don't get me wrong. First guy taking a 1v1, I understand it. You're in a 1v4 situation. You're probably, you know, in a spot where you're just catching bread rotating through somewhere. I'm not gonna lie. Like, after that, I'm starting to question everything. You know where he is. Just throw a shoulder. Just make it very clear that you're not going to be willing to fight him at all. Oh, Lord. 4-4. Feels as close as the first map.
Yeah, it does.
Now, well, of course, we're going straight back to A. Big fight for cat control. Oh, my Lord. Nasi Michi. I don't even know how you saw Miles that quickly.
Well, here's Bread. Does he want to drop down? 3-3. No chance for the post plant to be outside. So what do? You set up Sweet on those vault doors. And he's going to have a little bit of a pinch for anybody who decides to drop down mid. Goldfish throwing shoulders. At some point, you got to slide in. The stun's going to hit. Goldfish in trouble. Breadwinner's in, and you know this guy can do damage, but he doesn't need to finish it off. Time for the defuse is plenty. Fearless is going to find that last kill, and Hickam keep their lead in the search.
I mean, if you're Miles right now, you're going to be very glad to see that your teammates are popping off because someone played me some James Bond music. 0-7. He's struggling. But he does have players like Breadwinner, like Fearless, activating around the map. Don't get me wrong, I think Miles has brought a lot to his team's tournament. But right now, in Grand Finals, he's just having a torrid time with Vault S&D. I will say, though, very impressed by the fact that Michi manages to get that kill so quickly. Must have been a weird, like, character thing, because from where we were looking, Miles was, like, underneath the top step.
Yes, you know, sometimes it sometimes even like the X-ray fools us on the desk. Oh, sweet. How does he not get that kill? First blood from Fearless, and they are just dipping over to the site, and they have art control. Misawa are falling for the trick.
So rare you see this kind of play pulled off twice in the same game. But again, this is why... Oh my lord, that, I tell you what, that is COD timing at its absolute finest. You step out in front of Breadwinner top trophy, get beamed, and that will be 6-4 and tie us up at 1-1 in our grand finals. I forget what our predictions were. I believe you went 4-3, I went 4-2. Suddenly, I'm feeling a little less confident about my 4-2. I was feeling less confident about it at the start of the hard point for one reason. Total opposite now that we're looking at a tied series.
Yeah, we didn't even have time to break down that last round. I mean, it was just over in an instant. Everything for Hickam went right for that post-plan setup. And when we are talking about vaults and the way that Search and Destroy works for this map mode combo, everybody thinks that A is going to be the end game, and rightfully so, because I'd say 98% of the time that's the case. But the other 2% is where Hickam really utilizes that B site so well. The drop down mid in that last round, they send one player over towards A through it and one player out the vault doors, and that one player who drops down towards A, it's just straight bait, and Misawa fall wholeheartedly for it. They think it's going to be an A plant. Everybody pushes over towards P2 for that retake setup, and while that happens, they're giving up B for not only the plant, but for art control, for gold control, and you peek out after that, you're in the firing squad of a triangle with nowhere to go. So it is a near perfect round number 10 for Hickam to close out the Search and Destroy. They tie us up, and they make this one hell of a competitive best of 7. This is exactly what I was hoping for, Andy.
Oh yeah, likewise, and coming back as well into that round that you're talking about there, we've spoken about the roles multiple times that kind of line up in this team, and well, we've, you know, for Hickam, you've got yourself there. It's surely a comment from someone. Obviously we don't have the listenings, but you get someone there turning around and going, actually, you know where we could send this? Back out on over to B. We've got full control of this because they've got 3 men left, and I've just watched them sprinting over towards A, gentlemen. So wonderful composure in the moment as well. It all looks very easy because obviously we get Codcaster, we get X-Ray, but it's finding out that information out there in real time and then reacting to it that makes the difference more often than not. And in Hickam, you're just in a team that it feels like they've really come online all of a sudden.
Yeah, they are all over the place. Well, that is a serious wake-up call, I think, for Misawa. Game number 1, it got a little bit scary. Game 2, that's when Hickam comes back in full force. We're tied up 1-1 in the grand finals. We're going to take a break, get things set up for the control. We'll see you soon with more PACAF.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome everybody back from the break. Tied up 1 apiece in the grand finals between Hickam and Misawa. And Andy, I gotta say, because dropping 0 kills in a search and destroy for the win, we have a thing in golf is if you get a hole in one, you gotta buy your mates some drinks at the end of it, a round for everybody who got to witness it. I feel like in that same scenario, you gotta buy some drinks, a round for the boys for carrying you through that one.
Yeah, around for the big fat donut. That's what happens there, because that is a tough one to explain to your teammates, and you're very glad that you've come out on top still. I will say there was a couple of moments where I think Miles is unlucky for sure, but yeah, 0 kills in an S&D in the grand final. More often than not, that will lead to a loss. Thankfully, you have a couple players on your team that go by the name of Breadwinner, Seaskirk, and Fearless, and they're not bad at this video game that we call Call of Duty. So thankfully you come out on top. You'll tie up the series at 1-1, and we start to look ahead then to the Vault Control, sorry.
Yeah, and you and I probably feeling pretty good for our predictions. Tied 1-1 means that this game is going to be extended, and finally Misawa have lost a map where they didn't 2 series in a row. So 4-2, you know, maybe they pull out a Vault Control win for Hickam, and then you go into the rest of it and you think that Misawa just shift gears, and then you might be right. But if we're just going back and forth trading it, I'm pretty confident in this one.
I mean, I don't know how to feel right now, because it feels like Hickam have all the momentum, and, well, I didn't back Hickam. I went with Misawa, so I'm kind of feeling a little bit nervy about my prediction. But, I mean, maybe we change things once we start talking the Vault Control. Immediately, a lot of teams are going to square up. Breadwinner's going to be late to the party because something was going on back in spawn. And, well, a couple of kills being traded back and forth all over the place. That flank, though, coming in from Seaskirk could be huge.
Could be. But it's not really going to find anything right now. Teammates are finding kills for Misawa. You're into the control zone, and you're just continuing to find progression even through all the flanks, all the routes that are being won. Fearless goes down. Breadwinner as well. There's a stack at A. You get a last-second contest, but Miles not able to stop him. So A zone gets captured. 2 minutes to take B.
Now, that is a long time to lay siege to this point. Miles... It's just... Oh, it's not lighting up for him. And Sweet is more than happy to return a bunch of fire through the brickwork. Will knock Miles down to 1 HP. And, well, it's all in Misawa hands right now. You're just in complete control of this. I was a little bit worried about where Hickam were looking in terms of taking this series and running away with it with all the momentum they've built. Misawa have come straight out of this one and said, all right, square up.
And he does. Highly Sweet does. Seaskirk flank again finds 2. Stopping the progress at B, but not before they get that 4th segment. So still work to be done on either side, but for Hickam, it is playing your life at this point. You're down 8 lives. You need to find some corners. You need to find some power positions, and take a look at the Trojan horse. Nase hits the full flank through Art. He shoots Breadwinner and Miles in the back, and the B zone's hopped right away. The stack is going fast. Fearless, you gotta rush the zone, but he doesn't get there in time.
Yeah, I like the idea out of Fearless, I do, but because of the full stack, you just aren't going to get anywhere near it. Nase Michi there makes the play in through the back of Art, and we're actually going to get to see it as best play. Again, doing this thing correctly for once. Oh, that snap onto Miles there is absolutely outrageous. Just in and out of the ADS so quickly in order to ensure he's got that turn time. And then catching the players rotating on out as well. I mean, of all people as well, it's going to be Breadwinner that you're finding. A couple of people have said in the interviews, yeah, Nase's got the beam on him, and we got to see it right there as it opens up round 1.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no. So, okay. Fortunately enough, okay, let's look for some silver linings here, because, you know, obviously, not the thing that you want to have to reset the game, but kindly enough, Misawa wins that game by captures. So for us, it won't take that much mental math in remembering the segment advantage. 6 segments for Misawa is something that we got to remember after this one. And Hickam, obviously something was wrong. I mean, we just went through 2 maps where they weren't getting outslayed, and in that one, it just didn't look like a contest at all throughout that round. They were just getting walked over. So off of the reset, maybe some tech issues that they got to get solved, and coming back into this one, I'm looking at Hickam to find their strength again.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm with you there. It felt like a little bit of a weird one because, don't get me wrong, Misawa are more than capable of stepping up and having an absolute blowout moment at the start of a control. They are. But, it was one of those where it was just too little of a response from Hickam that made me kind of question what was going on. So, it must be some sort of issue that needs sorting out here. And, of course, competitive integrity at the forefront of everyone's mind, making sure that we are all good to go for this Hickam team. I gotta say that, if we look back over round 1, we talked about the way that Nase Michi did there. I think that when you talk about, how Hickam built back into this, Bread, it felt like maybe he was the one seeing the issue, because I said it at the top of the round, he tried to, he was doing something in spawn and then arrived to the party very late. And I think that then led to a discombobulated kind of situation on the point where all the timings are off and you're just not able to reinforce all at the same time. So obviously, if your star player is missing from most of your team engagements, that's a real tough pill to swallow in the grand finals.
Yeah, it is. But let's take a look at one of the players while we get ready for this control to get back in. We got to sit down with Fearless. Let's see what he had to say about today.
Congratulations, Hickam. Y'all were able to do it. Solidified the 2nd spot to go to Colorado. What just happened up there on stage?
What happened, we came in, we showed resilience, right? We had a lot of disconnects and lagging here and there, but here we are, and it was a close series, but other than that, we didn't have any problems. It'd probably be a clean sweep of 3-0, so.
Absolutely. I mean, through all the adversities, you guys showed that you're a very fundamental team. You have some really good comms throughout the maps here. Now that you're going to Colorado, what are you looking forward to do in tomorrow's bracket to solidify that you're first leaving PACAF?
What are we going to do? We'll probably just go back, try to fix any mistakes that we had, but I look forward to the Worlds, and I know the best of the best are going to be there, and I'm glad that we have a spot to go there, so prove ourselves.
Absolutely. Anything you want to say to anyone in the PACAF, anyone at Worlds that's going to meet you at Colorado?
Well, not for PACAF. PACAF, you guys are cool, but whoever gets it, gets it. But at Worlds, we'll see you guys all there, so, yeah.
That's right. Start practicing now. We'll see you in Colorado.
That's the Colorado Championships. That's going to be coming up later on in June. All 3 teams that finish to the top inside PACAF are going to have themselves a ticket to that event. And Andy, we are very excited to see these teams play, especially with how competitive they are with each other. But for Fearless himself, I mean, guy just feels like it's pure vibes over at Hickam. This whole team, always happy to be here, always happy to be on the camera.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's great to see everyone getting involved in that, right? It can be tough sometimes. You step up to LAN, that's a bit nervy. Interviews as well, we've been there ourselves where, you're starting to get used to being on camera and stuff. It's kind of... It's just one of those kind of things that it all adds to the pressure, all the speculation, the conversations, the questions, all leads to the environment of being online, which is both a wonderful thing, but when the spotlight is on you, it can also be a very difficult thing. So seeing these players overcome those odds is a wonderful thing to see. And of course, we get fantastic content out of it.
Yeah, we do. And I want to give a big shout out to Chad from Kadena as well. Love that man. He is just getting all the good bits out of these teams. All the players just love talking to him, making this content. So we're happy to see that we are out in full force over at the PACAF Esports Championships to get the players yapping on those content pieces. So we're getting the players ready for this game number 3 back in. Just as a reminder, round number 1, it was Misawa. They came out the gates hot as could be, just like back in that hard points. And Andy, this is now Hickam's turn to see if they can harness some of those vibes, see if he can bring things back. Maybe the reset was able to kind of collect your thoughts for it, but they're trailing not only 1 round but 6 segments, so they got work to do.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as you said there, it's going to be easy to remember exactly how Hickham's ticks are looking right now, because well, they'll be on 0, Massawa will be on 6, so they know what they've got to do in order to catch back up to Hickam. And also the thing is, well, you got to come out and win an offensive round. Very importantly, we are underway with round 2. Looks like whatever the tech issue was is thankfully resolved, so competitive integrity as always at the forefront here, and the couple of kills at the start are actually gonna look pretty good for Hickam. They find most of the Massawa big names.
Nase, he is going to look to see if he can take the players out of B. Segment collected, and here they come. Breadwinner's going to get 2. He's starting off this one 4-0, so it looks like the reset was exactly what they need. Stacks in, second tick as well. So they're getting the kills, they're getting the progress, and they're maybe getting the zone. No, Knight with a nade takes out his teammate, takes out the enemy. It's going to hold them off for a second, but looks like if it's gotten it all done.
It's a great start, though, as 2 ticks over on B. If you have a good passage on A here, this makes this round extremely winnable. As Fearless cleans out 1, Miles gets another. You get onto the point. Sweet then to make the break happen by wrapping in through Catwalk, but has also missed Breadwinner somehow. He's then going to play through Water. He's going to dive the B point, which will then start to shift these red arrows on over. And actually, no, he starts to wrap back in, so both players who have been really slaying out for Hickam and Massawa just starting to do like double wraps in order to try and set up some sort of pinch situation. As it stands, 3 ticks for this Hickam lineup, but I don't know, it feels like they're putting them in themselves in the spot right now where they can go and see this through.
Good shots there from Nase. If I'm Hickam right now, you got to start thinking about this A zone. B is on lockdown, and they don't want to give it up. Nase is going to clear Miles as well. Full control, outer palms. And you can see now you're constricting on this base. Spawns out for Hickam over towards P2. Have to start thinking about getting to this objective and possibly hitting through on the overextension. Another kill onto Miles. Now you're into ammo. Things are starting to get a little scary, but here you go. Pressure's off. You're into the zone. Now time to get it done.
I tell you what, Knight does an incredible job to stay alive for as long as he did there, and that sets up Sweet for a couple of kills. And then you start to hit in through the mid-cut. 2 players going to bounce on through. Timing could have been against C. Skirky manages to lock back on just in time. Finds his 4th of the round to make it number 5. Make it surely not, I was about to say. As Nase Michi finds 2 to help the team clear the point. But it is 4 ticks so far for Hickam. The problem is, because of how good Massawa were last time out, you got to win a round. You got 1 life. You're against 13. It will not happen. Hickam will fall. Massawa will take a 2-0 lead. I tell you what, for all the great work that Hickam did, it's just one of those where, because Massawa was so good against you last time out, a lot of it's kind of mute.
Yeah, this is just so easy for Massawa in terms of slaying. They have the defenses on lock for that retake over towards B. At A, they had full topside hull control. They're everywhere they need to be to shut down that defense. And you saw towards the end, the slaying was just not up to par for this Hickam squad. I need to see more out of Miles. I mean, he's 0 kills in the search and destroy. It just seems like he's starting to fall behind in the control as well. Fearless having an uncharacteristic game on top of that. The team just seems a little stunted right now. They got to find their mojo. Sweet not having the same issues. He's on 8 in a row, 13-2 so far after the reset. Somebody's got to put this guy on a leash.
I think Breadwinner's the person who's hoping to do that, but Sweet will actually find him to extend it onto 9. This is one of those moments. We've seen it a couple of times through the tournament, especially today, where Sweet just suddenly lights up and goes, you know what, actually, I know I'm the guy that can take over a whole lobby. Let me just do it right quick. He will finally fall to Bread. Thing is, it feels like when Bread does find Sweet, he's traded out by one of the supporting cast. On the opposite side of things, when Sweet finds Bread, he's doing it as part of a 6, 7, 8 spree. Miles, well, that's always going to be an ambitious play. Well, 8 points secured. Massawa looking absolutely ridiculous right now as they look towards B with a whole 2 minutes to go and a 7 life advantage.
Massawa feeling good. Breadwinner feeling just as good. Can he silence the crowd? Slide around, dip and dodging. Not an easy fight to take. Nase finally gonna drop, but the issue is Knight. He is up in art. and he is commanding the attention of these Hickam players. Slides out, uses the couch, stays alive, and this is an issue. You have to get this kill. Miles now. Important duties. Trophy. Gonna steal away that nade. Is he gonna get the read on him? Not gonna know he's over to the right. And Knight gets another 2.
Yeah, moments like that just tell you exactly which way this map is going. Bread will do great to arrive in through Waterside and find one. The fact he stays alive as well just causes a constant problem for Misawa. They can't just continue to look forward. They have to be on a pivot. And he just continues to be a bit of a thorn in the side. But Knife will extend onto a 5. He's trying to continue to cut players down who are arriving. Seasquick will find 2. Bread still stays alive, so still being a problem.
Yeah.
But the biggest problem is that you're 8 lives down right now.
9 playing 16. You gotta start valuing these lives a little bit better. And the fact that you have art control, I mean, that is the first step. Nice shots from Miles. So is this life being breathed back into the lungs of Hickam here? Breadwinner gonna overextend, and it's gonna cost him through the middle. Fearless, you need these kills, but he overchows it. And it's an easy cleanup by Nase. 6 lives down. Last legs for Hickam to stay alive in the control, to have a chance at this map 3. Everything is unwinding, and this is a chance for Misawa to put it away.
What I would say to Hickam, though, you have put up much more of a fight here, and well, just as I'm about to make that comment, that's a massive kill as Nase removes Bread from top art. Miles will do his best, but at 3 and 13, it has not been his map. Sweet will rock up to clean it on up, and Misawa will make it as simple as you like here in the control. It is a swift 3-0 on Vault. And, well, that is the most decisive map that we've had so far in Grand Finals. I know there may have been some tech issues round 1, but it didn't make much of a difference following the reset.
Yeah, it seems like Misawa were locked in for that map. As Slaying out of control, the vibes were all over. And you were so deep into the spawn of Hickam so often. It's nighttime, it seems, because he is heating up in the grand finals as well. Not just the brains, but he's got brawn as well. 3-0 in the control, and that is going to take the lead for Misawa. Let's look back at this one, because from the gates, it was just Misawa in control. Out towards that B zone, they get the full cap, they capture the second one too, and realistically, I mean, we talk about how tough these controls have been for either team throughout the day, and Misawa didn't start off as like a really strong control squad, but as they kind of heat up, as they go through this bracket, it seems like they're just getting better and better.
Yeah, figuring it out as they go along, very much so, which tells me that they've got a ceiling yet to be discovered. You are still getting better in grand finals, and to be honest, I'm looking forward to seeing what the ceiling is when we start to talk about Worlds. But yeah, I think that one of the things is, you know, for not Hickam, for Misawa, wow, brain, please switch back on. It is that Sweet took over well and truly as and when it was needed from him. Steps up, what was it, 10 spree in the end, just to control so much of the round, and a lot of that was just shutting down any concerted effort from Hickam to set up his team for that 3-0 victory.
Well, here we go. Look back at the series, and you're right, Andy. The most convincing map we've seen on stream so far. 250 to 229. Misawa came out hot in the skyline. Started to lose it a little bit, and that reflected in the search and destroy, where Hickam were able to claw their way to a tie series 1-1, 6-4 in the vault search and destroy, teed us up for the control. We thought this one was going to continue to be an absolute barn burner of a series, but we were wrong with that. It seems like there's some issues in the control that we weren't expecting from this Hickam roster. And that was a very, very convincing round to really set up Misawa to continue to follow through these 3 vault maps. Hardpoint coming up next. This is a very fundamental map mode combo when you're looking at the game mode, because Vault Hardpoint, in comparison to others, has a lot of hills that can be translated into time, especially when you're looking towards P2 and P4. So yes, you need to see this Hickam roster lock in. You need to see the slang start to pick up. And I mean, Fearless, what's going on, man? You've been the star of the show throughout the entire week, and this is not the time to slow down.
No, it isn't. And this is one of those moments where it's a test of your resilience, your mental. You go into grand finals. You've obviously had yourself one hell of a tournament. But one of those kind of maps can just rock you all of a sudden. It can rock your faith and belief in yourself. He needs to just put that one aside and just be like, okay, that was one of those maps. Sometimes Call of Duty can be a horrible beast. Timings go against you. One-shot fights. You're just not in the rhythm of the map, and that can just occur. So the best players are able to just take those, brush them aside, move on as if nothing happened. And that's what you're looking for out of Fearless.
Let's get this going. Game 4, Misawa looking to push this lead. Sweet on screen. He has been a menace through the day, and he just wants to get into business. Back into P1. You got a little bit of a flank going. It's Breadwinner. And this is what I like to see. A little bit of back and forth, but Hickam are right back into the seat.
Yeah, and it's all about as well keeping an eye on who prioritizes that P2 rotation. Miles was keeping an eye on it just to allow his teammates to spawn back in. It's going to be a feed, though, that suits Misawa here as they take the lion's share of the kills in P1. And now, Nasty Mitchie trying to apply some pressure through lights.
Only able to get that one. Goldfish, can you clean up the rest? They line up, but they escape. Good clear out from Hickam as they're looking for this rotation to P2. They have the spawns in the back, and this should be some initial time, but I need this setup to be a little bit better. Sweet, he is getting in through, and Breadwinner has no idea. It's going to be a break from the front. The Semtex doesn't hit, but the kills still come through, and Goldfish is an issue.
Breadwinner finds 2 more. Fearless with yet another here. Trophy out, trying to protect. The thing is, you don't have the dirt side spawns. Nasty Mitchie is going to be there. I'm a little bit worried about the fact that Goldfish is basically running against a wall here. We are still very early in this game. We'll stay locked in for just a moment. But dirt spawns still belong to Hickam. Misawa just locking in on the point, though. But if you are Fearless on that point, you are surrounded from both sides, and you do fall.
Yeah, I feel like this game's not going to last any longer. And no, it's not. So we did lose Goldfish. You're right. You know, sometimes it's really cool seeing somebody do the running man, but not in a grand finals. Not at all in a grand finals. So we're going to reset this one, and we were into P2. So, guys, you know what that means. It's a full reset on full. It's simple math coming out from this desk. And Andy, I mean, for a second there, it seemed like Hickam had the equation. It seemed like they were figuring it out on the map.
Yeah, I mean, Misawa will take the majority of the points that were actually scored on P1, but I think that if you're Hickam, you correctly are happy about that, as long as you lock in that P2 rotation. You can see there's a couple of different things happening there. For example, there's a whole wave of kills, and Miles just recognized that actually there's a moment here where if I get aggressive, I could spawn my teammates actually out. So he checks back towards pool side. I think he actually hangs out more near balcony, and eventually, when he recognizes his teammates have spawned in, okay, I can go pushing again. As such, make sure you hold down P2. You had that dirt control. You had a lot of good things going for you. You execute that the same way here, as long as we avoid any issues, then that sets you up for success. You've just come off the back of an absolute dropping in the control. You need to remind yourself, you know fundamental Call of Duty. You can hang with this Misawa roster. You did it so well in the first 2 maps.
You did, and I think that really it's going to come down to this man on your screen right here, Miles. He's been playing keyboard and mouse all weekend, and honestly, even in the winner's final, he was frying with it. So I don't know what's going on with this last couple of maps. It's uncharacteristic. We weren't really expecting it, but if he can get hot, I mean, that might be the difference for this Hickam team. You get them all firing, and Misawa might not have as easy as a time as they did on that Vault control. But folks in chat, I mean, appreciate the patience in getting into this game 4 yet again. We're going to have that full reset confirmed by the admin, 0-0 on each side. So that's going to reflect in it was a tie game, so all is fair inside of this series. But let's hear it. I mean, we got a lot of people across the community who are showing up here, supporting their friends, their families, possibly even coworkers who are on stage. Where are we from? Where are we residing to? I know we got lots of people from around the world, so give us a little bit of a shout and tell us who you're rooting for in that chat, because I love the AFG community and people always show up.
I feel like there's going to be a lot of Misawa love in there. I've been seeing all sorts of different chants. Hickam, sick'em, lick'em, pick'em, it don't matter. 1, 2, 3, 4, Misawa in 4 has got to be up there as one of my favorites coming in from Duza. But yeah, there's a lot of love out there for sure. Yeah, it's one of those where Hickam right now, obviously neither of these are the hometown team. We lost Yokota pretty early, so we are getting two teams that are through to Worlds, trying to obviously decide who's going to be number one, and no doubt feeling that support. We've heard from both sets of these players that they've been getting texts all weekend. They've been getting a lot of love, and I'm sure when they watch back this VOD, they're going to be very proud to see their families and loved ones supporting them.
And that's really what it is for these players. The pride to represent your bases, the pride to be on a stage in Air Force Gaming. You get the glory of flying out or traveling out to an Air Force base to play a video game for a trophy. Not only that, for a qualification into a championship in Colorado. So you get to go international, a little bit of 305 there. And that is, I'm sure what both of these teams are eyeing up when this is all over. But first, you got to win a trophy, and we are back into the game. 0-0 on both sides. Let's see if Hickam can pull it out.
Oh, I like this play from Bread. He's going to wrap in through the back. Goldfish counters, though. That could have been an important moment. Bread finds that kill and drops off. That instantly flips P2 out and also leaves you disadvantaged on the P1 fight. Nasty Mitchie dropping back as well. Again, just prioritizing this P2. I mean, he's going to have a lot of company. The feed actually all of a sudden looked like it was going to go Hickam's way, but Masawa answered with a couple of important kills. Mitchie, Knight stepping up, delivering. But look at this hit coming through B side now. Hickam trying to find a different way to approach this next P2 hold.
Yeah, good time for Misawa off the break, and I love this from Sweet, trying to lock down those dirt spawns, holding presence in towards the back. A couple of kills, though, on transition would be good for Hickam, and that's what you're looking to get. Breadwinner started to activate and see Skirk breaks from the front, so you don't have those spawns, but you're into the hill, Andy.
You do flip one out, though. Sweet is actually going to spawn Miles out. I don't know if that's going to be good for you, because you need the time to kill these players in the back before you then get collapsed on through the front, and you just don't find them. 3 out of your 4 die. Miles will still be up, but 90's on the hunt, and you don't need to look for much longer. So Masawa, hold on deep. Hickam sent packing, and they're going to have to hit through solo, and this is an awful crossing, especially when Sweet sticks himself top truck.
Well, he's in trouble, though. Fortunately enough, it's going to be a team kill off of Breadwinner. Fearless the GOAT not able to assist in that break. So they go down, and it's still going to be Misawa soaking up this hard point time. A lot different than what we found before. Hickam, they were able to break it before the reset. This time, they are just back into the old antics of that vault control, and they are silenced on the map.
Yeah, I felt like Hickam did a lot of the right things, but Masawa just answering back with big sprees of kills, which is just undoing a lot of that great work. But I will say, Hickam have managed to get Fearless inside of Art. And well, now approaching it from the front, you have an opportunity. Problem might be here that you are spawning miles out. Do you spot Nase Michi in the back? You don't. So bad situation gets worse for Hickam.
And you need something soon. Because Misawa, we've seen when they come out to a lead, they just do not give it up. Fearless is going to find Sweet out towards those outer palms. The issue now, and Breadwinner sees it, is that they don't have control of Art, so trying to contest the seal seems almost impossible, but they're getting it done anyways. Goldfish is going to win that fight inside, though, and it keeps Misawa soaking up this time. They have the better spawns for P4, too. Nobody from Hickam is hitting this overextension, so they're just fighting through ult.
You just made the point that I was exactly coming to. You pushing through all. You're still fighting for P3. I'm seeing no one play through poolside and wrap for P4. It's as comfortable as you like for Masawa. You're going to have to try and fight what is a very difficult hill to break from the front. You will actually get Art control, so an opportunity to fight through the back unless Knight can do something about it. He finds one, is traded, should get the intel. Miles trying to approach from the side. What a moment this would be for you to pop off and make up for the errors in the S&D. And doesn't, as 3 more kills go Masawa's way.
I don't know what pep talk Coach Inky gave towards Misawa before this game started, but it seems like they've fueled themselves for a lifetime and further. 100 points crossed now, triple digits for Misawa. And they are in for the rest of this P4. Hickam just cannot catch a break right now. You see all across the board, they have been silenced in the kill column. Even Breadwinner is struggling, and he has been the saving grace for them for so long.
Just too much pressure at the minute coming out of Masawa. We've spoken so much about what Sweet is going to do on the map. Nase Michi is at 16-4 We know that he's a crowd favorite. He's been one of our favorites all the way through this tournament, but this is a level that we have not seen from him so far. He's really stepped it up once we've hit grand finals. 17-4. I was going to say, surely not 18. You finally fall, but you set your teammate up for the trade. P1, we are back here then. So 80-point lead for Masawa, and you've already got Fearless starting to consider that rotation for Hickam.
Well, Fearless out in the back. Can he heat up when the team needs you most? It was a slow start in the Skyline hardpoint, but eventually they figured it out. Let's see if they put those puzzle pieces together here in the vault for the second rotation. As it's a back and forth trade for inside P1. This is time that you'd love to get, but Goldfish is keeping it away from you. They re-hit that site, and they have the rotation to know. So the only player really in a spot to stop is going to be Miles, and he's going to find a way in. So big kill on Knight there, but still more to do.
Yeah, absolutely gets him for free. I'm not sure if Knight is tucked in behind the desk and therefore just doesn't see him coming, but if that is the case, then Knight needs support that he just never had, really. You are going to get close spawns. Never mind. Hickam going to be spawning all the way out. For a moment there, I thought they did still have dirt, but they don't. Going to be a bit of trades back and forward. Beautiful shots, by the way, out of both Sweet and Gold to kind of make this as contested as it's going to be. Then, well, Mitchie finds one, but it's also a team kill, so a big fight here, and Mitchie loses it. Skirk finds one, does fall as well, and this is much more like it from Hickam. They are trying to put up a fight. The problem is Masawa just has that really early lead.
An egregious challenge from Skirk on 0 HP. Fighting from the front is Masawa, and they're denying time away from Hickam. Breadwinner looking to fight right through. See if you can grab this scrap time and close this lead a little bit more. The rest of the team just sending it to New. And it's Miles again, trying to be that proactive player. He's in through Vault, but he doesn't win the fight on the hill.
No, but Bread is rotating all the way through poolside. This is what you want to do. Look at those spawns now come in. Those red arrows are going to be playing up art side. So you get control of the area to look out over P3 best and potentially set yourself up for chaining 3 into 4. You didn't do it very well last time, but now you might be in as Masawa. Yes, you still hold a lead, but it's starting to feel like Hickam have got the wind in their sails. Tails are up. A couple of players coming online.
Chaining 3 to 4 is good, but you got to get into 3 first.
Yeah.
As you have the spawns, but you're not getting the kills. Inside the hill, finally, you're going to hop this time. Skirk, you need to soak it up, but look at what happens. And Misawa hit through pool. They pull those spawns back, and they have a spawn up for Goldfish. And what's he going to do? He's going to hit through the middle of the map and try to steal this time away.
Big gunfight win. I think it's actually coming in from Mitchie, who... I mean, Bread catches the cross, to be fair, over by Solo. He sees it happening, but loses the fight. So that then spawns Sweet in. Masawa in control of 4. What I will say, you've no art presence. That's my one worry about this setup. Sweet. I mean, I like the statue heady, but you're going to be surrounded from a lot of different angles here. Finds 1, finds 2. Surrounded, outmanned, outgunned, but never outclassed.
Never. 4 in a row for Sweet. He's got the crossfire, and Misawa, they are in. They're going to get so close to winning this, but Skirk, he gets the timing, he gets through, and now he's the only one that can stop this. Up top he goes, taking down Nase, and looking to see if he can punish the rest of them and take their attention. No more kills, but he's going to drop down, see if he can assist this break. It doesn't work. Another 3 kills, make it 4 down, and you're still getting the time.
Yeah, Miles just arrives a little bit too late to the party. Teammates leave everyone weak, but nothing in terms of a reward. Sweet trying to hold from Lion. Oh, and Zizka then loses that one up close as well. So we look ahead then to our 3rd set of rotations. It's a 110-point lead. Just as Hickam had started to swing all the momentum back in their favor, Masawa grabbed the game. Demand payment as Sweet on a 9 spree, taking over in yet another crucial passage of play.
Yeah, Sweet. I mean, this guy does it all 10 in a row. And he's in the hill. Breadwinner going to get some assistance on the breaks. So Hickam now down 120 points. Can they group together and make an unbelievable comeback? Breadwinner on screen, looking to be the one to lead this charge. He doesn't know that Goldfish is behind him. And it's Goldfish is starting to go on a spree. 7 in a row. Overwhelmed up top. And Hickam still trying to fight for this time. But they need to focus on the rotation as well.
Mitchie pops for 2. Sees that there's going to be a number 3. Wants every part of the fight. Red's going to be back down to 50 HP. And Nasi's great work will allow Goldfish to push on through for the kill. We will see yet another hill. But that fight there, where Goldfish shuts down Skirk, should give then P2 spawns in for Masawa Hickam. Gotta fly at the front.
Sweet. You just cannot give that up for free if you're Miles. He has no help on the time. And with 4 going down and only 4 seconds needed, Seaskirk has to run on the corner. It's Goldfish to line them up, and Misawa in takeover mode for the grand finals. The Search and Destroy just a bump on the road for their championship run, and they are 1 map away from being your PACAF esports champions.
Said it there at a certain point. It just felt like Sweet took back over, recognized that Hickam had started to become a real threat to the lead that they had pulled together, and he said, not a chance in hell, gentlemen. I want that trophy sitting on my shelf. Another 10 spree. I mean, the fact that you're seeing 10 sprees at all in a grand final says everything you need to know about the quality Sweet brings to this tournament. So many people talking about him as the player to watch. Right now, surely a shoe-in for MVP.
Couple moments here from Hickam that we're going to be looking at, as they have just been a pillar of greatness throughout this winner's bracket run. But some issues here is that Misawa just seemed to have their number. They had it in the group stage, and nothing's going to change for this grand final either. The respawns just look so one-sided. It looks so comfortable. And there was a moment when we were looking at the rosters and we got to see the videos of each of them being showcased at PACAF. And Sweet was yawning. This guy was just covering his mouth, trying to be polite, but there is nothing polite about what he is doing in the server right now. He is on fire. He is in full control.
No, he is indeed looking like an absolute monster out there. I mean, we know that his wife has been in the chat, very supportive all the way through this tournament. Must be extremely proud of the performance that he's putting on. But, you know, he was also a very humble young man. Talked very highly of his teammates and what they could do. And I think that that is something that you can really buy into as a team. You know, you come out, you take that first map, but then Hickam push back in 1-1. And I think that, you know, sometimes if you look to your superstar leaders a little bit too much, you apply that pressure. Not only can you drag them down, but you can also not step up in your own performance. I think when Sweet comes out and he talks so highly of his teammates, I think that raises the level of all of them. That makes Sweet better because he's then got that better supporting cast, but also those players around him. I mean, you got the right leader in front of you, you're ready to run through brick walls, and this team are doing exactly that to try and bring these trophies home.
Yeah, the morale is high for the side of Misawa. Hickam, they gotta figure something out. They got a long road for that game 7, as they just got to be flawless from here on out. Things to talk about, things to think about between this break, is when we come back, we continue the grand finals for this best of 7.
In Search and Destroy, teams compete in round-based, single-life combat over 2 bomb sites. One team is designated as the attacking team, where their goal is to plant a bomb at either bomb site before time expires. The other team must defend these bomb sites, preventing the attacking team from planting the bomb at all costs. Additionally, either team can win the round by eliminating all members of the opposing team. If the attacking team plants the bomb, a 45-second timer will begin, where the defending team must now defuse the bomb before time expires, even if they have killed all enemy players. Defusing the bomb takes 7 seconds, so players must ensure enough time remains to secure the round. Teams will switch sides after each round, and the first team to win 6 rounds will claim victory.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, everybody, to the grand finals as we are sitting in the favor of Misawa. They're leading 3-1 over Hickam after making an unbelievable run through the losers bracket. Hickam having a little bit of trouble here, Andy, and it's not the way I would have expected. You know, I was expecting this team to really be the full package, but possibly might be a little bit of the team running out of gas now.
Well, it has been a long 3 days of Call of Duty, and we said it before coming into this day. Hickam had kind of sat on the sidelines and watched Misawa gain momentum, gain confidence and belief through that lower bracket run. So I think Hickam come into the series a little bit cold. They then make up for it in the S&D, but they've just not really got it going in the respawns. They've been kind of bullied out in the last two in particular. Put up a good fight in the Skyline, to be fair, with that late resurgence. And one of the things I will say as well, we've spoken a couple of times about how different teams, as they've played more reps, as they've played more through the tournament, have looked better and better and better. Misawa certainly started to figure out a couple of their steps through that lower bracket run, and none more so than Sweet, who has really taken over. And I think if you take this tournament home, I don't know if we have an actual MVP, but for sure got to be right up there on our honorary or actual list.
Short and sweet is what Misawa are looking to do to this grand final right now, and we're heading into a search and destroy for the next map of this series, which means that this certainly should give a little bit more favor back over to the side of Hickam as you look back over to that Vault search and destroy 6-4 in their favor. Definitely close, but it really felt like it was all Hickam towards the end of it. Their strats were a little bit deeper. They had a chance to utilize both bomb sites in their attacks, and their defensive retakes really came down to Breadwinner and Fearless in the way that they just surged into those sites without a worry in the world. So if there's anybody I look at into the Skyline to pop off, it is going to be those two service members.
Yeah, I mean, I'm alongside you. That's a fair shout, especially considering what we've seen so far through those tournaments. Certainly had their moments. What a time it would be to have one. Grand finals, the biggest pressure map of them all. So could book themselves as champions. Hickam to keep us going a little bit more.
It's going to be the attacking side of Misawa, taking the bomb over to B. Early plant as well. Is anybody going to stop this one up the elevator? Seaskirk Ganase is waiting for it. And with the help of Knight, they draw first blood and get the bomb down, which is red alert now for Hickam. Trying to find this retake. Miles goes down at the front. Fearless gets the trade, but it is 2v3. Is this it?
Brett steps round to Chow to get a lot of intel. Slides out, just trying to stay alive. Where's Fearless in all of this? You're down to 20 seconds. At some point, you just got to make a hit. Concerted effort. 3-2-1, gentlemen. Let's slide on in. Mitchie wins a big one. Fearless trades it, but it won't be enough. Mitchie there with a ridiculous gunfight. Potentially a little bit of the fact that you got an SMG in hand coming out on top, but I think if you lose that there and Fearless comes in, checks out that left-hand side, it could completely flip the script. So,
yeah.
Wonderful work from him in this first round.
But even if you find that kill, I mean, 1v1 with 15 seconds left, that last player of Misawa just has to play the time. And it certainly wasn't in Hickam's favor at all. Fearless finally stepping up. He gets to that round. Unfortunately, Seaskirk, who is trying to make a play for that bomb planter, goes down a little bit earlier than you would have hoped for. As it's now swap sides of the attack, and they're just going to run it down middle, see if they can catch a timing over towards A, but Knight is here. Goldfish in the blender is Hickam, and it is over just like that.
Wow. I was about to sit here and say that I respect the Hickam aggression. I respect what it is that you're trying to do there. You know, after getting tucked in by the last two respawns, bullied down a little bit, I've understood you being a little bit more timid coming on out. Instead, they full send. The only thing I will say, when you do head low, you lack so much information. You want, like, a player plat to maybe see if there's going to be something coming piano.
Yeah.
I just don't know. You full send into one of them, you know it's a high risk, high reward. Well, part of that is the risk, and they find out just how bad that can be sometimes.
Not even that. The second player in the line, you got to throw a stun for that first chow. Oh, that was free for Misawa. And they're going to try to pull a page out of your book and just do it better. Nades and stuns are going to force you back away from the fireplace. You can see that there's a flank coming through Hickam, and they need to hold on their lives to let it unfold.
Oh, I was about to say, the fact that you all stay up there is actually insane. Great work out of Mitchie, who's controlling that back line. Finds Skirk, finds Miles. So it's on Fearless and Bread to hit it from the front.
All eyes forward. Fearless, 1v2. Knight's going to drop down and he has the information. He's going to communicate that, or he didn't. Nase has no idea. 1 versus 1. Knight versus Fearless. And he's got the time against him. 16 seconds. Knight just has to play the objective, and he's doing it right. 12 seconds. The dance is on, and he has done enough. There's no time for the defuse, and Fearless, he thought he had enough time, but he just didn't.
He not got it? Yeah, I was about to say, I thought he got it. 0.1 of a second. That is actually crazy. Oh my god.
I thought he got on after. I thought it was too late.
That was incredibly tight. To be fair, I wasn't sure. But 0.1 is, I mean, that's as close as we're gonna get. Fearless makes the play happen. The 1v2. I think the instant repositioning is what gets him there, because we thought that actually Knight had picked up the intel, but just doesn't see him cross. So therefore, that gives Fearless the opportunity to go and find Mitchie, turn it into that 1v1 in the first place.
I mean, that's why they call him Fearless the GOAT. He is not afraid to take it to the last millisecond. So switch sides again. And Hickam, now their chance to attack. A lot more patient at the gates. It seems like the stuns have stalled it out, and they're trying to draw a first blood. But unfortunately, it's going to be Sweet that does it. That's going to force the hand of Fearless now to see if he can get something over towards A, dancing around you. You can see the repositions from the rest of the team of Misawa, and Goldfish takes down Fearless. That is completely thwarting the attack.
Knight lies in wait. These players run out in front of you. Big gunfight onto Seaskirk. Bread's going to be there for the trade, sure, but it turns it into a 1v3. I mean, potentially, technically, a 1v4 clutch. And if anyone's going to do it, Bread can. But this conga line that is going on right now is going to be difficult to break down.
Surely they don't line up.
I'd hope not. Minnesota Rock or anyone? Optic?
Over. That's a deep cut. Every Optic fan in chat
shivered.
Just shuddered a little bit, yeah. Misawa, though, on the other hand, they do not bend, they do not break, and the conga line just sets up Goldfish for a fantastic trade, and that is going to keep them on the advantage for the search and destroy, where they are just running through Hickam.
A lot of it right now as well, coming off the back of the first bloods. Misawa just doing a much better job of opening up the round. Miles' S&D struggles continue, but to be fair, Seaskirk also currently sitting on that donut. Even Bread, superstar of this team, the Slayer so often currently on a bread stick, so need more out of some of you guys. Oh wait, those numbers might be wrong. I forget that Codcaster's like that.
Yeah, Codcaster doesn't like to play nice. Neither does Nase. Bomb down for Misawa. Numbers advantage too. Sweet, he is toying with his food, and he's waiting for Nase to be in a position to finish it off. Goldfish slides out. He's overwhelmed. It brings us into a 2v2. Nase is going to be here. Util as well. All this happening. Sweet's going to be on the flank, and this should be it. He has 20 seconds to just run around Fearless for the 1v1. Can he pull it off again? As Sweet has completely repositioned all the way around. You have no information and no chance in the round.
It's actually wild how good Sweet is. Like, moments like that where every right to just kind of like spot him here, shoulder out, play the timer, and he's like, nah, I know what I'm doing. I'm just going to fry anything in my path. Don't worry about it. Guy is insane. Misawa within 2 rounds, within touching distance. They could reach out and grab the trophies. Gotta stay locked in for just a moment. Make sure they see this through. What I will say, Sweet, though, with an RCXD as well. That's another tool in the arsenal.
So much to get this one done. Here we go for the attackers. Hickam sending it down the aisleway. Nase still finding a first blood onto that one. Bomb has hit the site, but you lose a player. And look at this. A flank coming out from Knight. He's in behind the whole play. And another one drops. And another one. It's all down to Miles now, and he doesn't have a chance in hell to pull that off. The trades are what happens in the B site, and Misawa now 1 round away from greatness.
A wonderful wrap there to get him around the back and just split this Hickam team completely apart. Misawa worth every bit of value so far for this trophy. Should they take it? Can Hickam answer with anything? Surely not like this. Not after how good your tournament's been. Not with a whimper. You're gonna go out, make it with a bang, gentlemen.
Here we go. Hickam, one last chance. They are running right into the deep end, and it looks like it's paying off. Here they come. And where has this been? Hickam, in the matter of seconds, keep this game alive.
If that doesn't sum up some of the search and destroy we have seen through this tournament. Misawa in complete control, absolutely running amok, and then Hickam just full send it for 4 through the bar and kitchen area. As Hickam, I mean, they've still got a hell of a lot to do. Let's not try and dance around that. But if you are going to get a comeback started, then an absolute obliteration is going to be the way. Hickam, though, with an opportunity to decide where this bomb goes. We need a concerted effort. You should outnumber players here on A, so an opportunity opens up.
Miles breadwinner. Seems like they have a little bit more in them, Andy. Opening kills go their way, and they know what's on the line. They're in the A side, and they're looking to lock it down. Sweet. Dancing. Nase ties us. 2v2. And somehow still alive. The bomb's gonna go down, and Sweet's still taking pot shots. So can you hold this down? If you're Hickam, you could do just that. Why not? Let's keep this going.
For a worrying second there, I thought that Hickam had thrown away a 4v2 with bomb down. I was about to say, there's no way we're over-strafing into gunfights against Nase Michi and Sweet, the two guys who have lit up this afternoon more than anyone else. They see it through. Hold their nerve just long enough. 5-3, 2 rounds on the bounce. They will need 3 more. It will need to be perfection. Breadwinner's on a 4th and has an RC. So, again, our potential opportunity to open up with something different here.
1 round at a time. 1 step at a time. And 1 kill at a time, even if it's a team kill. Goldfish taking down Knight. He's on the hunt, though. As a quick trade, unfortunately, he's not able to play his life. And it's a back and forth affair. 2v2. They're going to pull back and go to A.
Miles up high. I don't think he is aware that the 2 players underneath him. Checks B. Will now surely be aware that this bomb's going to A. Miles tries to cut off you here. I like the idea, but the execution isn't there.
2v1. Fearless the goats. He's going to square up. The shots don't confirm. 34 seconds to keep your team in the grand finals, to keep your team in PACAF. And look at this post plan. It is deep. Fearless. Gonna have to pull off the ultimate clutch right now. And it's going to come down to the kills. Not going to happen. And Misawa get it done. Heavy is the crown that floats in the Pacific and now sits on the head of Misawa. These players, they make the lower bracket run, and they do it with sheer dominance across the bracket.
The celebrations on main stage are well deserved. Should be sweet indeed, led by their superstar. But also backed up by Nase Michi, Goldfish, and Knight. The 4 of them have put on a show this afternoon. Run out deserved champions without a doubt. And it wasn't even close. 4-1 in the finals. I gotta say, these 4 gentlemen not only going to take that Pacific crown, but it then starts to turn our attention over to just how good their ceiling could be. They've gotten better every single step of the way. And now you look ahead to Worlds and you think, well, where could these boys compete? How high up the ladder can they truly punch?
Well, they have a chance to prove that. That is one thing for certain. And Hickam, I mean, this is going to be a stinger because you played so perfect throughout the winner's bracket, but it seems like Misawa are just your maker, and you've met them not once but twice throughout this tournament. You lost both times, and that just shows that Misawa are the best. There is no uncertainty to that. when it comes down to it and you look at players like Sweet, like Nase, who throughout the entire tournament were just overperforming, and then you just top that off with Goldfish, who in the grand finals looks even better than when we ever saw him, and the brains of Night that puts the whole thing together. This team is the real deal. They're the whole shebang. This is the process of PACAF that is looking to take it to the other regions.
I mean, I was about to come to something. You just set it up absolutely beautifully, because when we start to talk about those other regions, I know that a certain Hate Card and Artie have been in the chat a lot through this weekend. And Hate Card comes in and just as I tab over to Twitch chat and says, Masawa wouldn't win one map against Canon. Oh boy, I'm looking forward to finding out if that's true or not.
We're already getting a little bit of trash talk for Worlds, and it's only March, halfway through March. Guys, calm down, calm down. We still got more time.
Celebrate a victory.
Yeah, let's get a little bit of a recap of what we saw throughout this weekend, throughout these past couple of days, because the bracket was one that not a lot of people would have expected after what we got through the group stage. And it was really Misawa who struggled in those early days, but they managed to pull things back and on the day have an incredible run. Let's get a look at it here. Misawa kicking things off versus Ileson yesterday in that winners round 1 3-0 sweep. They got it done, but for Anderson, that is where they seem to struggle, and a couple of red lights started to show for this team. Are they the real deal that we would have expected? Well, in day 2, they proved that against Osan. 3-1 victory there. They moved into Kadena, one of the other teams out here in the Pacific region, and they smoked them in a 3-0. They get that rematch versus Anderson, not the same as what we saw before, another 3-0 from this team, and then they moved into the grand finals on the day for day 3, and they 4-1 Hickam, a team that took them the distance in the group stages, leading them to only losing 2 maps on the day, Andy. That is sheer dominance.
It is, and the thing is as well, like, it's not only the fact that they keep on proving through the tournament, but it's that they seem to also play to the level of their lobby. There's no way that when they only picked up a 3-1 win against Osan, and a relatively close one at times as well in the other maps, that we were sat thinking, okay, this team are going to go on to win this tournament. But from there, they seemingly stepped up, recognized that against Kadena, they were not going to get away with mistakes. 3-0 that team. Come up against Anderson, again, recognized we are not going to get away with making errors here, and 3-0 them, and then come out hot. I mean, map 1 was really well contested by both teams. Felt like we were talking about Hickam building their way into this series, and then Hickam take the S&D. Kind of a little bit worried for Misawa, but I think that's another one of those moments where they just go, okay, we've got a little bit of extra level in us here, and then when they turn on those afterburners, there was just no keeping up.
No stopping them whatsoever, and that really sets things up for those world finals too, because we're already getting that trash talk in the Twitch chats, and we already got 3 teams to qualify for Buckley Space Force Base. Just as a reminder, those world championships, it's a 5-day event in June 10th to the 14th, so these teams ready to lock things in. We got 3 from the Pacific region. That's going to be Hickam, Misawa, and if I do recall, it's going to be Anderson as well to finish things off. Coming up after this one is going to be Yusefi. Teams in the European region looking to also qualify for the top 3 on who else will go to the World Championships. And then we get Conus in April 8th to the 12th at Patrick Space Force Base in Florida. That's going to be an exciting one for the continental US, because that is the one where most teams have been walking in and saying they got no chance against us, Andy.
I mean, look, this whole conversation is wonderful. You know, we got people coming in from the Pacific. We got people, you know, coming over from Conus, from North America. I'm from the UK. I'm a European boy, so I'm looking forward to seeing what the Yusefi region brings. So bring all the trash talk. Let's absolutely go for this, because I mean, this just sets up all the storylines that we want when we start talking about a world championship format that the Air Force Gaming Circuit is bringing. And I think that that's a great thing, and that's gonna definitely lead to some wonderful moments both on and off stage. And of course, as long as we're all sticking to the right side of the line, hey, I just want nothing but Europe on top, baby. So that's gonna be what I'm rooting for.
Well, you better hope that those teams really step up here because they got their work cut out for them, Andy. It's been a couple of days where we've got to see these teams really duke it out to figure out who is the best. Are there any memories that really stick with you? Is there anything before we close this show that you really want to mention before we get set up for these next couple events?
I think it's hard to try and remember back over the last 3 days a lot. I think that obviously what's sticking with me right now is just the sheer dominance of that end run that comes in from Misawa. 3-0, 3-0, 4-1. That is quite frankly a ridiculous performance because that's against second, third, and fourth, the other best teams in the tournament. When we started seeing those early 3-0s, etc., we kind of weren't surprised. When we're talking about groups, they can often be lopsided. But those performances late on, I got to absolutely tip my hat over to Misawa. Again, I just think that there's going to be a level to their game that they can still go to yet. And as such, just how far can they push up the ladder when we start talking about Worlds? Because now they've got time to practice. They've got a real goal to aim for. That's what they should be looking forward to as they come on through the rest of this competitive year. They come into interviews and say, well, we didn't have much time to really get things together. I don't know whether or not that's going to be an excuse when we step up onto Worlds. They've got a huge ceiling ahead of them, and I'm looking forward to seeing them reach it.
You and I both. I'm excited to see that eventual rematch between Hickam and Misawa that we hope to get in the World Championships one day, maybe a few months from now. But the trophies might leave the city, it might leave Yokota, but it stays in the country. Misawa gonna have a couple more to put on the shelf now, folks. Thank you for tuning in for the past 3 days. It has been a wonderful time. I want to give a big shout out to the admins fixing all the issues inside the building, making sure everything ran as smooth as possible, and put the content together as well for the players. It was great learning them, it was great watching them, and it was great to tell the story throughout these past couple of days. So chat, thank you for bringing the hype, supporting the players, supporting your families, supporting your friends and co-workers, and I can't wait to see you all in the World Championships as well. Don't forget to follow along for USAFE that comes up next, as well as CONUS, and root for these teams and make sure they hear you about you representing for the PACAF region, for the production behind the scenes, helping everything tick. It's not possible without them, so I love working with this team. They always knock it out of the park. The casters alongside me, you, Andy, Brody as well. You guys killed it. It's always a pleasure. And folks, I cannot wait to see you guys for USAFE. Take care. Have a great night. We'll see you later with more AFG.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
What I would do for you. What I would do